Here's something they don't tell you about rock bottom. When you're desperate enough, you'll trust anyone who offers you a way out. I was sitting in my bedsit in Preston, 3 months behind on rent, and seriously considering whether I had enough paracetamol in the bathroom cabinet, when I got that email about free therapy. No waiting lists, no GP referrals, just immediate help for people like me who'd lost their jobs and were struggling to keep their heads above water. I should have known that kind of generosity doesn't exist in the real world, especially not when it comes to mental health care in this country. The whole thing started when I was at my lowest point after losing my job at the council offices in Preston. I'd been working in housing benefits for about 3 years, dealing with people who were often in desperate situations, and the stress had been building up without me really noticing. When the department restructured and my position was eliminated, I found myself on the other side of the benefit system I'd been administering. The redundancy payment kept me afloat for a few months, but job hunting while dealing with depression felt impossible. I'd wake up with good intentions about sending applications, then spend the day staring at my laptop screen feeling overwhelmed by the simplest tasks. My savings were running low, and I was starting to panic about paying rent. That's when I saw the email in my spam folder, which should have been my first warning sign. It was from something called the Community Mental Health Initiative, offering free counseling services to people experiencing work-related stress and depression. They claimed to be a new pilot program funded by local government grants, designed to provide immediate support to people who couldn't access NHS mental health services. The email was professional enough, with proper logos and contact information that looked legitimate. They were offering individual counseling sessions with qualified therapists, along with access to online resources and support groups for people dealing with employment issues and financial stress. I called the number provided and spoke to a receptionist who seemed knowledgeable about mental health services and government funding programs. She explained that they were specifically targeting people who had lost their jobs in the public sector. As research had shown, these individuals were particularly vulnerable to mental health crises. The receptionist scheduled me for an initial assessment with a counselor named Dr. Webb, who would evaluate my situation and recommend appropriate treatment options. The appointment was available within days rather than months, which seemed too good to be true, but was exactly what I needed. Dr. Webb's office was located in a modern business park outside Preston, in a building that housed various healthcare and professional services. The setup looked legitimate enough, with proper signage and a waiting area filled with mental health awareness materials and government health campaign posters. Dr. Webb herself seemed professional and qualified, asking appropriate questions about my mental health history, current symptoms, and life circumstances. She demonstrated genuine understanding of depression and anxiety, and her therapeutic approach felt competent and evidence-based. During the initial session, she explained that their program used innovative treatment methods that combined traditional counseling with digital therapy tools. Participants would attend weekly in-person sessions while also engaging with online resources designed to provide continuous support between appointments. The online component involved using specialized platforms that weren't available through mainstream internet channels. Dr. Webb explained that these experimental therapy tools required enhanced privacy and security measures to protect patient confidentiality and prevent unauthorized access to sensitive mental health data. She provided detailed instructions for accessing these digital therapy resources, including steps for downloading software that would connect me to private online communities and interactive therapy programs. The technology was presented as cutting-edge mental health treatment that was being piloted before wider NHS implementation. The weekly counseling sessions were genuinely helpful, Dr. Webb seemed skilled at cognitive behavioral therapy techniques, and I felt like I was making real progress in managing my depression and anxiety. The in-person therapy felt legitimate and professionally conducted. However, the online therapy components began to feel increasingly unusual. The private platforms I was accessing contained discussion groups and interactive content that seemed to go beyond typical mental health resources. Some of the online communities included people discussing extremely personal details about their psychological vulnerabilities, family relationships, and financial circumstances. The level of intimate information being shared seemed excessive for therapy support groups, and many participants appeared to be disclosing details that could be used to exploit or manipulate them. The interactive therapy programs also asked for unusually detailed personal information about my daily routines, social relationships, and decision-making processes. The assessments went far beyond what would be necessary for depression and anxiety treatment, probing into areas that seemed more relevant to psychological profiling than therapeutic intervention. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable with the extensive personal disclosure required by the online platforms, Dr. Webb explained that modern digital therapy relied on comprehensive data collection to provide personalized treatment recommendations. The information I was providing would be analyzed by advanced algorithms to optimize my therapy experience. She also emphasized that all data was protected by strict confidentiality protocols and would only be used for legitimate therapeutic purposes. The detailed personal information was necessary to ensure that digital therapy tools could provide appropriate support for my specific psychological needs and life circumstances. Around the 6th week of treatment, Dr. Webb began incorporating exercises that involved researching and documenting information about other people in my social network. These assignments were presented as therapy techniques designed to help me understand relationship dynamics and improve my social support systems. I was asked to gather detailed information about friends and family members, including their mental health status, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic rationale was that understanding the complete context of my social relationships would help identify sources of stress and develop strategies for building healthier connections. These assignments felt intrusive and inappropriate for legitimate therapy work. When I expressed concerns about gathering personal information about friends and family without their knowledge or consent, Dr. Webb assured me that relationship analysis was a standard component of modern therapeutic practice. She explained that many mental health problems were rooted in dysfunctional social dynamics, and understanding these patterns required comprehensive assessment of all significant relationships. The information I gathered would only be used to develop better therapeutic strategies for my individual treatment. However, the specific types of information I was being asked to collect seemed designed for purposes beyond therapeutic analysis. I was documenting psychological vulnerabilities, financial pressures, and personal secrets that could be valuable for manipulation or exploitation, rather than mental health treatment. Some assignments involved using the online therapy platforms to connect with and gather information about people who weren't part of my existing social network. I was asked to engage with strangers in the digital therapy communities and document their personal circumstances and psychological states. When I questioned why therapy work involved systematic intelligence gathering about other people, Dr. Webb reminded me that I had been receiving valuable mental health treatment that would normally cost hundreds of pounds through private healthcare. The comprehensive nature of the treatment program required participants to engage fully with all therapeutic components. She also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities and circumstances that she couldn't have gathered through our therapy sessions alone. References to my daily routine, financial situation, and social interactions suggested that my participation in the online therapy platforms had provided comprehensive surveillance capabilities. I realized that the counseling program had been used to recruit me into systematic intelligence gathering operations disguised as mental health treatment. The therapy sessions had been legitimate enough to establish trust and dependency, while the online components had been used to gather detailed personal information about vulnerable people. The people participating in the digital therapy communities were probably being exploited in similar ways, with their mental health struggles being used to recruit them into activities that had nothing to do with legitimate therapeutic treatment. When I attempted to end my participation in the program, Dr. Webb pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of experimental therapy techniques and access to sensitive information about other participants. My involvement in the program had created ongoing responsibilities that couldn't simply be terminated. She also suggested that ending treatment abruptly could be harmful to my mental health progress, particularly given my history of depression and current unemployment stress. The therapeutic relationship we had developed was important for my psychological stability and shouldn't be disrupted without careful consideration. The surveillance of my personal activities became more obvious after I tried to withdraw from the program. The monitoring capabilities that had been established through the online therapy platforms continued to track my communications and activities even after I stopped participating in the digital components. I tried reporting my concerns to mental health regulatory authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The counseling sessions had been professionally conducted. The online therapy could be justified as innovative treatment methods, and the personal information gathering could be explained as necessary therapeutic assessment. Dr. Webb's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped attending sessions, offering additional mental health services and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I never determined who was actually directing the counseling program or what they were using the detailed personal intelligence for. The systematic exploitation of people's mental health vulnerabilities, combined with sophisticated surveillance techniques disguised as therapy tools, suggested an organization capable of extensive manipulation and control. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's mental health needs to recruit unwitting participants in intelligence gathering operations. They understood how to use legitimate therapeutic relationships to establish trust and dependency, while using digital therapy platforms to gather comprehensive personal information about vulnerable individuals. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine need for mental health support had been transformed into participation in systematic exploitation of other people struggling with similar problems. The counseling program had been designed to identify and recruit people whose psychological vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar mental health organizations, offering innovative therapy programs that combine traditional counseling with experimental digital treatment methods. The services they describe always offer immediate access without waiting lists, always involve online components that require specialized software, and always emphasize the need for comprehensive personal disclosure. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people struggling with mental health issues have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are receiving legitimate therapeutic support, while actually participating in intelligence gathering operations that exploit their psychological vulnerabilities for criminal purposes. Look, I know how pathetic this makes me sound, but I paid someone £300 to help me find a girlfriend, not a professional matchmaker or anything legitimate like that. Just some bloke who claimed he could guarantee I'd meet someone within a month if I followed his system exactly. When you're 38 and haven't had a proper relationship in 5 years, you start believing that maybe the problem isn't them, it's you. And maybe you need professional help to figure out what you're doing wrong. I was working at a furniture warehouse in Swindon at the time, doing this sort of manual labor that doesn't exactly put you in contact with many single women. The few dating apps I'd tried had been disasters. Either I'd get no matches at all, or I'd meet someone for coffee and never hear from them again. My confidence was shot, and I was starting to think I'd just have to accept being alone forever. That's when I found the advertisement on one of those local classified websites where people sell second-hand cars and advertise handyman services. Someone calling himself Marcus was offering what he described as a comprehensive dating consultation service. He claimed to have helped dozens of men in similar situations find meaningful relationships using proven psychological techniques and strategic social planning. The advert was surprisingly detailed and professional. Marcus explained that most men failed at dating because they didn't understand modern relationship dynamics and communication patterns. His service involved analyzing personality types, developing personalized dating strategies, and providing ongoing support throughout the relationship building process. He offered a money-back guarantee and included testimonials from previous clients who claimed his methods had completely transformed their romantic lives. The price was steep, but not unreasonable compared to what some professional dating coaches charged. And the guarantee made it seem like a risk-free investment in my future happiness. I sent Marcus an email explaining my situation and asking for more details about his service. His response was prompt and professional, asking thoughtful questions about my relationship history, social activities, and personal goals. He seemed genuinely interested in understanding my specific circumstances rather than just selling a generic service. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Swindon to discuss his approach in detail. Marcus turned out to be a well-dressed man in his 40s who spoke confidently about psychology and human behavior. He asked insightful questions about my dating experiences and seemed to understand exactly what had been going wrong in my previous attempts at relationships. Marcus explained that his system was based on comprehensive analysis of online dating platforms and social media networks. He had developed techniques for identifying compatible partners and initiating conversations that would lead to meaningful connections rather than superficial interactions. The first step involved creating detailed profiles on various dating platforms using optimized photos and carefully crafted descriptions that would appeal to specific personality types. Marcus would help me identify the most promising potential partners and develop customized approaches for each individual conversation. He also offered access to exclusive dating communities that weren't available through mainstream platforms. These private networks supposedly included people who were serious about finding long-term relationships rather than casual encounters, and membership was carefully screened to ensure compatibility and genuine intentions. The exclusive communities required special software to access, and Marcos provided detailed instructions for downloading and configuring the necessary applications. He explained that privacy and security were essential for these premium dating networks, which was why they operated outside conventional internet channels. I paid the fee and began working with Marcus to develop my new dating strategy. The process was more intensive than I'd expected, involving detailed questionnaires about my personality, preferences, and relationship goals, along with extensive photo sessions and profile optimization. Marcus seemed knowledgeable about online dating dynamics and provided useful advice about presentation and communication techniques. His suggestions for improving my profiles and conversation skills were practical and well-informed, and I felt optimistic about the potential for success. The exclusive dating communities Marcus provided access to were unlike anything I'd encountered on mainstream platforms. The members seemed more sophisticated and serious about finding meaningful relationships, and the quality of conversations was significantly higher than typical dating app interactions. However, I began noticing unusual aspects of these private dating networks that didn't quite fit with Marcus's descriptions of premium relationship services. Many members seemed to have access to remarkably detailed personal information about potential partners, including details that wouldn't normally be available through dating profiles. Some conversations involved references to my employment history, living situation, and financial circumstances that I hadn't disclosed in my dating profiles. The level of background knowledge that people seemed to have about me was concerning and suggested that the dating networks had access to information sources beyond what members had voluntarily provided. When I mentioned these observations to Marcus, he explained that the exclusive dating communities conducted thorough background verification to ensure member safety and compatibility. The detailed personal information was gathered through legitimate research methods to protect members from fraud and deception. He assured me that all information was handled confidentially and used only to facilitate better matches between compatible people. The comprehensive background research was a premium service that justified the exclusive nature of these dating networks. Around the fourth week of using Marcus's service, I discovered that some of the women I was communicating with through the private dating networks were people who had been reported missing in various parts of the country. The photos and personal details in their profiles matched missing person reports that I recognized from local news coverage. The realization that I might be communicating with missing people was deeply disturbing. The exclusive dating networks appeared to include profiles of people who had disappeared from their normal lives and were possibly being held against their will or exploited in some way. When I tried to discuss this discovery with Marcus, he dismissed my concerns as misunderstanding the complex nature of online identity and privacy. He suggested that many people used alternative identities online for legitimate privacy reasons, and that assuming missing person connections was paranoid and inappropriate. He also reminded me that I had paid for his services and signed confidentiality agreements about the dating networks and techniques he had provided access to. Discussing these concerns with outside parties could violate our agreement and create legal complications for both of us. Marcus began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities that he couldn't have gathered through our dating consultation relationship. He made references to my daily routine, work schedule, and social activities that suggested he had been conducting surveillance of my personal life. This surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my communications and movements were being monitored. The same background research techniques that were supposedly being used to verify dating network members were apparently being applied to monitor my own activities. I realized that the dating service had been used to recruit me into communication with people who were being held or exploited against their will. The premium dating networks were probably fronts for human trafficking operations, and I had been unknowingly participating in communication with victims. The detailed personal information that Marcus had gathered about me during the consultation process was probably being used to assess my suitability as a potential victim or accomplice. The dating service had been a recruitment method disguised as relationship assistance. When I attempted to end my involvement with Marcus's service entirely, he pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of private dating networks and communication methods that were sensitive and potentially valuable to unauthorized parties. My participation had created ongoing security considerations that couldn't simply be dismissed. The surveillance of my personal activities continued after I tried to withdraw from the service. Marcus's organization maintained contact through various channels, occasionally sending references to my daily activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I tried reporting my suspicions to the police, but discovered that proving human trafficking based on dating service activities was extremely difficult. The consultation work had been presented as legitimate relationship advice. The dating networks could be justified as premium services, and the communication activities could be explained as normal online dating interactions. Marcus's organization continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering additional dating assistance and opportunities to access exclusive relationship networks. They seemed to view my knowledge of their operations as creating ongoing obligations that prevented me from simply walking away. I never determined the full scope of the trafficking operation or what happened to the people whose profiles I had been communicating with through the private dating networks. The combination of sophisticated recruitment methods, comprehensive surveillance capabilities, and systematic exploitation suggested an organization with significant resources and reach. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting participants in human trafficking operations by exploiting people's loneliness and relationship desires. They understood how to use legitimate-seeming dating services to recruit both victims and accomplices for criminal activities. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire for companionship had been transformed into participation in the systematic exploitation of vulnerable people who were probably as lonely and desperate as I had been. The dating service had been designed to identify and recruit people whose emotional vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar dating consultants and relationship coaches, offering guaranteed results and access to exclusive dating networks that aren't available through mainstream platforms. The services they describe always promise comprehensive background verification, always require confidentiality agreements, and always involve accessing private networks through specialized software. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other lonely people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are seeking genuine romantic connections, while actually participating in communication with trafficking victims, or being assessed for recruitment into criminal operations themselves. I wish I'd never listened to my dentist's recommendation about finding a good therapist. Dr. Matthews meant well when he suggested I might benefit from talking to someone about my anxiety, especially after I'd mentioned the panic attacks that were making it difficult to sit through dental procedures. He even gave me a specific name, Sarah Chen, a private counselor who apparently specialized in treating medical phobias and had excellent reviews from former patients. What he didn't mention was how those reviews had been collected, or why Dr. Chen's practice operated exclusively through referrals from other medical professionals. I should have been more suspicious when I couldn't find her listed with any of the usual professional bodies, or when her clinic address turned out to be a residential flat in a converted Victorian house in Oxford. But I was desperate enough for help that I overlooked the irregularities, especially when she offered evening appointments that fitted around my work schedule as a primary school teaching assistant. The first session seemed perfectly legitimate. Dr. Chen was professional and knowledgeable, asking appropriate questions about my medical history and anxiety symptoms. Her consulting room was well appointed, with the sort of comfortable chairs and neutral decor you'd expect from a private practice. She explained that her approach focused on gradual exposure therapy, combined with cognitive behavioral techniques, which sounded reasonable enough. What struck me as slightly odd was her interest in my daily routine and living situation. She spent considerable time asking about my home environment, work relationships, and social connections. When I mentioned that I lived alone in a rented cottage on the outskirts of Whitney, she made detailed notes and asked follow-up questions about my neighbors, security arrangements, and weekly schedule. I assumed this was standard practice for building a comprehensive treatment plan, but looking back, the questions were more invasive than therapeutic. She wanted to know which days I worked late, whether I had family nearby, how often I traveled overnight, the sort of information that would help someone understand my vulnerabilities rather than my psychological needs. After 3 sessions, Dr. Chen suggested that I might benefit from a more intensive treatment approach. She explained that traditional therapy could only achieve limited results within the constraints of weekly hour-long appointments, and that some patients responded better to immersive techniques that addressed anxiety triggers in more realistic settings. She offered to arrange what she called a residential assessment weekend at a specialized facility that worked with her practice. The program would involve controlled exposure to medical environments while providing intensive support and monitoring. It sounded expensive, but she assured me that the cost would be covered through a research grant she'd received for treating specific types of medical phobia. I should have researched the facility she mentioned or asked for more details about the research program, but I was so relieved to find treatment that might actually help that I agreed immediately. Dr. Chen scheduled the assessment for the following weekend and promised to send me preparation materials and location details. The information pack arrived 3 days later, delivered by hand rather than through the post. It contained a detailed schedule for the weekend program, consent forms for various treatment procedures, and directions to a private clinic located in an isolated farmhouse near Chipping Norton. Reading through the materials more carefully, I noticed several concerning details that I'd missed during our conversation. The consent forms included permission for video recording of all treatment sessions, supposedly for research purposes. There were also clauses allowing for the use of sedative medications and physical restraint procedures if patients became distressed during exposure therapy. Most troubling was a section requiring participants to surrender all personal belongings, including mobile phones and identification documents, for the duration of the program. This was explained as necessary to prevent external distractions from interfering with the therapeutic process, but it meant spending an entire weekend completely cut off from the outside world. I called Dr. Chen's office to discuss my concerns, but her receptionist explained that she was attending a conference and wouldn't be available until after the weekend. If I wanted to participate in the current research cycle, I needed to confirm my attendance by Friday afternoon. The pressure to make an immediate decision felt manipulative, but I was torn between suspicion and desperation. The panic attacks had been getting worse, affecting my ability to work and maintain normal relationships. If there was a chance this program could help, was I being paranoid to worry about administrative irregularities? I spent Thursday evening researching the facility address online, trying to find information about the clinic and its treatment programs. What I discovered was more disturbing than I'd expected. The property was registered as a private residence with no planning permission for commercial medical use. Local council records showed no registered business operating from that address, and there were no reviews or references to any clinic in the area. More concerning were several police reports from the past year involving the property. Neighbors had complained about unusual activity during weekend periods. multiple cars arriving late at night, unusual sounds, and what appeared to be security personnel patrolling the grounds. One report mentioned a woman who had approached a nearby farmhouse claiming to be lost and asking to use a phone. She appeared distressed and mentioned being taken to the property for medical treatment, but when police investigated, they found no evidence of any current activity at the clinic. The woman had provided a name and address that turned out to be false, and she disappeared before officers could conduct a follow-up interview. I tried calling Dr. Chen's office again, but the number was no longer in service. When I drove to her clinic address the next morning, I found the flat completely empty with a "To Let" sign in the window. Dr. Chen had vanished completely, along with all evidence that her practice had ever existed. That's when I started looking into how I'd found her in the first place, and what I discovered led me into the darkest corners of the internet. Dr. Matthews claimed to have no record of recommending any therapist to me, despite my clear memory of our conversation. When I pressed him for details, he seemed genuinely confused and suggested I might have misremembered our discussion about anxiety management. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew Dr. Chen had mentioned being referred specifically by dental practices in the area. Someone was running an operation that involved infiltrating medical referral networks and targeting vulnerable patients for unknown purposes. I spent the weekend researching similar cases online, following leads through various medical community boards and patient support groups. What I found were scattered reports of people who'd been referred to private practitioners who subsequently disappeared, leaving patients with unanswered questions and appointments that led nowhere. The pattern was always the same: referrals from legitimate medical professionals who later denied making any recommendations, followed by intensive assessment procedures that required patients to isolate themselves completely from external contact. None of the patients who'd attended these residential programs had posted follow-up reviews or updates about their treatment outcomes. Following these research threads led me deeper into online communities where people shared information about medical fraud and patient exploitation. Eventually, I found myself accessing hidden forums that existed beyond normal internet searches. The dark web contained entire sections dedicated to what insiders called patient acquisition services. The platforms I discovered were sophisticated marketplaces where buyers could commission the recruitment of specific types of medical patients. The services offered were presented in clinical language, but the underlying purpose was unmistakable. They were trafficking vulnerable people who sought legitimate medical help. Clients could specify their requirements in detail: age ranges, medical conditions, living situations, psychological profiles. The acquisition teams would then infiltrate appropriate medical networks, pose as legitimate practitioners, and identify suitable targets for recruitment. Dr. Chen wasn't a real therapist. She was part of a systematic operation that identified isolated, vulnerable patients and delivered them to clients who paid substantial sums for access to people with specific characteristics. The residential assessment weekends weren't treatment programs. They were handover procedures where acquired patients were transferred to buyers who had commissioned their recruitment. I found discussion threads where clients shared their experiences with different acquisition services, rating them based on the quality of their targeting and the effectiveness of their recruitment methods. The language was casual and commercial, discussing human beings as if they were products being purchased for specific purposes. Some clients appeared to be running unauthorized medical experiments, seeking patients with particular conditions for research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate channels. Others seemed to have psychological motivations that were harder to categorize, but far more disturbing. There were conversations about clients who enjoyed the process of gradually breaking down their acquired subject's sense of reality, using medical authority and isolation to create complete psychological dependence. The patients were kept in controlled environments where their previous lives were systematically erased, replaced with artificial relationships and manufactured realities. What made it worse was the realization that many patients never understood what had happened to them. The acquisition process was designed to feel legitimate until the final handover, when it was too late to escape or seek help. By then, they were completely isolated and dependent on their captors for basic survival. I thought about the consent forms I'd nearly signed, authorizing sedation and restraint procedures, about the requirement to surrender all personal belongings and identification, about spending a weekend in a remote location with no external contact, trusting people whose identities and qualifications were entirely fabricated. If I'd attended that residential assessment, I would have disappeared completely. My colleagues would have assumed I'd left my job without notice. My landlord would have thought I'd abandoned my tenancy, and my few casual friends would have gradually forgotten about me. There would have been no investigation because there would have been no obvious crime. Just another isolated person who'd chosen to start a new life elsewhere without maintaining previous relationships. The discussion forums contained detailed breakdowns of successful acquisition operations, including patient profiles and outcome summaries. Reading through these accounts, I recognized several names from missing person appeals I'd seen over the past year. Young adults with medical conditions, mental health issues, or social isolation problems. People who'd been seeking legitimate help and had instead been targeted by acquisition teams that identified them as suitable products for specific clients. The efficiency of the operation was terrifying. They had infiltrated medical referral networks across multiple cities, building comprehensive databases of potential targets and their psychological vulnerabilities. When clients commissioned specific acquisitions, the teams could identify and recruit suitable patients within weeks. Dr. Chen had been conducting market research during our sessions, assessing my suitability for particular client requirements. The questions about my living situation and social connections weren't therapeutic. They were determining how easily I could be made to disappear without investigation. But what disturbed me most was discovering how close I'd come to being successfully acquired. The residential assessment had been scheduled for the weekend before I'd started asking questions, and my name appeared in several client discussion threads as a confirmed delivery for a buyer who specialized in collecting patients with specific anxiety disorders. Someone had already paid for me. The acquisition team had spent weeks building my trust and preparing for handover when my last-minute research had disrupted their timeline. But they hadn't cancelled the operation. They'd simply postponed it while they regrouped and planned alternative approaches. My name was still listed in their active acquisition database, marked as a priority target for re-engagement. I've been watching for signs of renewed contact ever since, but the approaches have become more subtle. Medical professionals I've never met have called to follow up on appointments I never made. Healthcare providers have sent appointment reminders for services I never requested. Prescription medications have been delivered to my address for conditions I don't have. They're rebuilding their profile of me through different channels, gathering updated information about my daily routine and current vulnerabilities, preparing for another acquisition attempt that will be hard to detect and more difficult to escape. The most disturbing realization is that legitimate medical professionals might be unknowingly facilitating these operations. The acquisition teams are sophisticated enough to infiltrate real healthcare systems, using genuine medical credentials to make their recruitment approaches appear authentic. Dr. Matthews probably did recommend Dr. Chen, but his patient management system had been compromised to insert false referral records. The recommendation felt legitimate because it was processed through legitimate channels that had been corrupted without his knowledge. This means the entire healthcare system could be compromised, with acquisition teams using trusted medical networks to identify and recruit vulnerable patients for clients who remain completely anonymous. I've tried reporting what I've discovered to various authorities, but explaining dark web marketplaces and patient acquisition services sounds like paranoid fantasy when described to people who haven't seen the evidence themselves. The platforms I accessed have since changed their addresses and access requirements, making verification impossible. All I can do is remain vigilant for signs of renewed contact and hope that sharing this account might help other people recognize similar approaches before it's too late. But I know they haven't given up on acquiring me. The client who commissioned my recruitment has paid significant money for someone with my specific profile, and these operations don't abandon expensive investments easily. They're still out there, watching my medical records and monitoring my healthcare contacts, waiting for the right opportunity to complete the acquisition they've already paid for. The next time a medical professional recommends a specialist I've never heard of, or when I receive unexpected healthcare correspondence, I'll know what it really means. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. Even now, months later, I find myself looking over my shoulder when I walk to the corner shop or checking the locks twice before bed. But I suppose someone should know what happened, and writing it down makes it feel less like something I imagined. It started with boredom, really, the kind of restless curiosity that hits you when you're stuck in a bedsit in Birmingham with nothing but a laptop and too much time on your hands. I'd been made redundant from my job at the council offices, and whilst I was applying for new positions during the day, the evenings stretched endlessly ahead of me. I'd heard about the dark web, of course. Everyone has. The hidden internet where you can supposedly find anything if you know where to look. Not that I was after anything particularly sinister. I wasn't trying to buy illegal substances or hire an assassin. I was just curious about what was actually there, beneath all the sensationalist headlines and urban legends. Getting access wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. A few searches on regular Google led me to the necessary software, and within an hour I was browsing sites with addresses that looked like random strings of letters and numbers. Most of it was disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy, marketplaces selling perfectly legal items, and a lot of broken links. But there was one site that caught my attention. It had a simple black background with white text, and it was called The Registry. At first glance, it looked like some sort of directory or database. The homepage was sparse, just a search box, and a brief description explaining that it was a comprehensive listing service for various purposes. I spent several evenings browsing through the registry's categories. There were sections for services, products, information exchanges, all described in deliberately vague language that could have meant anything. It reminded me of classified ads from local newspapers, the sort where people advertise household items for sale, but use oddly formal language that makes you wonder what they're really offering. The section that drew me in was labeled simply as personal records. When I clicked on it, I found what appeared to be a vast collection of detailed profiles. Each entry contained a photograph and extensive personal information. Full names, addresses, daily routines, family members, workplace details, even seemingly random observations about habits and preferences. I initially assumed these were fictional profiles, perhaps for creative writing projects or role-playing games. The level of detail was impressive. One entry described a woman named Sarah Thompson from Leeds, including her regular coffee shop, her mother's maiden name, her habit of leaving her kitchen window slightly open overnight, and the fact that she always took the same route home from her job at a local library. The photographs looked genuine rather than stock images. They showed ordinary people going about their daily business. A man unlocking his car, a woman walking her dog, someone collecting posts from their doorstep. The quality suggested they'd been taken with a decent camera from a reasonable distance, not the blurry surveillance footage you might expect. What made me uncomfortable was how current everything seemed. The clothing in the photos looked contemporary, and many of the entries included recent details like started new position at Morrison's last month, or recently moved to ground floor flat due to mobility issues. These weren't historical records or fictional creations. They appeared to document real people living real lives right now. I started searching for familiar names, just out of curiosity. I tried my own name first, then my former colleagues from the council office. Nothing came up for me, but I found an entry for Trevor Walsh, who'd worked in accounts before I was made redundant. His profile included his home address in Erdington, details about his divorced status, and even mentioned that he'd started wearing reading glasses in the past year. The photograph showed Trevor walking out of our old office building. I recognized the distinctive red brick facade and the car park where I used to eat my lunch. The image had clearly been taken some time after I left, because Trevor was wearing a jacket I'd never seen him in before. I should have stopped looking then. Should have closed the laptop and found something else to occupy my evenings. But there's something compulsive about discovering information you're not supposed to have access to. It's like reading someone else's diary or overhearing a private telephone conversation. Morally questionable, but difficult to resist. I began searching for other people I knew. My former neighbors, old school friends, relatives I'd lost touch with over the years. Most searches came up empty, but occasionally I'd find a match that made my skin crawl. My cousin Linda appeared in the database. She lived in Wolverhampton with her husband and 2 teenage daughters, and according to her profile, she was struggling financially since her husband's hours had been cut at the factory. The entry included photographs of her house, not just the street view, but images that appeared to have been taken from her back garden, showing the kitchen window and the door to her utility room. More disturbing still was a section titled Behavioral Observations. This contained detailed notes about Linda's routines, written in a clinical, detached style. It mentioned that she usually left for work at 8:15, that she had a habit of checking her phone while waiting for buses, and that she often stayed up late watching television when her family had gone to bed. I wanted to warn Linda, but how could I explain how I discovered this information? How do you tell someone that their private life is being documented by strangers on the dark web without admitting that you've been browsing these sites yourself? Instead, I kept searching. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I'd eventually find a way to report this to the authorities once I understood the scale of what I was looking at. But really, I think I was just horrified enough to be fascinated. The database was enormous. I could spend hours clicking through profiles of people from across the UK, each one containing intimate details about their lives, relationships, and vulnerabilities. There were elderly people living alone, single parents struggling to manage work and childcare, individuals dealing with health problems or financial difficulties. What struck me most was how ordinary these people were. These weren't celebrities or public figures whose lives might be considered fair game for scrutiny. They were postmen and shop assistants and retired teachers. People who'd never done anything to attract attention or invite surveillance. After about a week of browsing through the registry, I noticed something that made me stop clicking for several minutes. At the bottom of each profile page was a small line of text I'd previously overlooked. It read, "Last updated," followed by a date and timestamp. All the profiles I'd been viewing had been updated within the past month. Many had been updated within the past week. Some had timestamps from just days earlier. This wasn't historical data or information compiled from public records. Someone was actively maintaining these profiles, adding new photographs and updating personal details on a regular basis. Someone was watching these people, documenting their lives, and keeping meticulous records of their activities and habits. I started paying closer attention to the update timestamps. Linda's profile had been refreshed 3 days ago. Trevor's had been updated the previous afternoon. These weren't casual observations gathered occasionally. They were the result of systematic, ongoing surveillance. The implications were staggering. Hundreds, possibly thousands of ordinary people were being monitored without their knowledge. Someone was tracking their movements, photographing their homes, and building detailed databases of their personal information. I began to wonder about the purpose behind all this surveillance. The registry wasn't presenting itself as a law enforcement database or a legitimate business directory. It existed on the dark web for a reason, and that reason clearly wasn't benevolent. The profiles reminded me of target assessments, the kind of detailed intelligence gathering that would be useful if you wanted to manipulate, blackmail, or harm someone. Each entry contained exactly the sort of information a stalker or burglar would find valuable. When people were home alone, which windows they left unlocked, what their financial vulnerabilities might be. One evening, whilst browsing through profiles of people from Manchester, I came across an entry that made me feel physically sick. The photograph showed a young woman I recognized from a true crime documentary I'd watched several months earlier. She'd been murdered in her flat last year, and the case had received significant media coverage because the killer had never been caught. But here she was in the registry, with a profile that had been created weeks before her death. The entry contained detailed information about her daily routine, her work schedule, and even mentioned that she often forgot to lock her patio door when she came home from evening shifts. The profile's final update had occurred 2 days before her murder. I stared at that timestamp for a long time, trying to convince myself there was some innocent explanation. Perhaps the database had been compiled from newspaper reports after the fact, or maybe the timestamps were inaccurate. But the level of personal detail in her profile was far more extensive than anything that had appeared in the media coverage of her death. I started searching for other names from news reports, focusing on unsolved cases from the past couple of years. I found 3 more matches, all victims of crimes that had attracted media attention, all with profiles that predated their deaths by weeks or months. The evidence was circumstantial but disturbing. Either the registry was documenting potential victims before crimes occurred, or it was being used by people who went on to commit those crimes. I should have contacted the police immediately, should have printed screenshots and taken my concerns to the authorities, regardless of how I discovered the information. But I was paralyzed by the implications of what I'd found and uncertain whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I kept returning to the registry night after night, compulsively searching for new entries and monitoring the updates to existing profiles. I told myself I was conducting my own investigation, but really, I think I was just trapped in a cycle of morbid fascination. Then, on a Thursday evening in late November, I searched for my own name again. This time, there was a match. My profile included my current address in Birmingham, a recent photograph of me leaving the local supermarket, and detailed information about my daily habits. The entry mentioned my recent redundancy, my evening walks to the corner shop, and even noted that I tended to stay up late using my laptop. The behavioral observations section contained information that no casual observer could have gathered. It mentioned that I usually left my bedroom window slightly open at night, that I had a habit of checking my phone immediately after waking up, and that I often ordered takeaway food on Friday evenings. Most disturbing of all was a note about my browsing habits. The profile mentioned that I spent considerable time online in the evenings and had recently begun accessing restricted areas of the internet. They knew I'd been using the dark web. They knew I'd found the registry. The timestamp showed that my profile had been updated that morning. I closed the laptop immediately and spent the rest of the evening checking the locks on my door and windows, peering through the curtains to see if anyone was watching the building. Every sound from the street made me jump, and I found myself wondering how long I'd been under surveillance without realizing it. The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. I stopped going for evening walks and started varying my routine as much as possible. I ordered groceries online instead of visiting the shops, and I avoided using my laptop after dark in case someone could see the glow from my window. But I couldn't stop thinking about the registry and all those other profiles I'd seen. Hundreds of people were being watched and documented, and some of them might be in genuine danger. My own fear was insignificant compared to the broader implications of what I'd discovered. I decided to contact the police. I prepared a detailed statement explaining how I'd found the database, including screenshots and specific examples of profiles that corresponded with unsolved crimes. I even researched which department would be most appropriate for handling this kind of evidence. Before submitting my report, I decided to check the registry one final time to ensure my information was current and accurate. My profile had been updated again. This time, the entry included a note that I had been preparing to contact law enforcement authorities. It mentioned specific details about my planned report, including the names of the victims I'd identified and the evidence I'd gathered. The timestamp was from less than an hour earlier. Someone had been monitoring my online activities in real time. They knew exactly what I was planning to do, and they documented it in my profile before I'd even made my decision final. I deleted my prepared statement and closed my laptop. I've barely used it since, except to apply for jobs and handle essential business. I found new employment within a few weeks, and I've tried to rebuild some semblance of a normal routine, but I still think about the registry constantly. I wonder whether those profiles are still being maintained, whether new entries are being added, and whether the information is being used for the purposes I suspect. I wonder whether other people have discovered the database and what they've done with that knowledge. Most of all, I wonder whether my own profile is still there, still being updated with observations about my current behavior and activities. Whether someone is still watching me, documenting my attempts to move on and forget what I found. I suppose I'll never know for certain. And perhaps that's the most disturbing part of all. The knowledge that this surveillance could continue indefinitely, invisible and undetectable, until someone decides to act on the information they've gathered. I've never tried to access the registry again, and I've no intention of doing so. But sometimes, when I'm walking to work or sitting in my flat in the evening, I catch myself wondering whether someone is watching me, adding new observations to my profile, noting my continued attempts to live a quiet, unremarkable life. The thought that my efforts to remain invisible might themselves be worth documenting is perhaps the most unsettling realization of all. If someone told you that ordering a pizza could ruin your life, you'd probably laugh. I would have too, until 3 months ago. Now, I'm sitting in a Greasy Spoon cafe in Blackpool at midnight, watching every person who walks through the door and wondering which one might be here for me. Tomorrow marks exactly 90 days since I saw something I shouldn't have seen, and apparently that's significant to the people who've been watching me ever since. I'm a delivery driver for Domino's in Manchester. Have been for about 2 years now. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills and gives me flexible hours while I try to figure out what to do with my life. Most nights are routine. Pick up orders, follow the sat-nav, hand over food, collect payment, move on to the next address. You develop a rhythm. You stop really thinking about the job and just go through the motions. The night everything changed started like any other. Friday evening rush, orders backing up, everyone wanting food delivered to their homes or offices. I'd been doing runs for about 4 hours when I got an order for an industrial estate on the outskirts of Salford. It wasn't unusual. Lots of businesses operate out of those converted warehouses, and people working late shifts often order in. The address led me to a nondescript building with a loading bay and a few cars parked outside. The order was for 6 large pizzas, which suggested either a late meeting or people pulling an all-nighter. I rang the number provided, and someone told me to bring the food to a side entrance marked Studio B. They said the door would be propped open. When I found the entrance, the door was indeed ajar. I called out that I had a delivery but got no response. The hallway beyond was dimly lit, and I could hear sounds deeper in the building, voices, movement, electronic equipment humming. I followed the sounds, carrying the pizza bags, assuming I'd find whoever had ordered the food. The corridor led to another door that was slightly open. Through the gap, I could see bright lighting and what looked like filming equipment. I knocked and announced the delivery again, but the sounds from inside continued without acknowledgement. Thinking they might not have heard me over their work, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. I found myself in a converted warehouse space set up like a film studio. Professional lighting rigs, multiple cameras on tripods, computer monitors showing different camera angles. But what I saw in the center of the room made me freeze. There was a person strapped to a metal table, conscious but clearly distressed. Around them stood several people wearing surgical masks and disposable coveralls. One was adjusting camera angles, while another was checking what appeared to be medical instruments laid out on a nearby tray. Off to one side, someone was monitoring multiple computer screens showing chat windows and what looked like payment processing interfaces. The whole scene had a clinical, organized quality that made it somehow more disturbing than if it had appeared chaotic or improvised. These people knew exactly what they were doing. This was planned, prepared, professional. I must have made a sound, dropped the pizza bags or gasped, because suddenly everyone in the room turned to look at me. For a moment, nobody moved. Then one of them, a woman in scrubs, walked toward me very calmly. She asked if I was the food delivery, as if finding me there was perfectly normal. I mumbled something about the pizzas and started backing toward the door, but she gestured for me to wait. She explained that they were filming a medical training video and didn't want to break character. She asked me to leave the food by the door and said they'd sort out payment later. Her manner was so casual, so reasonable, that for a moment I almost believed her explanation. But then I glanced at the monitors showing the chat windows. Messages were scrolling by too fast to read properly, but I caught fragments about blood, slow cutting, and increase the payment. These weren't medical training discussions, and the person on the table wasn't acting. their fear was real. I left the pizzas and backed out of the room, my heart hammering. In the corridor, I could hear the woman talking to the others, though I couldn't make out words. I walked quickly back to my car, trying to process what I'd witnessed. Part of me wondered if I'd misunderstood the situation. Maybe it was an elaborate movie set or some kind of extreme performance art. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I sat in my car for several minutes, trying to decide what to do. I considered calling the police immediately, but what would I tell them? That I'd seen people in medical attire around someone on a table. That seemed like filming equipment. Without clear evidence of an actual crime in progress, I wasn't sure they'd take me seriously. Instead, I decided to finish my shift and report it the next day, when I could think clearly about exactly what I'd witnessed. I drove away from the industrial estate, completed my remaining deliveries, and went home. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that person on the table and those clinical, organized preparations. The next morning, I called the police and reported what I'd seen. They took my statement and said they'd investigate. I gave them the address, described the setup, explained why I thought something illegal might have been happening. The officer seemed to take it seriously and said they'd follow up with me. 2 days later, they called to tell me they'd visited the location. The building was empty. No equipment, no furniture, no evidence that anything had taken place there. The property manager said the space had been vacant for several months. There was no record of anyone renting studio space or filming permits being issued. The police seemed to think I'd either gotten the wrong address or misunderstood what I'd seen. They suggested that stress from working late shifts might have caused me to misinterpret an innocent situation. The investigation was closed, but I knew what I'd seen, and apparently so did the people I'd interrupted. The first sign that they knew who I was came a week later. I received a pizza order on my delivery app, but when I arrived at the address, no one was home. The order had been paid for in advance, including a generous tip. Attached to the order was a note thanking me for my discretion and suggesting that some things were better left unreported. Over the following weeks, I noticed things that were individually small, but collectively unsettling. The same car appearing in my rearview mirror during multiple shifts. People photographing me while I made deliveries. Orders that would take me to locations where no one was waiting, but where I'd noticed someone watching from a distance. I started varying my routes home and taking different approaches to delivery addresses. But the surveillance continued, sometimes subtle. A person reading a newspaper looked up as I passed. Sometimes more obvious, cars following me for several streets before turning away. The most disturbing incident came about 6 weeks after that night. I received an order for my own address. When I checked the system, it showed my flat number, my postcode, everything correct. The order was for one large pizza with a note in the special instructions field. You were very helpful that night. Hope you're enjoying your work. I didn't deliver to my own address, obviously. Instead, I called in sick for the rest of the week and stayed with a mate in Liverpool. But when I returned home, I found the pizza box outside my door anyway. Inside, instead of food, was a USB drive and a printed note with a web address. I almost threw it away without looking, almost convinced myself to ignore it and hope they'd lose interest. But something compelled me to check what was on the drive, perhaps hoping for evidence I could take to the police. The drive contained a single video file. When I played it, I recognized the same warehouse space I'd interrupted weeks earlier. But now the setup was different, more elaborate. multiple camera angles showing a room prepared for what was clearly not a medical training exercise. In the corner of the video was a viewer counter showing thousands of people watching live. But what made my blood run cold was seeing myself in the footage. The video showed me entering the room with the pizza bags, surveying the scene, backing toward the door. My face was clearly visible. Someone had been filming the entire time, even during what I thought was an unexpected interruption. At the bottom of the video was text, "Witness recruitment successful, training complete, event scheduling in progress." I understood then that my stumbling across their operation hadn't been an accident. The pizza order, the open doors, the lack of response when I called out, it had all been orchestrated. They'd wanted someone to find them. They'd wanted a witness. And they'd specifically wanted me. I still don't understand why. Maybe they needed someone with regular access to different locations around the city. Maybe they wanted a delivery driver who already had reasons to be driving around at night. Maybe it was just random selection, and I was unlucky enough to be the one who picked up that particular order. Since then, the surveillance has intensified. I've spotted the same faces in different locations across Manchester. People who seem to know my schedule better than I do. I've received more mysterious pizza orders that lead nowhere. But now they come with messages about preparation phases and final scheduling. 3 days ago, I received the most explicit message yet. Another USB drive, this time delivered directly to my workplace. Inside was a video showing an empty room similar to the one I'd first discovered, but clearly in a different location. Concrete walls, better lighting, professional camera equipment, and in the corner, a countdown timer showing less than a week remaining. Below the video was an address in Blackpool and a date, tomorrow night. The message explained that my witness period was concluding and that it was time for me to transition to participant status. They provided details about travel arrangements, timing, and what they called viewer engagement protocols. They also mentioned that they'd identified my family members and knew their locations and routines. My sister in Leeds, my parents in their retirement flat, my nephew's school route. The implication was clear. Cooperation wasn't optional. I left Manchester immediately after receiving that message, took what cash I had and caught the first train to somewhere else. But Blackpool keeps calling to me. The address they provided, the appointment time tomorrow evening, the knowledge that thousands of people are already gathering online to watch whatever they have planned. I've tried going to different police stations in different cities, but without concrete evidence of immediate danger, and with my previous report having led nowhere, they treat me like someone having a mental health crisis. One officer suggested I seek counseling for work-related stress. The worst part is knowing that this whole system relies on witnesses like me, people who stumble into their operations and then become part of them. The cycle continues because each witness eventually becomes a participant, and each participant helps recruit the next witness. I think about that person I saw on the table months ago. Were they once a delivery driver who saw something they shouldn't have seen? A cleaner who walked into the wrong room? A maintenance worker who arrived at an inconvenient time? Everyone who ends up in those rooms probably started as an innocent bystander who witnessed something terrible. The counter on the latest video now shows tens of thousands of viewers waiting for tomorrow's event. People who've paid to watch, who can interact with what happens, who can influence the proceedings through their participation. I'm not just going to be a victim, I'm going to be entertainment. I keep thinking I should run further, get on another train, go to Scotland, leave the country if I can. But they found my family's information so easily. They tracked me across a city for months. How far could I really get before they'd find me again? The time is rapidly approaching. Less than 18 hours now. I should be terrified, but mostly I feel resigned. This was always where it was heading from the moment I walked into that warehouse with a pizza delivery. Everything since then has just been an extended preparation period, training me for this final role. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch me transition from witness to participant. The delivery driver who brought food to the wrong address will become the entertainment for those who've been preparing for this moment as long as I've been dreading it. And I suppose I should have just left the pizzas in the corridor and walked away without investigating further. But curiosity has consequences, and sometimes the price of satisfying that curiosity is becoming the subject of someone else's. The countdown continues, the viewers await, and I still have a few hours to decide whether to run or to show up at that address tomorrow night. I needed some extra money while I was at university, so I started tutoring kids online. At the time, it seemed harmless enough. Being a student in London meant living on about £20 a week after rent and bills. So when I saw an advert for online tutoring that paid £15 an hour, I jumped at it. I was studying English literature at King's College, decent enough grades, and I'd always been good at explaining things to people. It appeared to be an easy way for me to earn money while working from my cramped dorm room. The website looked professional. Clean design, proper company registration details, even testimonials from parents talking about how much their children's grades had improved. They specialized in one-to-one tutoring for secondary school students who were struggling with English, history, and similar subjects. Nothing that required specialized qualifications, just patience and the ability to help teenagers understand their coursework. The application process was straightforward enough. I submitted my university details, uploaded copies of my A-level certificates, wrote a brief explanation of why I wanted to tutor students. Within a couple of days, I got an email saying I'd been accepted and could start taking on pupils immediately. The system worked through video calls scheduled at times that suited both the student and tutor. Parents would book sessions through the website, pay in advance, and the company would take a small commission while passing the majority of the fee directly to the tutor. Everything seemed legitimate and well organized. My first few students were exactly what I'd expected. Teenagers from middle-class families whose parents were worried about their GCSE results. Most of the students were pleasant, but they were having difficulties with essay writing and literary analysis. The sessions went well, and I started getting positive feedback from both students and their parents. But after a few weeks, I began noticing some odd things about the platform. The technical setup was more sophisticated than it needed to be for simple tutoring sessions. The video calling software had features I'd never seen before. Multiple camera angles, audio recording capabilities, even options for screen sharing that seemed designed for much more complex interactions than homework help. More concerning was the level of security around the sessions. Students and tutors were both required to use specific software that could only be downloaded from the company's website. The program included identity verification features that took photographs during each session, supposedly to ensure that the registered tutor was actually the person conducting the lesson. But the software also monitored much more than that. It tracked everything happening on my computer during sessions, which programs were running, what websites I had open, even how I was interacting with the tutoring platform. When I asked the support team about this, they said it was standard security practice to prevent fraud and ensure the quality of their educational services. The students I was assigned also seemed carefully selected in ways that didn't quite make sense for a random tutoring service. They were all roughly the same age, around 14 or 15, and came from similar backgrounds, well-spoken, articulate, from families that clearly had money, but weren't necessarily academic high achievers. What struck me as particularly odd was that none of them seemed to have friends or siblings who might also benefit from tutoring. Usually, if a service worked well for one child in a family, parents would recommend it to other families or sign up additional children. But every student I worked with appeared to be an only child from a household where tutoring was treated as a very private arrangement. The sessions themselves were also structured differently than I'd expected. Rather than focusing purely on academic subjects, there was always a significant amount of general conversation. Students were encouraged to talk about their daily routines, their family life, their interests and hobbies. The company's training materials emphasized the importance of building rapport and understanding each student's personal circumstances. Initially, I thought this was just good educational practice. Understanding a student's background helps you tailor your teaching approach. But gradually, I realized the conversations were following very specific patterns, with students being guided to reveal detailed information about their home lives, family relationships, and daily schedules. The company provided detailed session reports that tutors were required to complete after each lesson. These reports included not just academic progress, but comprehensive notes about what the student had discussed regarding their personal life, where they lived, what their parents did for work, what activities they participated in outside school, even details about family holidays and social events. When I questioned why this level of personal information was necessary for tutoring sessions, the company explained that they were building comprehensive learner profiles to help match students with the most suitable educational approaches. Understanding a child's complete circumstances allowed them to provide more effective support and identify potential barriers to academic success. But the more sessions I conducted, the more uncomfortable I became with the amount of personal information I was gathering about these teenagers. Some of them were incredibly open about details that seemed far too private to be relevant to their education. Family arguments, financial problems, even information about when their parents would be away from home. I started paying closer attention to the other tutors working for the platform, trying to understand whether they were having similar experiences. The company had a private discussion area where tutors could share teaching tips and support each other. But most of the conversations felt oddly scripted and superficial. When I tried asking direct questions about the personal information requirements or the unusual technical setup, other tutors either didn't respond or gave answers that sounded like they were reading from company training materials. Nobody seemed willing to discuss any concerns about the platform's practices or policies. That's when I started looking more carefully at the company itself. The business registration details were legitimate, but when I tried researching the company's history and background, I found very little information. They claimed to have been operating for several years and to work with hundreds of families, but there was almost no online presence beyond their official website. More troubling was the discovery that the company was registered as providing educational consulting and family support services, rather than simple tutoring. The business description suggested they offered much more comprehensive services than just academic support, including what they called youth development programs and family liaison services. When I searched for these broader service categories, I found connections to organizations that specialized in working with vulnerable young people. Some appeared to be legitimate charities and social services, but others were more difficult to categorize. Companies that offered intervention services and family mediation without clearly explaining what those services actually involved. The most disturbing discovery was that some of the families using the tutoring service weren't paying the fees themselves. Instead, payments were being made by third-party organizations that seemed to specialize in providing support to families going through difficult circumstances. Social services departments, family courts, and even seemingly private investigators were involved. I tried accessing some of the session recordings to review what information I'd actually been collecting from students. The company claimed that all sessions were recorded for quality assurance purposes, and tutors were supposed to be able to access their own recordings for professional development. But when I logged into the system, I discovered that the recordings contained much more than just the video calls I'd been conducting. The software had been capturing audio from my computer's microphone throughout entire sessions, including conversations I'd had with flatmates and phone calls I'd made while the tutoring program was running in the background. Even more concerning was evidence that the program had been accessing my computer's camera and microphone outside of scheduled tutoring sessions. There were recordings of me in my room when I thought I was completely private, captured during times when I hadn't been logged into the tutoring platform at all. The company had essentially turned every tutor's computer into a surveillance device, monitoring our personal lives as comprehensively as we were monitoring the students we were supposed to be helping. I immediately stopped conducting sessions and tried to uninstall the tutoring software from my computer. But the program had embedded itself much more deeply into my system than a simple application should have been able to do. Even after following the official uninstallation process, I could see that components of the software were still running and potentially still monitoring my activities. When I contacted the company to demand an explanation and request immediate termination of my account, I received an automated response explaining that tutors were required to give 30 days notice before ending their contracts. During this notice period, they would remain responsible for any students they'd been working with and would need to complete detailed handover reports for each pupil. The handover reports required comprehensive summaries of everything I'd learned about each student's personal circumstances, family background, and daily routine. Essentially, the company required me to compile detailed profiles for whoever would take over their educational support. I refused to complete the handover reports and demanded immediate account closure. But the company's response was much more threatening than I'd expected. They reminded me that I'd signed detailed contracts when joining their platform, including clauses about confidentiality and data protection responsibilities. More specifically, they pointed out that I now had access to sensitive information about multiple minors and their families. If this information was misused or disclosed inappropriately, there could be serious legal consequences for everyone involved. The company had a responsibility to ensure that all personal data collected through their platform was handled properly and securely. The implication was clear. If I tried to expose what I discovered about their operations, they would claim I was violating the privacy of the children I'd been tutoring. The families who trusted me with information about their personal lives could potentially take legal action if they discovered I'd been sharing details about their circumstances with unauthorized parties. I was trapped by the same surveillance system I'd been unknowingly helping to operate. I tried researching what had happened to other tutors who'd worked for the platform, looking for anyone who might have spoken publicly about similar experiences. But I could find almost no trace of former employees or any discussions about the company's practices beyond their official marketing materials. Either previous tutors had been convinced to stay quiet through similar threats, or something had happened to prevent them from sharing their experiences. The few references I could find to people who'd worked for the company suggested they'd simply moved on to other jobs without making any public statements about their time as tutors. The most disturbing possibility was that the tutoring service was just the visible front for a much larger operation, that the detailed personal information being gathered about students and their families was being used for purposes that had nothing to do with education. Young people from wealthy families would be valuable targets for various types of criminal activity: kidnapping, burglary, identity theft, or even more sophisticated fraud schemes that required detailed knowledge of family circumstances and routines. The company had found a way to systematically gather intelligence about potential victims while maintaining complete legitimacy. Parents were voluntarily paying for a service that gave strangers comprehensive access to their children and detailed information about their family lives. And the tutors, like me, were unknowingly collecting the information that made these families vulnerable to whatever the company's real clients had planned for them. I still don't know what happened to the students I was tutoring or whether their families ever realized what kind of information they'd been sharing. The tutoring platform is still operating, still recruiting new tutors and signing up new families who think they're just getting help with their children's education. But I've never been able to completely remove their surveillance software from my computer. Sometimes I catch glimpses of processes running that shouldn't be there, or notice that my microphone has been active when I haven't been using any applications that should require it. The company claimed they'd closed my account and deleted all associated data, but I suspect they're still monitoring my activities, making sure I don't try to warn potential victims or expose what I discovered about their operations. After all, I now know exactly how their system works and what kind of information they're really collecting. That makes me either a valuable asset or a dangerous liability, depending on whether they think I can be trusted to stay quiet. And given what I've learned about how they operate, I'm not sure which category is more frightening to be placed in. The human mind has a terrible habit of wandering into places it shouldn't go. Mine certainly did. 78 days ago, I was just another burned-out journalism student at the University of Manchester, drowning in student debt and desperate for a dissertation that might actually matter. Now I'm writing this from a service station somewhere in Wales, looking over my shoulder every 30 seconds, convinced that thousands of invisible eyes are tracking my every move. And the worst part? I brought this all on myself with nothing more than curiosity and an investigation into internet urban legends that turned out to be horrifyingly real. I work at a small online news outlet in Leeds. Nothing special, just writing clickbait articles and repackaging trending stories when I'm not working on my dissertation about the dark corners of internet culture. The job barely paid the rent for my dingy flat in Headingley, which is probably why I developed an obsession with investigating internet urban legends for my dissertation. I wanted a breakthrough story, something that would get me noticed. My girlfriend used to warn me about going too deep into those rabbit holes before she moved to Edinburgh for her dream job. Now it's just me, my research notes, and too much time on my hands. The first time I accessed the dark web, it was underwhelming. Most of the sites were just marketplaces for drugs or counterfeit goods, nothing you wouldn't expect. Forums discussing privacy rights, whistleblower platforms. I was specifically researching the myth of red rooms for my thesis, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even influence. Every expert I'd interviewed insisted they were just urban legends, no actual evidence of their existence. The ultimate internet boogeyman story. For 3 months I just observed, following forum threads and communicating with anonymous sources who claimed to have witnessed these broadcasts. Most were obviously lying, embellishing stories they'd heard elsewhere. I created a detailed map of these claims, tracking patterns and inconsistencies, looking for anything that might suggest truth behind the myths. I never participated in anything illegal. I just watched, collected testimonies, told myself it was all for academic research and journalism. That's when I found the first breadcrumb. It wasn't even from the dark web, but from a message board dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. A user with no posting history had responded to a thread debunking red rooms. The post contained nothing but a string of characters that looked like an encryption key. Others in the thread dismissed it as trolling, but something about it caught my attention. The format was unlike anything I'd seen before. Not a standard URL or a simple cipher. I should have left it alone. I know that now. But at the time, I convinced myself that following this lead was important for my thesis, for exposing the truth about internet urban legends. So I copied the string and spent about a week analyzing it, eventually determining it was a complex access token for a hidden service. When I finally used the key, it brought me to what looked like a waiting room, just a black page with a counter showing 9,412 and slowly ticking up. No other information, no links, no way to interact with it. I observed it for days, watching the number climb to just over 10,000 before the page suddenly changed. The new page contained only a message: observer status granted. Below it was a countdown timer set to 72 hours and a Bitcoin wallet address. The message explained that to maintain observer status, a contribution of 0.05 Bitcoin was required before the timer expired. Not a huge amount, about $1,800 at the time, but not insignificant either. I almost closed the window right then. This was clearly heading into territory I didn't want to be involved with, but a part of me, the part that couldn't stop wondering what was behind all these layers, kept the tab open. I didn't send any Bitcoin, obviously. I just watched the timer count down, curious about what would happen when it reached zero. Nothing happened when the timer expired. The page simply refreshed to show the same waiting room with the counter I'd seen before, now at around 11,000. I figured that was it. I'd been denied access for not paying and was bumped back to the beginning. Fine by me. I actually felt relieved and went to bed resolving to drop this whole exploration. The next morning, I woke up to an email from an address consisting of random characters. No subject line. The body contained only the same Bitcoin wallet address from the website and the words, "Final notice, 24 hours." I hadn't given my email to anyone. I hadn't logged into anything. There was no way they should have been able to connect my browsing to my personal email. I checked my system for malware, ran multiple scans, reviewed my network logs. Nothing unusual appeared. I changed all my passwords, enabled two-factor authentication everywhere it wasn't already active, and even reformatted my main computer. The email bothered me more than I wanted to admit, not because of the implied threat, but because it meant my security had been compromised somehow. That evening, I received a text message from an unknown number. It consisted of 5 words: "We see you, observer." I blocked the number immediately, then spent hours checking my apartment for hidden cameras or signs of intrusion. Finding nothing, I convinced myself it was just an intimidation tactic, probably automated to scare people into paying. I didn't sleep well that night, or the night after. By the 3rd day, when the 24 hours had long expired, I started to relax slightly. Nothing had happened. No more messages. I went to work, came home, ordered takeout. Normal life resumed. Until I received a package. It arrived on my doorstep with no postage or shipping label, just a small brown box sealed with clear packing tape. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note with 7 words, from one observer to another. Your choice. I didn't plug in the drive. I'm not an idiot. Instead, I used an old air-gapped laptop to safely examine its contents. The drive contained a single video file about 3 minutes long. The thumbnail showed what looked like a poorly lit room. I hesitated before playing it. Everything in me said not to look, but curiosity. That same damn curiosity that had started this whole thing won out. The video showed a room with concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor, and a person, I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, sitting in a metal chair in the center. They wore a black hood over their head and their hands were bound behind them. In the corner of the frame was a timestamp from 2 days earlier and a view counter that showed 16. In the bottom right corner was a chat window with messages scrolling by, usernames obscured. As I continued watching, frozen in horror, a figure in a featureless white mask entered the frame. They carried what looked like medical instruments on a small tray. The bound person began struggling against their restraints. The masked figure set down the tray and held up what appeared to be a scalpel to the camera, as if displaying it for the viewers. The chat window erupted with activity. The masked figure approached the bound person slowly, methodically. They placed the scalpel against the person's exposed forearm, causing them to flinch. The figure looked directly at the camera, head tilted questioningly. Then the chat window changed. A single message appeared in red text. Shallow cut, 200 USD. I stopped the video, my stomach heaving. I destroyed the laptop and the USB drive, smashed them both with a hammer, then disposed of the pieces in different dumpsters across the city. I reported the package to the police anonymously, but without more information about where it came from. I knew they couldn't do much. For weeks afterward, I lived in constant anxiety. I changed my phone number, created new email addresses, even considered moving. But nothing else happened. No more messages, no more packages. Eventually, the fear began to subside, replaced by a persistent low-grade dread that I tried to ignore. Then, about 2 months later, I noticed something unusual on my network traffic monitor, a tool I'd been running obsessively since the incident. An unknown device was connecting to my Wi-Fi for brief periods, usually late at night. The MAC address didn't match any of my devices. I changed my network password immediately, but the device connected again the next night. I set up additional monitoring tools, trying to identify what this device was and what it was doing on my network. All I could determine was that it was accessing my network storage, specifically folders containing personal photos and documents. The next day, I came home from work to find my apartment exactly as I'd left it, except for one detail. My laptop was open. I always close it before leaving. On the screen was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed, taken the night before. In the corner of the image was that same counter I'd seen on the website months ago, now well over 20,000, and a chat window with messages I couldn't read. At the bottom of the screen, a single line of text, subject acquisition pending, vote now. I packed a bag and left immediately, checked into a Travelodge under a false name, paid in cash. I called in sick to work for the next week. I considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd stumbled across something on the dark web, and now unknown people were watching me sleep? That they'd somehow compromised my devices despite all my security precautions? They'd either think I was paranoid or involved in something illegal myself. In the hotel, I spent hours researching how to disappear completely, how to create a new identity, how to live off the grid. I withdrew most of my savings in cash, bought a pay-as-you-go mobile, and started making plans to leave the country. The night before I planned to leave, I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of my hotel room door opening. I'd engaged the safety latch before sleeping, so the door only opened a few inches before catching. Through the gap, I could see a figure standing in the hallway. They stood there for several long seconds, not moving, not trying to force the door further. Then they slipped a piece of paper through the gap and left. I waited, heart pounding, for nearly an hour before I worked up the courage to retrieve the paper. On it was printed a QR code and 3 words: "Your audience awaits." I didn't scan the code. Instead, I left immediately, abandoning most of my belongings in the hotel room. I drove non-stop for several hours, eventually reaching a small village in the Scottish Highlands where I knew no one. I paid 3 months' rent in advance for a cottage outside the village, using a different name. The place had no internet connection, which was exactly what I wanted. For the first month, I jumped at every sound. I kept the curtains drawn at all times and rarely ventured into the village. But as weeks passed, with no sign of being followed, I began to relax slightly. Maybe they'd lost interest. Maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. I found work at a local hardware shop, kept to myself, started building a new life. I bought a basic mobile but used it only for calls to work. No internet, no social media, no digital footprint. I convinced myself I was safe. Until last night. I was restocking shelves at the shop when a customer approached. A man I'd never seen before in a village where I recognized most faces by now. He asked for help finding Ethernet cables, of all things. As I led him to the correct aisle, he mentioned offhandedly that he was setting up a new security system. Something about the way he said it made me uneasy. The word security system hung in the air between us. I tried to maintain my composure, asking what kind of system he was installing. He examined a package of cables, turning it over in his hands. His eyes never left the packaging as he spoke about being fascinated by observation, seeing without being seen, how some people never realize how visible they really are. I mumbled something about checking the stockroom and retreated to the back room, heart racing. It could have been an innocent conversation. It probably was. But the word choice, observation, hit too close to home. When I returned, the man was gone. In his place, on the shelf where the router cables were displayed, was a small piece of paper. On it was written a number, 57,249. Below the number was a date, 3 days from now, and the word scheduled. The counter, their audience had grown. I'm writing this now from a library computer 2 counties away. I left Scotland immediately after my shift ended yesterday. I haven't been back to the cottage. I left everything behind again. I know what you're thinking, that I'm being paranoid, seeing connections where there are none. Maybe you're right. Maybe that man was just a customer making conversation, and the paper with the number was unrelated. Maybe the entire thing, the website, the USB drive, the hotel visitor, has a rational explanation that doesn't involve what I fear it does. But I've seen the reality of what I once thought was just an urban legend. I've seen a person bound to a chair while anonymous viewers bid on what would happen to them next. I've seen how the torturer looked at the camera, waiting for instructions. I've seen my own face displayed with a scheduled date. I can feel eyes on me constantly now. I notice security cameras tracking my movements. I see people looking at their phones when I walk by, as if they're checking something, confirming something. I don't know if they're still watching because I found something I shouldn't have, or if I've become the next scheduled broadcast. the victim rather than the observer. But I know I can't keep running forever. Resources are limited, vigilance fades, mistakes happen. Sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I see that counter ticking upward. I wonder how many are watching at any given moment. I wonder what they're waiting to see. I wonder what amounts they'll bid to decide my fate. I never sent that Bitcoin payment, never officially subscribed to whatever service I'd stumbled across. But I'm starting to think that doesn't matter. That maybe the payment was never the point. Maybe the real currency is attention, views, engagement. The thrill of watching someone who doesn't know they're being watched until they do. I'm going to post this as a warning. Don't go looking for red rooms. Don't convince yourself it's just research or morbid curiosity. Some things once seen can't be unseen. And some things, once they see you, never look away. If you're reading this and you recognize the patterns I've described, the counters, the observer status, any of it, then you're already on their radar. And I'm sorry, I truly am, because I don't know how to make them stop watching. I'm leaving this library now. I won't say where I'm going next. I probably shouldn't have written this at all, but someone needs to know what's out there, what's happening. If you ever receive a package with no return address, or find your devices behaving strangely, or notice someone watching you just a little too intently, remember my story and start running. The counter never stops. The observation never ends. And I'm afraid that eventually they'll want more than just to watch. In 3 days, I fear 57,249 people will be tuning in to see exactly what happens to me. I still can't quite believe how quickly things went from normal to absolutely terrifying. 2 months ago, I was just a minicab driver in Newcastle, trying to make ends meet after losing my warehouse job. Now I'm hiding in a service station near Durham, and tomorrow night I'm supposed to help transport someone to their death in a Red Room broadcast that I've been unknowingly facilitating for weeks. I've been driving for Galaxy cars for about 6 months. It's not glamorous work, late nights, drunk passengers, navigating through traffic for what works out to less than minimum wage most shifts. But after the warehouse closed down, it was the only job I could get that didn't require waiting weeks for security clearances or training courses. You just need a clean license, a reasonably decent car, and the ability to deal with difficult people. The job that changed everything started in early October. I got a call from the dispatcher about a regular booking. Someone who needed transport twice a week, always the same route, always paid in cash. The customer was described as a professional gentleman who required discretion and reliability. The pay was better than usual, and regular bookings are gold dust in the minicab business. The passenger was a man in his 40s called Michael Stevens. He was always waiting outside when I arrived, always polite and professional, and never wanted to make small talk during the journey. The route was consistent: pick up from a residential address in Gosforth, drive to an industrial estate on the outskirts of the city, wait for about 2 hours, then drive him back home. Michael explained that he worked in media production and needed transport to a specialized facility where his company created content for online platforms. He said the work required unusual hours and that he preferred having a reliable driver rather than using different taxi services that might not understand his schedule. The industrial estate where I dropped Michael was one of those anonymous business parks filled with warehouses and small manufacturing units. The specific building he used was unmarked, with blackened windows and several high-end cars usually parked outside. During the 2-hour wait, I'd see other people arriving and leaving, all carrying equipment cases or technical gear. After several weeks of this routine, Michael started asking if I'd be interested in additional work. He needed someone to help with equipment transport, moving cameras, lighting gear, and computer systems between different locations. The pay was substantially better than driving, and Michael assured me the work was straightforward manual labor. I agreed to the additional work, partly for the money, and partly because I was curious about what kind of media production required such elaborate security and secrecy. Michael explained that his company created specialized content for niche audiences who paid premium rates for high-quality, authentic material. The equipment transport work involved loading and unloading professional-grade cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that seemed more advanced than anything I'd seen in normal television or film production. Everything was carefully packaged and required precise handling to avoid damage. Michael gradually introduced me to more aspects of his operation. He needed help setting up equipment in different locations, not just the industrial estate, but also residential properties and commercial spaces around Newcastle and the surrounding areas. The setups were always temporary, designed to be assembled quickly and dismantled without leaving traces. The locations varied, but they all shared certain characteristics: soundproofed rooms with controlled access, spaces that could be completely isolated from outside observation, and technical infrastructure that supported high-bandwidth internet connections. Michael explained that this variety was necessary for creating diverse content that would appeal to different audience preferences. As weeks passed, Michael began explaining more about his business model. His company produced what he called authentic interactive content for online platforms that specialized in realistic, unscripted material. Viewers paid substantial amounts for access to live streams that felt genuine rather than obviously staged or performed. The technical requirements for this content were demanding: multiple camera angles, professional lighting that could be adjusted in real time, audio systems that captured every detail, and streaming infrastructure that could handle thousands of simultaneous viewers without interruption. Michael's operation was sophisticated enough to meet these standards consistently. Michael also started discussing the importance of finding suitable performers for his content. He explained that the most valuable material featured people who provided authentic reactions to various situations. Viewers could distinguish between obvious acting and genuine responses. So his company specialized in creating scenarios that produced real emotions and reactions. About a month into the equipment work, Michael asked if I'd be interested in a different type of assignment. He needed someone to help with what he called scenario testing, essentially helping to verify that technical setups would work correctly for live broadcasts. The pay for this work was even better, and Michael assured me it was just technical verification rather than actual content creation. The scenario testing involved me spending time in the prepared spaces, while Michael operated the equipment from control rooms. He would test camera angles, audio levels, lighting configurations, and streaming quality by having me move through different positions and respond to various prompts he provided through the technical systems. Michael explained that this testing was essential because his audience expected flawless technical quality. Any problems with audio, video, or streaming could ruin the viewing experience and damage his company's reputation. The testing sessions helped ensure that everything would work perfectly during actual broadcasts. The testing became increasingly elaborate. Michael would simulate various scenarios, test my responses to different types of stimuli, and document my reactions to unexpected situations. He said this comprehensive testing helped his company understand how their technical setups would perform under the stress of live broadcasting. During these sessions, Michael would give detailed instructions about timing, positioning, and responses to different cues, follow specific movement patterns, react to various sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might behave in challenging circumstances. He claimed this testing helped optimize the technical systems for capturing authentic human responses. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Michael had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the monitors in the control room were displaying more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens showed dark web streaming platforms with view accounts, indicating thousands of people watching live feeds. Michael's media production company wasn't creating content for mainstream online platforms. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The spaces I'd been helping to set up were red rooms, and I had been unknowingly preparing them for operation, while gradually being recruited as their transport coordinator. The weeks of scenario testing had been training sessions, teaching me the locations and procedures I'd need to know as their logistics coordinator. My equipment transport and setup work had been gradually transformed into preparation for facilitating actual Red Room operations, moving victims and managing the technical infrastructure. Michael dropped all pretense when he realized I understood what was happening. He calmly explained that minicab drivers were ideal logistics coordinators for his operation. They could transport victims without raising suspicion, had legitimate reasons for visiting multiple locations, and could move equipment between sites as part of their normal work routine. The industrial estate facility was just one node in a larger operation that used multiple locations across the Northeast. Michael's company specialized in identifying and recruiting people whose jobs provided cover for the gradual conditioning process required to create authentic dark web content. My scenario testing sessions had been training me for tomorrow night's operation. I'd been learning the procedures for transporting unwilling victims, understanding the technical requirements for live broadcasts, and becoming familiar with the security protocols necessary for avoiding detection during actual Red Room events. I managed to escape while Michael was distracted with technical preparations, but I know his surveillance network extends far beyond the locations I'd visited. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements through the minicab company's GPS systems, and building detailed profiles of my personal life. Since leaving Newcastle, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to my phone despite changing numbers, people who seem to recognize me at petrol stations and service areas, evidence that my movements are being tracked through methods I don't understand. Yesterday, I received a package at the bed and breakfast where I'd been staying. A package containing a sat-nav device that showed tomorrow night's pickup location and delivery route. Michael's operation had been preparing for months, and they expected me to transport their next victim to the prepared Red Room facility. The package included detailed information about tomorrow's victim, a young woman who had been selected and prepared through their recruitment network. They knew her routines, her vulnerabilities, and exactly how to get her into my car without raising suspicion. My role was to collect her and deliver her to the broadcast location. I could go to the police, but Michael has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Galaxy Cars would have records of my regular bookings, my involvement in equipment transport, and my participation in what they would call training sessions that could be presented as voluntary preparation for criminal activity. Security cameras at the various locations would show me helping to set up equipment, following Michael's instructions, and participating in what could be characterized as preparation for facilitating kidnapping and murder. Without context, My actions would appear to show someone knowingly working as a logistics coordinator for dark web Red Room operations. Michael's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The minicab industry provides perfect cover. Drivers regularly visit unfamiliar locations, work irregular hours, and have legitimate reasons for transporting equipment and spending time in industrial areas. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch what Michael's audience has been anticipating for weeks. They've paid to see a carefully planned abduction and murder, and they expect their logistics coordinator to deliver the victim as promised. My months of unknowing preparation have led to this moment. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's one of the few places with constant lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The sat-nav device included details about tomorrow's victim and pickup location, suggesting their operation extends to surveillance and recruitment networks I never suspected. In roughly 20 hours, I'll have to decide whether to collect the victim they've assigned me or refuse to participate and face the consequences. But Michael has demonstrated that his network can track me across multiple counties, and they have evidence that could destroy my life even if I don't complete tomorrow's assignment. The most terrifying realization is that Michael's operation probably uses multiple drivers simultaneously. How many other minicab drivers might be unknowingly transporting victims to Red Room facilities? How many regular bookings might be training operations for logistics coordinators who don't understand what they're really facilitating? The transport industry provides perfect access to isolated workers who visit unfamiliar locations, handle sensitive cargo, and are expected to maintain discretion about their passengers and destinations. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Michael's technical expertise allows him to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using legitimate transport needs as cover. His business credentials provide credibility, his security requirements deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain operations across multiple locations. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as featuring a carefully orchestrated abduction using their trained logistics network. Michael's audience values the meticulous planning and professional execution that their driver coordination system enables. I never thought driving a minicab could lead to this kind of moral crisis. I thought the biggest risks were difficult passengers or road accidents. I never imagined that regular bookings could lead to becoming complicit in someone else's murder. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months learning to become an accomplice to murder without knowing what I was training for. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled Perfect Delivery. Michael's audience is expecting a flawless abduction executed by their professionally trained logistics coordinator. And an innocent woman is going to die because I helped build the system that will kill her. The driver becomes the deliverer of death to someone who has no idea what's coming. And I still don't know if I'll show up or let them destroy my life for refusing to complete the delivery. I started volunteering to help elderly people with their computer problems, but it turns out someone was using my visits to case their homes for burglaries. My grandmother had always been hopeless with technology, and watching her struggle with basic things like email and online banking made me realize how isolated older people can become when the world goes digital. After she died during my second year at university, I decided to volunteer with a local charity that helped elderly residents learn to use computers and stay connected with family online. The charity was called Digital Bridges and operated throughout South Wales, providing free computer training and technical support to pensioners who couldn't afford commercial services or felt intimidated by technology. Most of their work involved visiting people in their homes to set up equipment, teach basic skills, and troubleshoot problems with internet connections or software. I'd always been reasonably good with computers, not an expert, but capable of handling the sort of problems that seem insurmountable to people who didn't grow up with technology. Basic virus removal, setting up email accounts, helping people navigate online shopping or government websites. The kind of support that takes 5 minutes if you know what you're doing, but can be completely mystifying if you don't. The training process with Digital Bridges was straightforward. They provided background checks for all volunteers, basic training on computer security and data protection, and guidelines for working safely in people's homes. The charity had been operating for several years and had built up a good reputation with social services and local councils. My coordinator was a woman called Sarah who managed volunteers across the Cardiff area. She seemed professional and knowledgeable, with extensive experience in community outreach and elderly care. She explained that most of their clients were referred through social services, doctors' surgeries, or local community centres when people needed help staying connected with family or accessing essential online services. The work itself was rewarding in exactly the way I'd hoped. Most clients were genuinely grateful for help with technology that allowed them to video chat with grandchildren, order groceries online, or manage their finances without having to travel to bank branches. Simple assistance that made a significant difference to people's independence and quality of life. But after a few weeks of regular visits, I started noticing aspects of the Digital Bridges operation that seemed unusual for a charity focused on computer training. Sarah was surprisingly interested in details about clients' living situations that didn't seem relevant to providing technical support. She wanted to know about security arrangements, valuable items people owned, and whether they had family members who visited regularly. When I asked why this information was necessary, she explained that understanding clients' circumstances helped the charity provide appropriate support and identify people who might need additional services. The client referral process also seemed more complex than necessary for a simple computer training program. Rather than just providing contact details and basic information about what help people needed, referrals included comprehensive background information about clients' financial situations, health conditions, and family relationships. Sarah explained that this detailed information helped volunteers provide personalized support and identify potential safety concerns when visiting vulnerable people in their homes. But the level of detail seemed excessive for what should have been straightforward technical assistance. I began paying more attention to the other volunteers working for Digital Bridges, trying to understand whether they shared my concerns about the organization's practices. Most volunteers were genuinely committed to helping elderly people with technology problems and seemed unaware of any issues with how the charity operated. But I noticed that Sarah assigned certain volunteers to specific types of clients in ways that didn't seem to be based purely on technical expertise or geographic convenience. Volunteers with particular backgrounds or skills were consistently assigned to clients who lived alone, had valuable possessions, or received minimal family support. Meanwhile, clients who lived with relatives or had active social networks were usually assigned to different volunteers who seemed less experienced or committed to the work. The pattern suggested that Sarah was systematically matching certain volunteers with vulnerable clients who might be suitable targets for some purpose beyond computer training. When I tried to discuss this with other volunteers, most seemed genuinely confused by my concerns and suggested that I was reading too much into normal administrative decisions about workload distribution and volunteer capabilities. But a few volunteers admitted they'd noticed similar patterns and had wondered about the charity's selection criteria for client assignments. Some had been asked to gather specific information about clients' daily routines, security arrangements, and valuable possessions in ways that seemed unrelated to providing technical support. One volunteer mentioned that Sarah had specifically requested detailed reports about clients' homes, including information about door and window security, alarm systems, and the location of expensive items like jewelry or electronics. When the volunteer had questioned why this information was necessary, Sarah had explained that it helped the charity assess whether clients needed additional support services or referrals to other organizations. I started documenting the information requests I received from Sarah, looking for patterns that might reveal what she was really interested in learning about our clients. The requests consistently focused on details that would be valuable for planning burglaries or other crimes against vulnerable elderly people. She wanted to know when clients were typically alone, what security measures they had in place, and what valuable items they owned that might be worth stealing. Most concerning was her interest in clients' relationships with family members and neighbors. She wanted to know who had keys to their homes when relatives visited, and whether anyone would notice if clients were absent or in distress for extended periods. This information would be crucial for criminals planning to target elderly people who were isolated and vulnerable to theft, fraud, or worse. I realized that Digital Bridges might not be a legitimate charity at all. Instead, it appeared to be a criminal operation that used computer training as a pretext for gathering intelligence about potential victims of crime. The volunteers were unknowingly conducting reconnaissance for people who planned to exploit or harm the elderly clients we thought we were helping. When I tried to research Digital Bridges more thoroughly, I found that while the charity was officially registered and had proper documentation, there was very little information about its leadership, funding sources, or actual activities beyond the basic computer training services. The charity's website and promotional materials looked professional, but they contained minimal specific information about their programs, success stories, or partnerships with other organizations. For an established charity that claimed to serve hundreds of clients across South Wales, their public profile was surprisingly limited. Most legitimate charities had extensive documentation about their work, regular reports to funders, and active engagement with local media and community organizations. Digital Bridges seemed to operate with much less transparency and accountability than would be expected for an organization providing services to vulnerable populations. I tried contacting some of the organizations that supposedly referred clients to Digital Bridges, hoping to verify that they were aware of the charity's activities and had confidence in their services. What I found was concerning. Several social services departments and community centers claim to have no record of referring clients to Digital Bridges, despite Sarah's claims that they were regular sources of referrals. Others had minimal information about the charity and couldn't verify that they had ongoing relationships with the organization. The pattern suggested that Digital Bridges was operating with much less oversight and legitimacy than they'd claimed during my volunteer training. I decided to investigate some of the clients I'd been assigned to help, hoping to understand more about how they'd been connected with the charity and whether they'd experienced any problems beyond their original computer issues. This investigation was more difficult because contacting clients directly could alert Sarah that I was questioning the charity's operations, but I was able to research some of them through public records and local news reports. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. Several clients I'd worked with had subsequently experienced burglaries, fraud attempts, or other crimes that seemed to be based on detailed knowledge of their living situations and daily routines. In most cases, the crimes had occurred weeks or months after my visits. with enough time delay that the connection to digital bridges wouldn't be immediately obvious. But the specific nature of what had been stolen or attempted suggested that the perpetrators had detailed inside information about the victims' homes and circumstances. One elderly woman I'd helped set up email had been burglarized 3 weeks after my visit. The thieves had known exactly where she kept her jewelry, had avoided rooms where valuable items weren't stored, and had timed their break-in for a period when she was predictably absent for medical appointments. Another client had been targeted by telephone fraudsters who had detailed knowledge of his financial situation and family relationships that could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance or inside information. The pattern was consistent across multiple clients, suggesting that information gathered during Digital Bridge's visits was being used to facilitate crimes against the elderly people we were supposed to be helping. I was unknowingly participating in a criminal operation that targeted vulnerable elderly people for exploitation and theft. But confronting Sarah directly about what I discovered would alert her that the operation had been compromised and might result in evidence being destroyed or the entire scheme being relocated before victims could be protected. I needed to find a way to document the criminal activity and alert law enforcement without revealing that I'd discovered the truth about digital bridges. I started keeping detailed records of all my interactions with Sarah and the specific information requests she made about clients. I also began photographing any documents or materials related to the charity's operations that I could access during volunteer meetings or training sessions. Most importantly, I tried to identify other clients who might be at risk of being targeted for crimes based on the types of information Sarah had requested about their circumstances. This process revealed that the Digital Bridges operation was much larger than I'd initially realized. Sarah was coordinating multiple volunteers across several local authorities, systematically gathering intelligence about elderly people throughout South Wales. The scale of the operation suggested that it wasn't just opportunistic crime, but a systematic business that specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable elderly people through fake charity work. But while I was building evidence of the criminal operation, I also became aware that Sarah was monitoring the volunteers much more closely than I'd initially realized. She began asking specific questions about my interactions with clients that suggested she was tracking exactly what information I'd gathered and how thoroughly I documented their circumstances. When I provided less detailed reports than she expected, she expressed concern that I wasn't taking the charity's assessment responsibilities seriously enough. Sarah also started assigning me to new clients in different areas, claiming that my skills were needed for more complex technical problems. But the new assignments were all people who lived alone, had minimal family support, and owned valuable possessions that would make attractive targets for criminals. I realized that Sarah was testing my willingness to gather the detailed intelligence information that the criminal operation required, and that my reduced cooperation had been noticed. If I continued to resist providing the information she wanted, I might be dropped from the volunteer program before I could gather enough evidence to expose the operation. But if I cooperated with her requests, I'd be directly facilitating crimes against innocent elderly people. Meanwhile, the clients I'd already worked with remained at risk of being targeted for crimes based on information I'd unknowingly provided during my early visits. I decided that I had to prioritize protecting potential victims, even if it meant revealing that I'd discovered the criminal nature of the Digital Bridges operation. I started contacting some of the clients I'd worked with, claiming to be conducting follow-up surveys about the charity's services. During these conversations, I tried to warn them about potential security risks without directly accusing Digital Bridges of criminal activity. I suggested that they review their home security arrangements, be cautious about sharing personal information with strangers, and consider changing their daily routines if they felt unsafe or observed. Most clients were receptive to these suggestions and appreciated the follow-up contact from someone they'd worked with previously. But some seemed confused about why I was providing security advice that went well beyond computer training. I also started researching how to report the criminal operation to law enforcement in a way that would protect both the potential victims and my own legal situation. Reporting suspected criminal activity was complicated by my own involvement in gathering some of the intelligence that could be used to harm elderly clients. Even though I'd been unknowingly participating in the scheme, I could potentially be charged as an accessory if prosecutors decided that I should have recognized the criminal nature of the operation sooner. But I also knew that delaying action to protect my own interests would mean that more elderly people would be victimized by criminals who were using my volunteer work to facilitate their crimes. The morning I decided to contact the police, Sarah called to inform me that the charity was expanding its operations and needed volunteers who were willing to take on additional responsibilities. She explained that Digital Bridges had secured funding for a new program that would provide more comprehensive support to elderly clients, including assistance with financial management, home security assessments, and family communication services. The new program would require volunteers to gather much more detailed information about clients' circumstances and to provide regular reports about their welfare and security needs. Sarah offered me a paid position coordinating the expanded program in the Cardiff area, with responsibility for training new volunteers and managing client assessments. It was clear that the criminal operation was expanding and that Sarah wanted to recruit me as a more active participant in systematically targeting elderly people for exploitation. I had run out of time to gather more evidence or find a way to expose the operation without compromising my own safety. I should have known that asking questions would get me into trouble. That's the thing about living the way I do. You forget that curiosity has consequences, that poking around where you don't belong can bring unwanted attention. I've spent the last 4 years barely leaving my flat in Manchester, ordering everything online, avoiding human contact whenever possible. It felt safe, predictable, controllable. But safety is just an illusion, isn't it? And I've learned that the hardest way possible. I'm sitting in this police station waiting room now, having just spent 20 minutes trying to convince 2 officers that strangers have been inside my home, and I can see in their faces that they think I'm delusional. Maybe I am. Maybe 4 years of self-imposed isolation have finally caught up with me. But I know what I heard, what I found, and I know that going back to that flat means facing whatever I've brought down on myself. The isolation started after I lost my job at the council offices. Nothing dramatic, just a restructure that made my position redundant along with half the IT support team. I was 38, had some savings, and decided to take some time to figure out what came next. Weeks turned into months. Months turned into years, and somehow I'd created a life where the outside world felt increasingly foreign and threatening. I had everything delivered: groceries, clothes, even books and electronics. The flat was comfortable enough, with good internet and all the entertainment I could want. I told myself I was just taking a break from the stress of office politics and commuting, that I'd venture back out when I was ready. The problem with isolation is that it feeds on itself. The longer you stay inside, the more daunting the outside world becomes. What started as a temporary retreat became a permanent arrangement, and eventually I couldn't imagine living any other way. That's probably why I became so fascinated with the hidden parts of the internet. When your physical world shrinks to the size of a one-bedroom flat, the virtual world becomes infinitely more important. I spend hours exploring places that most people don't even know exist, communities and websites that operate outside normal boundaries. Most of it was harmless enough. Discussion groups about privacy and security, libraries of rare books, even underground markets selling things that weren't available through legitimate channels. I wasn't buying anything illegal, just browsing out of curiosity, trying to understand how these hidden communities operated. But curiosity can be dangerous when you don't understand the rules of the places you're exploring. I started asking questions in discussion groups, trying to understand the technical aspects of how certain services worked. Nothing that seemed threatening at the time, just the sort of questions any newcomer might ask when trying to navigate unfamiliar territory. The first warning sign came about 2 months ago. I'd been participating in a discussion about online security when someone sent me a private message suggesting I was asking too many questions about operational details that weren't my business. The message was polite but firm, advising me to stick to general discussions rather than trying to understand how specific services were implemented. I should have taken the hint and backed off. Instead, I became more curious about what I wasn't supposed to be asking about. I started paying closer attention to the structure of these hidden communities, trying to understand who ran them and how they maintained their secrecy. That's when I stumbled across something that changed everything. Buried in an obscure discussion thread, I found references to services that sounded genuinely criminal, not just drug dealing or copyright infringement, but things that involved real harm to real people. When I asked for clarification about what these services actually provided, I was told in no uncertain terms to mind my own business, but I couldn't let it alone. The isolation had made me obsessive about online mysteries, and this felt like the biggest puzzle I'd encountered. I spent weeks following links, reading between the lines of coded discussions, trying to piece together what was really happening in the darker corners of these communities. What I discovered was a network of people providing services that I won't describe in detail, but which involved systematic harm to vulnerable individuals. They weren't just discussing theoretical crimes. They were actively coordinating activities that destroyed people's lives for profit and entertainment. I made the mistake of documenting what I'd found, taking screenshots and saving links as evidence of what these people were doing. I told myself I might report it to the authorities eventually, though I wasn't sure how to explain how I discovered it without admitting to extensive exploration of illegal websites. The first sign of trouble was a message that appeared on my desktop one morning when I woke up. Not an email or a chat notification, but a text file that had been created overnight while my computer was supposedly turned off. The message was simple. I'd been asking questions about things that weren't my concern, and I needed to delete everything I'd saved and stop my research immediately. The implication was clear. Someone had gained access to my computer remotely and was monitoring my activities. They knew what I'd been researching, what files I'd saved, even which websites I'd visited. My digital privacy, which I thought was protected by the same anonymity tools these communities used, had been completely compromised. I should have complied with their demand immediately, should have deleted everything and retreated back to harmless browsing. Instead, I became paranoid about my computer security and started taking additional precautions to hide my activities. I was treating it like a game, a technical challenge to outwit people who were clearly more skilled than I was. That's when the night visits started. The first time, I thought I was imagining things. I'd been lying in bed around 2 in the morning when I heard what sounded like someone moving around in the kitchen. Just soft footsteps and the occasional creak of floorboards. as if someone was trying to move quietly through the flat. I lay there frozen, listening intently, but the sound stopped after a few minutes. When I finally worked up the courage to investigate, I found nothing obviously disturbed. The front door was still locked, the windows were secure, and there was no sign anyone had been inside. But something felt wrong about the whole flat. Not anything I could put my finger on, just a sense that things weren't quite as I'd left them. Books slightly out of place, kitchen chairs positioned differently. Even the angle of my laptop on the desk seemed to have changed. I convinced myself I was becoming paranoid, that 4 years of isolation were finally affecting my mental health. People who don't go outside develop agoraphobia, but maybe they also develop other delusions about threats that don't really exist. The second visit was more obvious. I woke up around 3 a.m. to find my laptop had been moved from the desk to the kitchen table. Not just moved, but opened and positioned as if someone had been using it. The screen was dark, but when I touched the keyboard, it woke up to show a desktop I didn't recognize. Someone had been using my computer while I slept, accessing files and programs I'd never seen before. When I tried to investigate what they'd been doing, I found that large portions of my hard drive had been wiped clean. All the evidence I'd gathered about the criminal network was gone, along with most of my personal files and browsing history. The message was unmistakable. They could reach me whenever they wanted, even in what I thought was the safety of my own home. They could access my computer, delete my files, even move around my flat while I was unconscious and vulnerable. I started staying awake at night, listening for sounds that might indicate someone was trying to get inside. I moved furniture against the door, checked the locks obsessively, even rigged up a crude alarm system using kitchen utensils that would clatter if someone tried to enter. But they were too clever for my amateur security measures. On the third visit, I woke up to find they'd been in the flat again without triggering any of my alarms. This time, they'd left a more explicit message. A note on my pillow explaining that my continued curiosity was putting other people at risk and that more serious measures would be taken if I didn't stop my research immediately. The note included details about my daily routine that could only have been obtained through careful observation. They knew what time I usually went to sleep, what I ate for breakfast, even which online services I used for entertainment. They'd been watching me as carefully as I'd been trying to watch them. I realized I was completely outmatched by people who had resources and skills far beyond anything I could counter. They could enter my home at will, access my computer systems, and monitor my activities both online and offline. My isolation, which I thought provided security and privacy, had actually made me more vulnerable than if I'd been living a normal social life. The breaking point came on the fourth night, when I heard multiple people moving around the flat, not trying to be quiet anymore, but deliberately making noise to ensure I knew they were there. Footsteps in every room, doors opening and closing, even what sounded like furniture being moved around. I barricaded myself in the bedroom and called the police from my mobile phone, whispered that strangers were in my flat, that I needed immediate assistance, that I was in genuine fear for my safety. The response was quicker than I'd expected. 2 officers arrived within about 10 minutes, but by the time they gained entry to the flat, whoever had been inside was gone. The officers found no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been there except me. They were professional, but clearly skeptical about my story. A man who admitted he hadn't left his flat in 4 years, claiming that strangers were breaking in during the night, but leaving no trace of their presence. It sounded like mental health issues rather than criminal activity. I tried to explain about the hidden websites and the criminal network, but I could see their eyes glazing over as I described online communities they'd never heard of and threats that existed only in digital spaces they didn't understand. They took a statement and promised to increase patrols in the area, but it was obvious they thought I was delusional. One of them suggested I might benefit from speaking to a doctor about anxiety and paranoia related to prolonged isolation. After they left, I sat in the flat knowing I couldn't stay there any longer. Whether the threats were real or imagined, I'd reached the point where I couldn't function normally in what had been my safe space for 4 years. That's when I realized I had to do something I hadn't done in all that time. I had to leave the flat and go somewhere public where there were other people around. Not because I thought it would solve anything, but because staying alone in that space had become impossible. The walk to the police station was terrifying in ways I hadn't expected. Not because of any external threats, but because I'd forgotten how overwhelming the outside world could be. Traffic noise, crowds of people, even the sensation of wind and sunlight felt alien after 4 years of artificial indoor environment. But there was something liberating about it too. For the first time in years, I was taking action rather than just reacting to circumstances. I was moving through physical space under my own power, making decisions about where to go and what to do next. The officers I spoke to at the station were more patient than the ones who'd responded to my flat, but they still couldn't offer much practical help. They took additional details about the online threats and promised to pass the information to their cybercrime unit, but warned me that investigating activities on hidden websites was technically challenging and often unsuccessful. When I finally returned to the flat, I found exactly what I'd expected. My laptop was gone. Not just moved or tampered with, but completely removed from the premises. They'd taken the one piece of evidence that might have supported my story, leaving me with nothing but my own testimony about threats that existed only in digital spaces. I should have been terrified by this final violation of my privacy and security. Instead, I felt oddly relieved. The laptop had been my primary connection to the hidden communities that had brought this trouble down on me. Without it, I was cut off from both the threats and the temptations of that digital underworld. Standing in my flat without the computer that had dominated my life for 4 years, I realized how much of my existence had been built around activities that ultimately brought me nothing but anxiety and isolation. The research, the endless browsing, the obsessive exploration of communities I didn't understand, none of it had improved my life in any meaningful way. The people who'd been threatening me had probably moved on to other concerns by now. I was no longer a threat to their operations because I no longer had the tools or access necessary to investigate their activities. They'd solved their problem by simply removing my ability to cause them trouble. I'm still scared, obviously, still jumping at unexpected sounds and checking the locks more often than necessary. But I'm also more aware of the outside world than I've been in years. The walk to the police station reminded me that there's a physical reality beyond my computer screen, populated by real people living normal lives. I don't know what happens next. I'll need to find new ways to occupy my time without the internet obsessions that consumed the last 4 years. Maybe I'll eventually work up the courage to apply for jobs again, to rebuild some sort of normal social life. But I know I can't go back to the isolation that made me vulnerable to digital threats I didn't understand. The hidden communities I was exploring weren't just dangerous because of the criminal activities they facilitated. They were dangerous because they provided an illusion of connection and purpose that kept me trapped in an artificial world. The laptop is gone, the threats seem to have ended, and for the first time in years I've voluntarily left my flat and interacted with other human beings. It's not much, but it's a start toward remembering what normal life feels like. Sometimes the most frightening thing isn't what might be lurking in the darkness outside. It's what happens when you spend so long hiding from the world that you forget there was ever anything worth venturing out for. The woman at my door was holding a receipt for cleaning services I'd never requested. She was middle-aged, wearing a navy tabard with crystal-clear solutions embroidered across the chest, and she knew my name. When I told her there must be some mistake, she showed me the booking confirmation on her phone, my address, my full name, even my mobile number. Someone had arranged for my house to be deep cleaned while I was supposedly at work, and they'd paid in advance. I should have slammed the door right then. Instead, I let curiosity get the better of me. The booking had been made 3 days earlier through their website, she explained, with specific instructions about which rooms needed attention and a note that the homeowner would be present to supervise. The payment had come through their online system, all legitimate and above board. But I'd been working from home all week, recovering from a chest infection that had left me exhausted and housebound. I hadn't booked any cleaning services, and I certainly hadn't been planning to go anywhere. The woman, Janet, according to her ID badge, seemed genuinely confused by my denial. She kept checking her phone, scrolling through booking details and muttering about system errors. Eventually, she apologized for the confusion and said she'd sort it out with the office. As she walked back down my front path, I noticed she spent several minutes on her phone before driving away. That should have been the end of it, but the incident nagged at me throughout the day. Someone had my personal details, knew my address and daily routine well enough to book services during my supposed working hours. The sort of information that suggested more than casual knowledge of my life. I'd been living alone in the same rented flat in Reading for nearly 2 years, working as a freelance graphic designer, mostly for small local businesses. Nothing about my lifestyle should have attracted unwanted attention. I kept to myself, paid my bills on time, maintained friendly but distant relationships with my neighbors. The most exciting thing in my weekly routine was the Thursday quiz night at the pub down the road. Yet somehow, someone had been monitoring my movements closely enough to know exactly when I should have been away from home. That evening, I decided to check my computer for any signs of unauthorized access. Nothing sophisticated, just changing passwords and looking through browser history for anything I didn't recognize. What I found was more disturbing than any obvious security breach. My search history contained dozens of queries I'd never made. Searches for local cleaning services, home security systems, property rental agreements for my specific address, all dated over the past month, all conducted during hours when I was supposedly using the computer for work. The searches followed a logical progression, as if someone was researching my living situation in methodical detail. They'd looked up my landlord's details, checked property records, even browsed estate agent listings for comparable flats in the area. The sort of comprehensive background research that suggested serious intent rather than casual snooping. I ran every security scan I could think of, but found no evidence of malware or remote access tools. Yet the unauthorized searches continued appearing in my browser history over the following days, always conducted during times when I was actively using the computer for legitimate work. It was as if someone was sitting beside me, conducting parallel research, while I remained completely unaware of their presence. The second cleaning service appointment arrived the following Tuesday. This time it was a different company, Elite Home Care. But the same scenario played out. A polite woman at my door with a confirmed booking for services I'd never requested, payment already processed, specific instructions about my supposed absence during working hours. When I questioned her about the booking details, she mentioned that the original request had come through a specialized platform that catered to busy professionals who needed discreet, high-quality home services. The client had been very specific about timing and had paid a premium for guaranteed availability. After she left, I spent the afternoon researching the specialized platforms she'd mentioned. What I discovered led me into corners of the internet I'd never explored before. The legitimate cleaning service websites were straightforward enough, but they all mentioned partnership arrangements with exclusive client networks that operated through private channels. Following these references led me deeper into invitation-only platforms and private communities that existed beyond normal search engines. Eventually, I found myself accessing the dark web. The process was simpler than I'd expected, though I won't detail the specific steps involved. What mattered was what I found once I gained access to the hidden marketplaces and community boards that operated in that space. There was an entire economy built around domestic intrusion services, not the crude break-ins or obvious burglary operations you might expect, but sophisticated networks that specialized in subtle, long-term access to people's homes and private lives. They marketed themselves as providing ambient intelligence and lifestyle integration for clients who needed detailed information about specific individuals. The services offered were disturbingly comprehensive. Home access during predictable absence periods, computer monitoring that left no obvious traces, gradual collection of personal information, and daily routine documentation, all presented as legitimate business services for clients with unspecified but apparently legal requirements. One platform in particular caught my attention. It was called Domestic Insight Solutions, and it offered what they described as comprehensive residential profiling for people in specific postcodes across the UK. Reading was prominently featured in their coverage area. The client testimonials were chilling in their casual tone, people praising the service for providing invaluable background research and seamless intelligence gathering that had enabled them to make informed decisions about their targets. The language was corporate and professional, but the implications were unmistakable. They were selling access to people's private lives. I spent hours browsing through service descriptions and pricing structures, trying to understand how the operation worked. Clients could commission detailed reports on specific individuals, including daily routines, work schedules, security vulnerabilities, and personal habits. The information was gathered through a combination of digital surveillance and physical access to homes during predetermined absence periods. The cleaning service appointments weren't genuine bookings. They were reconnaissance missions. Teams would arrive at target properties under the pretense of legitimate business, gather intelligence about security systems and daily routines, then report back to clients who had commissioned surveillance on specific individuals. But why had I been targeted? I wasn't involved in anything that should have attracted professional surveillance. No contentious business relationships, no legal disputes, no obvious reason why anyone would pay significant money to monitor my daily activities. The answer came when I discovered a client discussion board buried deeper in the marketplace structure. The conversation threads revealed that Domestic Insight Solutions didn't just respond to specific client requests. They also maintained a database of pre-research subjects in various locations, conducting speculative surveillance on randomly selected individuals who fit certain demographic profiles. Young professionals living alone in rental properties were particularly popular targets. The logic was simple. People in this category were likely to have predictable routines, limited security awareness, and enough disposable income to make them interesting to potential clients. The surveillance data was collected proactively, then offered to clients who expressed interest in specific geographical areas or demographic groups. I was essentially a product in their catalogue, my daily routine and personal information packaged and sold to unknown buyers, who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The realization made me physically sick, but I forced myself to continue reading through the client discussions. What I learned was worse than I'd imagined. Some clients were using this surveillance data for traditional criminal purposes, identifying optimal times for burglary, gathering information for identity theft, or planning more serious violent crimes. But others had motivations that were harder to categorize and somehow more disturbing. There were discussions about clients who enjoyed the psychological aspect of knowing intimate details about strangers' lives. People who derived satisfaction from watching their targets go about daily routines while remaining completely unaware they were being observed. The surveillance wasn't a means to an end. It was the end itself. Other threads discussed clients who used the gathered intelligence for what they called lifestyle integration, gradually inserting themselves into their targets' daily routines through carefully planned coincidental encounters, meeting them in coffee shops they were known to frequent, joining gyms or hobby groups where they were regular attendees, building relationships based on comprehensive prior knowledge of their interests and vulnerabilities. I thought about the cleaning service appointments, the unauthorized searches on my computer, the systematic collection of information about my living situation and daily routine. Someone had been building a detailed profile of my life, and now that information was available to anyone willing to pay for it. But the worst realization was still to come. While browsing through recent client requests, I found a posting that made my blood freeze. Someone had specifically commissioned enhanced surveillance on my address, with a note that they were particularly interested in direct engagement opportunities and would pay a premium for real-time access coordination. The posting was dated just 5 days earlier. Since then, there had been 3 follow-up messages from the same client, each one expressing increasing urgency about obtaining detailed scheduling information for my upcoming activities. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were planning something that required precise timing and detailed knowledge of my movements. I checked the timestamps on the messages and cross-referenced them with the cleaning service appointments. The correlation was perfect. Each appointment had been scheduled within hours of the client's request for updated information about my availability. The cleaning services weren't reconnaissance missions. They were trial runs, testing their ability to gain access to my property at specific times while monitoring my reactions to unexpected visits. They were preparing for something that required them to know exactly when I'd be home and exactly when I'd be vulnerable. I sat in my darkened flat that evening, trying to decide what to do with this information. The obvious choice was to contact the police. But what evidence did I actually have? Screenshots of dark web marketplaces that might not even be genuine, coincidental timing between cleaning appointments and online discussions that could be entirely unrelated. Even if the police took my concerns seriously, the platforms I discovered operated through layers of anonymity that would make investigation virtually impossible. The people running these services were clearly sophisticated enough to avoid easy detection, and their clients were paying premium prices specifically for that discretion. While I was debating my options, I heard footsteps on the stairwell outside my flat. This wasn't unusual. I lived in a converted Victorian house with 3 other flats, and residents came and went at all hours. But these footsteps stopped directly outside my door and remained there for several minutes without any sound of keys or knocking. I crept to the peephole and looked out into the hallway. A woman was standing motionless in front of my door, staring directly at the peephole as if she knew I was watching. She was holding what appeared to be a cleaning supplies caddy, though it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. We stared at each other through the peephole for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then she smiled, raised one hand in a small wave, and walked calmly back down the stairs. I spent the rest of the night sat against my front door with the chain locked and a kitchen knife in my hand, listening for any sound that might indicate someone attempting to gain entry. But the building remained quiet, and eventually I convinced myself that the encounter had been a coincidence or misunderstanding. The next morning, I found a business card that had been slipped under my door sometime during the night. It was for Crystal Clear Solutions, the same company whose representative had visited me the previous Tuesday. But instead of standard contact information, someone had handwritten a message on the back. "Thank you for your patience during our extended assessment period. We look forward to providing you with our full service very soon." I've been writing this account for the past 6 hours, and I'm not sure what I expect to accomplish by documenting everything I've discovered. The police wouldn't be able to act on anything I've learned, and alerting the surveillance network to my awareness of their activities would probably only accelerate whatever they're planning. What troubles me most is the realization that this probably isn't an isolated operation. If there are platforms sophisticated enough to conduct systematic surveillance on random individuals across multiple cities, then thousands of people might be living their daily lives completely unaware that their most private moments are being catalogued and sold. The cleaning service appointments were just the beginning. The real service they're preparing to provide is something that requires detailed knowledge of my routine, precise timing, and the ability to gain access to my property when I'm most vulnerable. I don't know when they'll make their move, but I know it will be soon. The client who commissioned enhanced surveillance on my address has been posting increasingly urgent requests for real-time information. They're not content to simply observe anymore. They want to meet me properly. It's Tuesday morning now, and I can hear someone climbing the stairs to my flat. Slow, deliberate footsteps that stop at each landing, as if checking door numbers. I know who it is before they reach my floor, and I know this isn't a reconnaissance visit. This is the full service they've been preparing to deliver. The footsteps have stopped outside my door, and someone is testing the handle very gently to see if it's locked. I can hear the soft rattle of what sounds like professional lock-picking tools, and the quiet confidence of someone who knows exactly what they're doing. I should call for help, but my phone has been making strange clicking noises when I try to use it, and I suspect my communications are being monitored. Even if I could reach the police, they wouldn't arrive in time to prevent whatever is about to happen. The lock has just clicked open, and I can hear my front door swinging slowly inward. Whoever is entering is taking their time, moving with the careful precision of someone who knows the property layout intimately and wants to avoid any unnecessary noise. They've been preparing for this moment for weeks, gathering intelligence and testing their access methods until they were completely confident of success. Now they're here to provide the full service their client has commissioned, and I finally understand what that means. The footsteps are moving through my hallway now, approaching the room where I'm writing this. I can hear the soft rustle of what sounds like plastic sheeting being unfolded, and the quiet clink of metal tools being arranged, professional sounds that suggest they've done this before. I should have known that asking questions would get me into trouble. That's the thing about living the way I do. You forget that curiosity has consequences, that poking around where you don't belong can bring unwanted attention. I've spent the last 4 years barely leaving my flat in Manchester, ordering everything online, avoiding human contact whenever possible. It felt safe, predictable, controllable. But safety is just an illusion, isn't it? And I've learned that the hardest way possible. I'm sitting in this police station waiting room now, having just spent 20 minutes trying to convince two officers that strangers have been inside my home, and I can see in their faces that they think I'm delusional. Maybe I am. Maybe 4 years of self-imposed isolation have finally caught up with me. But I know what I heard, what I found, and I know that going back to that flat means facing whatever I've brought down on myself. The isolation started after I lost my job at the council offices. Nothing dramatic, just a restructure that made my position redundant along with half the IT support team. I was 38, had some savings, and decided to take some time to figure out what came next. Weeks turned into months. Months turned into years, and somehow I'd created a life where the outside world felt increasingly foreign and threatening. I had everything delivered: groceries, clothes, even books and electronics. The flat was comfortable enough, with good internet and all the entertainment I could want. I told myself I was just taking a break from the stress of office politics and commuting, that I'd venture back out when I was ready. The problem with isolation is that it feeds on itself. The longer you stay inside, the more daunting the outside world becomes. What started as a temporary retreat became a permanent arrangement, and eventually I couldn't imagine living any other way. That's probably why I became so fascinated with the hidden parts of the internet. When your physical world shrinks to the size of a one-bedroom flat, the virtual world becomes infinitely more important. I spend hours exploring places that most people don't even know exist, communities and websites that operate outside normal boundaries. Most of it was harmless enough. Discussion groups about privacy and security, libraries of rare books, even underground markets selling things that weren't available through legitimate channels. I wasn't buying anything illegal, just browsing out of curiosity, trying to understand how these hidden communities operated. But curiosity can be dangerous when you don't understand the rules of the places you're exploring. I started asking questions in discussion groups, trying to understand the technical aspects of how certain services worked. Nothing that seemed threatening at the time, just the sort of questions any newcomer might ask when trying to navigate unfamiliar territory. The first warning sign came about 2 months ago. I'd been participating in a discussion about online security when someone sent me a private message suggesting I was asking too many questions about operational details that weren't my business. The message was polite but firm, advising me to stick to general discussions rather than trying to understand how specific services were implemented. I should have taken the hint and backed off. Instead, I became more curious about what I wasn't supposed to be asking about. I started paying closer attention to the structure of these hidden communities, trying to understand who ran them and how they maintained their secrecy. That's when I stumbled across something that changed everything. Buried in an obscure discussion thread, I found references to services that sounded genuinely criminal. Not just drug dealing or copyright infringement, but things that involved real harm to real people. When I asked for clarification about what these services actually provided, I was told in no uncertain terms to mind my own business, but I couldn't let it alone. The isolation had made me obsessive about online mysteries, and this felt like the biggest puzzle I'd encountered. I spent weeks following links, reading between the lines of coded discussions, trying to piece together what was really happening in the darker corners of these communities. What I discovered was a network of people providing services that I won't describe in detail, but which involved systematic harm to vulnerable individuals. They weren't just discussing theoretical crimes. They were actively coordinating activities that destroyed people's lives for profit and entertainment. I made the mistake of documenting what I'd found, taking screenshots and saving links as evidence of what these people were doing. I told myself I might report it to the authorities eventually, though I wasn't sure how to explain how I discovered it without admitting to extensive exploration of illegal websites. The first sign of trouble was a message that appeared on my desktop one morning when I woke up. Not an email or a chat notification, but a text file that had been created overnight while my computer was supposedly turned off. The message was simple. I'd been asking questions about things that weren't my concern, and I needed to delete everything I'd saved and stop my research immediately. The implication was clear. Someone had gained access to my computer remotely and was monitoring my activities. They knew what I'd been researching, what files I'd saved, even which websites I'd visited. My digital privacy, which I thought was protected by the same anonymity tools these communities used, had been completely compromised. I should have complied with their demand immediately, should have deleted everything and retreated back to harmless browsing. Instead, I became paranoid about my computer security and started taking additional precautions to hide my activities. I was treating it like a game, a technical challenge to outwit people who were clearly more skilled than I was. That's when the night visits started. The first time, I thought I was imagining things. I'd been lying in bed around 2 in the morning when I heard what sounded like someone moving around in the kitchen. Just soft footsteps and the occasional creak of floorboards, as if someone was trying to move quietly through the flat. I lay there frozen, listening intently, but the sound stopped after a few minutes. When I finally worked up the courage to investigate, I found nothing obviously disturbed. The front door was still locked, the windows were secure, and there was no sign anyone had been inside. But something felt wrong about the whole flat. Not anything I could put my finger on, just a sense that things weren't quite as I'd left them. Books slightly out of place, kitchen chairs positioned differently. Even the angle of my laptop on the desk seemed to have changed. I convinced myself I was becoming paranoid, that 4 years of isolation were finally affecting my mental health. People who don't go outside develop agoraphobia, but maybe they also develop other delusions about threats that don't really exist. The second visit was more obvious. I woke up around 3 in the morning to find my laptop had been moved from the desk to the kitchen table. Not just moved, but opened and positioned as if someone had been using it. The screen was dark, but when I touched the keyboard, it woke up to show a desktop I didn't recognize. Someone had been using my computer while I slept, accessing files and programs I'd never seen before. When I tried to investigate what they'd been doing, I found that large portions of my hard drive had been wiped clean. All the evidence I'd gathered about the criminal network was gone, along with most of my personal files and browsing history. The message was unmistakable. They could reach me whenever they wanted, even in what I thought was the safety of my own home. They could access my computer, delete my files, even move around my flat while I was unconscious and vulnerable. I started staying awake at night, listening for sounds that might indicate someone was trying to get inside. I moved furniture against the door, checked the locks obsessively, even rigged up a crude alarm system using kitchen utensils that would clatter if someone tried to enter. But they were too clever for my amateur security measures. On the third visit, I woke up to find they'd been in the flat again without triggering any of my alarms. This time, they'd left a more explicit message. A note on my pillow explaining that my continued curiosity was putting other people at risk and that more serious measures would be taken if I didn't stop my research immediately. The note included details about my daily routine that could only have been obtained through careful observation. They knew what time I usually went to sleep, what I ate for breakfast, even which online services I used for entertainment. They'd been watching me as carefully as I'd been trying to watch them. I realized I was completely outmatched by people who had resources and skills far beyond anything I could counter. They could enter my home at will, access my computer systems, and monitor my activities both online and offline. My isolation, which I thought provided security and privacy, had actually made me more vulnerable than if I'd been living a normal social life. The breaking point came on the fourth night, when I heard multiple people moving around the flat, not trying to be quiet anymore, but deliberately making noise to ensure I knew they were there. Footsteps in every room, doors opening and closing, even what sounded like furniture being moved around. I barricaded myself in the bedroom and called the police from my mobile phone, whispered that strangers were in my flat, that I needed immediate assistance, that I was in genuine fear for my safety. The response was quicker than I'd expected. 2 officers arrived within about 10 minutes, but by the time they gained entry to the flat, whoever had been inside was gone. The officers found no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been there except me. They were professional but clearly skeptical about my story. A man who admitted he hadn't left his flat in 4 years, claiming that strangers were breaking in during the night, but leaving no trace of their presence. It sounded like mental health issues rather than criminal activity. I tried to explain about the hidden websites and the criminal network, but I could see their eyes glazing over as I described online communities they'd never heard of and threats that existed only in digital spaces they didn't understand. They took a statement and promised to increase patrols in the area, but it was obvious they thought I was delusional. One of them suggested I might benefit from speaking to a doctor about anxiety and paranoia related to prolonged isolation. After they left, I sat in the flat knowing I couldn't stay there any longer. Whether the threats were real or imagined, I'd reached the point where I couldn't function normally in what had been my safe space for 4 years. That's when I realized I had to do something I hadn't done in all that time. I had to leave the flat and go somewhere public where there were other people around. Not because I thought it would solve anything, but because staying alone in that space had become impossible. The walk to the police station was terrifying in ways I hadn't expected. Not because of any external threats, but because I'd forgotten how overwhelming the outside world could be. Traffic noise, crowds of people, even the sensation of wind and sunlight felt alien after 4 years of artificial indoor environment. But there was something liberating about it too. For the first time in years, I was taking action rather than just reacting to circumstances. I was moving through physical space under my own power, making decisions about where to go and what to do next. The officers I spoke to at the station were more patient than the ones who'd responded to my flat, but they still couldn't offer much practical help. They took additional details about the online threats and promised to pass the information to their cybercrime unit, but warned me that investigating activities on hidden websites was technically challenging and often unsuccessful. When I finally returned to the flat, I found exactly what I'd expected. My laptop was gone. Not just moved or tampered with, but completely removed from the premises. They'd taken the one piece of evidence that might have supported my story, leaving me with nothing but my own testimony about threats that existed only in digital spaces. I should have been terrified by this final violation of my privacy and security. Instead, I felt oddly relieved. The laptop had been my primary connection to the hidden communities that had brought this trouble down on me. Without it, I was cut off from both the threats and the temptations of that digital underworld. Standing in my flat without the computer that had dominated my life for 4 years, I realized how much of my existence had been built around activities that ultimately brought me nothing but anxiety and isolation. The research, the endless browsing, the obsessive exploration of communities I didn't understand, none of it had improved my life in any meaningful way. The people who'd been threatening me had probably moved on to other concerns by now. I was no longer a threat to their operations because I no longer had the tools or access necessary to investigate their activities. They'd solved their problem by simply removing my ability to cause them trouble. I'm still scared, obviously, still jumping at unexpected sounds and checking the locks more often than necessary. But I'm also more aware of the outside world than I've been in years. The walk to the police station reminded me that there's a physical reality beyond my computer screen, populated by real people living normal lives. I don't know what happens next. I'll need to find new ways to occupy my time without the internet obsessions that consumed the last 4 years. Maybe I'll eventually work up the courage to apply for jobs again, to rebuild some sort of normal social life. But I know I can't go back to the isolation that made me vulnerable to digital threats I didn't understand. The hidden communities I was exploring weren't just dangerous because of the criminal activities they facilitated. They were dangerous because they provided an illusion of connection and purpose that kept me trapped in an artificial world. The laptop is gone, the threats seem to have ended, and for the first time in years I've voluntarily left my flat and interacted with other human beings. It's not much, but it's a start toward remembering what normal life feels like. Sometimes the most frightening thing isn't what might be lurking in the darkness outside. It's what happens when you spend so long hiding from the world that you forget there was ever anything worth venturing out for. I used to think I was pretty good at staying out of trouble. Always handed assignments in on time, never got into fights, kept my head down and minded my own business. The sort of person teachers liked and parents approved of their kids hanging around with. That all changed when I started my second year at Leeds and got put in halls with Danny Morrison. Danny was one of those people who seemed to attract chaos wherever he went. Not in an obvious way. He wasn't violent or particularly reckless, just someone who always knew people who knew people, if you know what I mean. The type who could get you concert tickets when they were sold out, or help you find textbooks that had mysteriously fallen off the back of a lorry. I liked him well enough. He was funny, generous with his mates, and never pressured anyone to get involved with his various schemes. But living with someone means you inevitably get drawn into their world, even when you're trying to keep your distance from anything dodgy. It started small. Danny would get messages at weird hours, people calling him with requests for things that were hard to come by through normal channels. University accommodation with suspiciously short notice periods. Part-time jobs that paid cash and didn't ask too many questions about work permits. Electronics that were significantly cheaper than high street prices, assuming you weren't fussy about receipts or warranties. Most of his business seemed to involve connecting people who needed things with people who could provide them. A middleman operation that kept him just far enough removed from anything obviously illegal, while still making enough money to afford better clothes and nights out than most students could manage. I tried to stay uninvolved, but when you're living on beans and toast while your flatmate is ordering takeaways every night, it's hard not to be curious about how his income stream actually worked. Danny eventually explained that he operated through what he called alternative marketplaces. Websites that functioned like normal classified ads, but were set up to handle transactions that mainstream platforms wouldn't touch. He insisted that nothing was seriously criminal. It was simply a way for people to buy and sell items without having to navigate the bureaucracy required by legitimate businesses. He showed me some of the sites he used, and they looked professional enough. Clean layouts, user ratings, even customer service contact forms. The main difference from normal classified sites was that they were hosted on hidden web addresses that you couldn't access through standard browsers. The products themselves seemed fairly mundane. Electronics, clothing, textbooks, household items, the sort of stuff you'd find on any second-hand marketplace. The prices were good, sometimes suspiciously good, but nothing that screamed stolen goods to anyone who wasn't looking too closely. Danny's role was essentially customer service and logistics. He'd identify people who were looking for specific items, connect them with sellers who could provide them, and handle the complicated bits of arranging payment and delivery, taking a small commission from each transaction while keeping buyers and sellers anonymous from each other. It seemed like a fairly harmless way to make money, helping students and young people who couldn't afford retail prices to find the things they needed. Danny was careful about who he worked with, avoided anything that was stolen or dangerous, and made sure his customers knew exactly what they were getting into. But as I got more familiar with how these marketplaces operated, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable. Some of the items being sold were clearly targeted at specific types of buyers. Electronics that had been modified in ways that served no obvious purpose except to make them harder to trace. Clothing and accessories that were described using terminology I didn't recognize, but that seemed to mean something specific to certain customers. More concerning were the services being offered alongside physical products. People's advertising skills and capabilities went well beyond simple buying and selling. Data recovery from damaged devices, document reproduction and verification, even what appeared to be identity verification services that could help people prove they were someone they weren't. Danny insisted that he stuck to straightforward retail transactions and didn't get involved with the more complicated services. But the boundaries seemed fluid, and I could see how easy it would be to gradually expand from selling second-hand electronics to helping people with more questionable requirements. The customer base was also more diverse than I'd initially realized. While many were obviously students and young people looking for bargains, there were also buyers who seemed to have serious money and very specific needs. People who were willing to pay premium prices for items that met particular requirements, even when cheaper alternatives were readily available. These higher-end customers often communicated through Danny rather than dealing directly with sellers, apparently valuing the additional layer of anonymity he provided. They'd send detailed specifications for what they wanted, sometimes including technical requirements that seemed far more complex than anything a normal consumer would need. Danny started spending more time managing these premium customers, and I could see that the money involved was significantly larger than his usual transactions. Instead of making a few pounds commission on student textbooks, he was earning hundreds of pounds for arranging single transactions between serious buyers and specialized sellers. The work was also becoming more demanding. Premium customers expected rapid response times, detailed progress updates, and absolute discretion about their requirements. Danny found himself available at all hours, managing communications between people who operated in different time zones and had very specific ideas about how business should be conducted. But what really worried me was how paranoid he was becoming about security. Danny had always been reasonably careful about his online activities, using VPNs and avoiding leaving obvious traces of his marketplace involvement. But his security measures were becoming much more elaborate, suggesting that he was dealing with people who took anonymity very seriously indeed. He started using multiple phones, different laptops for different types of business, even separate internet connections that he paid for with cash, to avoid any link to his real identity. His room began to look like something from a spy film, with various devices and cables that seemed designed to make his online activities as untraceable as possible. When I asked why all this security was necessary for what he claimed was just second-hand retail, Danny explained that some of his customers were prominent people who couldn't afford to be associated with alternative marketplaces. Business executives, politicians, celebrities, people who needed to maintain public reputations but sometimes required access to products or services that weren't available through conventional channels. That explanation made sense up to a point, but it also raised questions about what exactly these prominent people were buying that required such elaborate secrecy. If it was just discounted electronics or designer clothing, why would they care about being associated with second-hand marketplaces? I started paying closer attention to the messages Danny received from his premium customers, trying to understand what kind of products and services were worth paying such high commission rates for. The requests were often vague, described in terminology that seemed designed to obscure rather than clarify what was actually wanted. Customers would ask for documentation packages or verification materials, without specifying what these items were supposed to verify. They'd request consultation services or technical assessments, without explaining what kind of expertise they needed. But occasionally, the requests were specific enough to be genuinely disturbing. People wanted detailed background information about individuals they claimed to be considering for business partnerships. Others requested access to private social media accounts or email addresses belonging to people they said were involved in legal disputes with them. Some customers wanted help acquiring items that belonged to specific individuals, providing addresses and descriptions that suggested they were planning targeted thefts. Danny insisted that he only handled the communications and logistics, never getting directly involved with whatever his customers actually did with the products or services they purchased. But it was becoming clear that some of these transactions were facilitating activities that went far beyond simple retail commerce. The most concerning development was when customers started requesting information about people in our local area. They'd provide names, addresses, and personal details about individuals living in Leeds, asking for verification services or background research that required someone with local knowledge and access. Danny began receiving requests to visit specific addresses, photograph particular properties, even gather information about people's daily routines and habits. These local reconnaissance requests paid extremely well, often several £100s for what appeared to be straightforward information gathering. But they also meant that Danny was now directly involved in activities that looked suspiciously like stalking or preparation for criminal activity. When I confronted him about this, Danny claimed that the information was being used for legitimate purposes: due diligence for business investments, background checks for potential employees, research for legal proceedings. But he admitted he had no way of verifying what his customers actually did with the intelligence he provided. More troubling was his acknowledgement that some of the people he'd been asked to investigate had subsequently experienced problems. Houses that had been burglarized, cars that had been vandalized, individuals who had received threatening messages or experienced identity theft. Danny insisted these were coincidences, that correlation didn't prove causation, and that he was just providing information that was probably available through other sources anyway. But the pattern was becoming too consistent to ignore. I tried convincing him to stop taking the local reconnaissance requests, pointing out that he could be charged as an accessory if any of his customers used the information to commit serious crimes. But the money was too good, and Danny argued that someone else would just take the work if he turned it down. That's when I started documenting everything I could about his operations. I began keeping records of the customers he worked with, the types of requests he received, and their outcomes for people who had been investigated or targeted, building a file that might be useful if I ever needed to distance myself from his activities or provide evidence to authorities. What I discovered was that Danny's operation was much larger and more organized than he'd admitted. He wasn't just a freelance middleman handling occasional transactions. He was part of a network that specialized in providing intelligence and access services to clients who couldn't or wouldn't use legitimate channels. The network included people with skills in surveillance, data recovery, social engineering, and physical security. Customers could commission comprehensive investigations that included online research, physical reconnaissance, and even direct approach operations designed to extract information from targets. Danny's role was primarily handling local operations in the Leeds area, but he was connected to similar operatives in other cities who could provide coverage across the UK. The organization was sophisticated enough to handle complex multi-stage investigations that required coordination between different specialists and geographic regions. Most disturbing was the evidence that some customers were using these services to target vulnerable individuals for exploitation or harm, people in financial distress who could be manipulated into fraudulent schemes, elderly individuals whose personal information could be used for identity theft, young people who could be approached and recruited for various types of criminal activity. I realized that by living with Danny and keeping quiet about his operations, I was potentially complicit in facilitating serious crimes against innocent people. Even if I wasn't directly involved in gathering intelligence or providing services, my silence was enabling activities that were destroying other people's lives. But confronting Danny directly seemed increasingly dangerous. He'd become paranoid about security breaches and was constantly worried about being exposed by customers or competitors. Anyone who posed a threat to his operation was seen as a serious liability that needed to be dealt with. I started making plans to move out of our shared accommodation and distance myself from his activities entirely. But I also knew that simply walking away wouldn't protect me if Danny's customers decided I knew too much about their operations. The people he worked with had demonstrated their willingness to target individuals who posed threats to their interests. And as someone who'd been living with one of their operatives for months, I'd inevitably learn details about their methods and customers that could be damaging if disclosed to authorities. I was trapped between staying involved with activities I knew were harmful and trying to extract myself from a situation that was becoming increasingly dangerous for everyone involved. That's when Danny disappeared. I came back from lectures one afternoon to find his room completely cleared out, all his equipment gone. No note or explanation about where he'd gone or when he might be back. The only trace of his occupancy was a faint smell of cleaning products that suggested someone had worked very hard to remove any evidence of what had been happening in that room. I tried contacting him through the various phone numbers and email addresses I had, but they'd all been disconnected or abandoned. His social media accounts had been deleted, his university enrollment had been terminated, and none of our mutual friends had heard from him since the day he'd vanished. It was as if Danny Morrison had simply stopped existing. The university housing office eventually assigned me a new flatmate, a quiet engineering student who showed no interest in alternative marketplaces or questionable income streams. Life returned to something approaching normal, and I tried to convince myself that Danny's disappearance was just him moving on to better opportunities elsewhere. But I kept monitoring the hidden marketplaces where he'd operated, looking for signs that his network was still active in the Leeds area. What I found was that the services he'd provided were definitely continuing, but with different operatives handling local operations. New people were offering reconnaissance and intelligence services using the same terminology and methods that Danny had employed. The customer base seemed unchanged, and the types of requests being fulfilled were just as concerning as before. Someone had simply replaced Danny in the network's organizational structure, taking over his customer relationships and operational responsibilities without missing a beat. That suggested his disappearance hadn't been voluntary. Either he'd been eliminated because he'd become a security risk, or he'd been reassigned to different duties that required him to adopt a completely new identity. Either way, it meant that the people running this network were serious enough about operational security to make their own operatives disappear when necessary. And as someone who knew details about their methods and customers, I was probably next on their list of potential security risks that needed to be managed. I found a photograph of myself sleeping in my own bed, taken from inside my bedroom, tucked under my kitchen door this morning. The timestamp shows it was captured 3 hours ago. I probably shouldn't tell you what I've learned about my neighbor, or about the dark web marketplace that's been using my street as a hunting ground. But if something happens to me, if I disappear on a Tuesday evening like the others, maybe someone will understand why. It started when Mrs. Henderson next door went into hospital. Nothing dramatic, just a routine hip replacement that turned complicated. She'd lived in the terraced house beside mine for nearly 20 years, and suddenly there was this emptiness where her daily routines used to be. No more Radio 4 drifting through the thin walls at 7 sharp each morning. No more clatter of her walking frame on the path when she collected her milk. The estate agent's board went up about a fortnight after she'd moved into the care home permanently. One of those cheerful yellow signs promising quick sales and competitive fees. I didn't think much about who might move in next. You never really do you? You just assume it'll be someone ordinary, a young family perhaps, or another pensioner looking to downsize. The new owner arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in early March. I only noticed because I was working from home that day, catching up on some freelance copywriting projects that had been piling up. Through my front window, I watched a battered white transit van pull up outside Mrs. Henderson's old place. No removal lorry, no boxes of furniture being carried in. Just one man with a heavy rucksack and what looked like a laptop bag. He was younger than I'd expected, probably somewhere in his 30s, with the sort of pale complexion that suggested he didn't spend much time outdoors. Dark hair that needed cutting, wearing a navy hoodie, and jeans that had seen better days. The kind of person you'd walk past in the street without a second glance. What struck me as odd wasn't his appearance. It was how he moved. He kept glancing around as he walked up the path, checking the neighboring houses, scanning the street like he was memorizing it. When he reached the front door, he spent several minutes just standing there before finally going inside. Not looking for keys or checking the address, just standing, watching. I told myself I was being nosy. New neighbors always seem a bit strange until you get used to them. But something about his behavior stuck with me, nagging away like a song you can't quite remember the words to. The next few weeks passed quietly enough. I'd occasionally catch glimpses of him through his windows late at night, always hunched over what appeared to be a computer screen. The blue glow was visible from my bedroom window if I happened to be up past midnight, which I was more and more often. My sleep had been disrupted since starting a new antidepressant, and I'd found myself padding around the house at strange hours, making cups of tea and staring out at the empty street. It was during one of these insomniac wanderings that I first saw him in his back garden. The terraced houses on our street all have small rectangular gardens separated by low brick walls. From my upstairs bathroom window, you can see into most of the neighbouring yards. Mrs. Henderson had kept hers immaculate. Rose bushes, a small vegetable patch, one of those rotary washing lines that squeaked in the wind. Her replacement had different priorities. He was digging, not planting or weeding, but creating what looked like a series of rectangular plots about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Neat, methodical excavations that he worked on in complete darkness, using only the light from his phone to guide him. The earth he removed was being carefully bagged and presumably disposed of elsewhere, because there was never any pile of soil visible during daylight hours. I counted 6 of these plots before I stopped watching. Something about the precise measurements made my stomach turn. The sensible thing would have been to assume he was planning some sort of garden renovation. Maybe he was one of those people who prefer to work at night to avoid curious neighbors. Maybe he had a day job that made evening gardening impossible. Maybe he was just eccentric, but the plots were too uniform, too deliberate, and they never seemed to get filled with plants or paving stones or anything else you might expect. I started keeping a casual eye on his activities, the way you might monitor roadworks outside your house or construction noise that's disrupting your routine. Not obsessively, just noting the patterns when they interrupted my own schedule. He seemed to work exclusively at night, always alone, always methodical. During daylight hours, his house appeared completely empty, no movement behind the curtains, no car in the narrow driveway. About a month after he'd moved in, I noticed something else unusual. My internet connection had become frustratingly slow, particularly in the evenings. Pages that should load instantly were taking 30 seconds or more. Streaming services buffered constantly. At first, I blamed my provider. They're always making excuses about network maintenance and peak usage periods. But when I checked my router settings one evening, trying to identify the problem, I discovered something that made me pause. There were multiple devices connected to my home network. Devices I didn't recognize, with names like Garden Cam and Monitor Node and Backyard Watch. I changed my wireless password immediately, but the unknown connections returned within hours. Someone was accessing my internet, and they were using it to run what appeared to be surveillance equipment. The thought that followed was immediate and unwelcome. My new neighbor worked at night, appeared to have no visible job, and was apparently tech-savvy enough to hack wireless networks. He was also creating precise rectangular excavations in his back garden. I tried to push the implications away, but they kept resurging like a persistent headache. Instead of sleeping, I found myself researching missing persons cases in our local area, scrolling through police appeals and newspaper articles about people who had vanished without explanation. There were more than I'd expected. Young women, mostly, who had simply failed to return home from work or nights out. Cases that had gone cold after the initial investigations yielded nothing. The dates troubled me. Several of the disappearances had occurred in the months before Mrs. Henderson went into hospital, when the house next door had been empty and available. A convenient base of operations for someone who needed privacy and direct access to neighboring properties. I know what you're thinking, that I was letting paranoia get the better of me, creating connections where none existed. That's certainly what I told myself during the rational daylight hours when my theories seemed ridiculous and overblown. But the nighttime excavations continued, and my internet remained compromised despite multiple password changes and router resets. Worse still, I'd started noticing small signs that my own property was being observed. Scratches around my back door lock that I didn't remember. footprints in the flower bed beneath my kitchen window that appeared overnight and were gone by morning. The feeling, growing stronger each day, that I was being watched from the house next door. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I'd been idly browsing social media one evening when I noticed a post from Sarah Collins, a woman I'd known vaguely at secondary school. She was sharing a missing person appeal for her younger sister Emma, who had disappeared 3 weeks earlier after leaving work at a restaurant in the city centre. Emma's photograph showed a slight girl with dark hair and pale skin, wearing a navy jacket. The description mentioned that she'd been carrying a laptop bag and was known to walk home alone late at night. The similarity to my neighbour was striking enough to give me pause, but what really caught my attention was a detail buried in the appeal text. Emma had been active on various online communities, particularly ones focused on privacy and internet security. Her sister mentioned that she'd been exploring the darker corners of the web, researching topics that had become increasingly concerning to her family. I stared at Emma's photograph for a long time, thinking about rectangular plots and surveillance equipment and the pale young man who worked exclusively in darkness. Then I did something I'd been avoiding for weeks. I accessed the dark web. I won't go into the technical details of how that works. There are enough guides available if you're genuinely curious. What matters is that within an hour of browsing, I'd found what I was looking for. A marketplace buried several layers deep in the hidden internet, accessible only through specific channels and invitation systems. The site was called Garden Services, which should have been my first warning about what I was about to discover. It advertised itself as a community for people interested in discreet disposal solutions and property maintenance. The language was coded, euphemistic, but the underlying meaning was unmistakable once you understood the context. They were selling access to live streams. The feeds were categorized by location, with familiar postcodes and area names that made my hands shake as I scrolled through them. Most were listed as currently offline or archive access only, but there were half a dozen showing green status indicators suggesting active content. I clicked on one marked with my own postal district. The video quality was grainy, filmed from multiple angles that suggested carefully positioned cameras. The location appeared to be underground, probably a basement or converted cellar. The lighting was harsh and clinical, throwing sharp shadows across concrete walls. There were 6 separate enclosures visible in the main view. Rectangular spaces divided by metal barriers, each one approximately 6 feet by 3 feet. The same dimensions as the excavations in my neighbor's garden. 5 of the spaces appeared to be occupied. I slammed the laptop shut immediately, my heart hammering so hard I thought I might be sick. But the images had already burned themselves into my memory. The makeshift cells, the surveillance equipment, the careful documentation of what was happening in that underground space. I sat in my darkened living room for nearly an hour, trying to process what I'd seen and decide what to do about it. The rational part of my brain insisted I should contact the police immediately, report my suspicions and let trained professionals handle the investigation. But another part wondered what evidence I actually had. Unusual gardening habits and network intrusions weren't necessarily criminal activities. The dark web marketplace could be located anywhere in the world, operated by people with no connection to my neighbor or my street. Even if I reported everything I'd discovered, would anyone take it seriously enough to act? While I was debating internally, I heard the back gate creak open next door. Through my kitchen window, I could see the familiar hooded figure making his way across the garden in complete darkness. He was carrying what looked like a spade and several large plastic sacks. moving with the same methodical precision I'd observed over the previous weeks, heading directly toward the excavated plots. I watched him work for 20 minutes, filling in one of the rectangular spaces and immediately beginning work on a new one nearby. The displaced earth went into the plastic sacks, which he loaded into a wheelbarrow and presumably disposed of elsewhere. By the time he finished and returned indoors, there was no visible trace of his activities. The next morning, I called in sick to work and spent the day researching Emma Collins' disappearance in greater detail. I found social media profiles that painted a picture of someone curious and technically minded, exactly the sort of person who might stumble across the wrong section of the dark web. Her final posts were about online privacy and digital security, subjects that could easily lead someone into dangerous territory if they weren't careful about their research methods. The timeline was troubling. Emma had vanished on a Tuesday evening 3 weeks earlier. My neighbor had been working in his garden on Tuesday nights ever since, always filling in existing plots and creating new ones. I tried to convince myself I was making unjustified connections, but the pattern was too consistent to ignore, particularly when I discovered that 2 other recent missing persons had also disappeared on Tuesday evenings, both young women with interests in technology and internet security. The kind of people who might be drawn to explore hidden marketplaces and underground communities. The kind of people who might accidentally attract the attention of someone offering discreet disposal services. That evening, I made my decision. I waited until nearly midnight when the familiar sounds of digging began next door, then made my way carefully through my back garden to the low brick wall that separated our properties. The height difference gave me a clear view of his activities, and what I saw confirmed my worst suspicions. He wasn't just creating burial plots. He was maintaining an underground facility that connected directly to his cellar through a series of concealed access points. The garden excavations were ventilation shafts and emergency exits for a much larger operation taking place beneath ground level. While I watched, he spent nearly an hour checking each of the rectangular spaces, using a torch to examine what appeared to be concealed drainage systems and air circulation equipment. This wasn't the improvised setup of someone acting on impulse. It was a carefully engineered facility designed for long-term operation. I had my phone ready to record evidence, but before I could begin filming, he looked up directly at me. We stared at each other for several seconds across the garden wall. His expression was calm, almost curious, as if my presence was expected rather than surprising. Then he smiled and gave a small wave, like a neighbor acknowledging another neighbor during a chance encounter. I ducked down immediately, my heart pounding, and made my way back to my house as quietly as possible. Once inside, I triple-locked the doors and closed all the curtains, trying to process what had just happened. He'd seen me watching him, seen me recording his activities, and instead of appearing concerned or defensive, he'd seemed pleased about it. The implications made my skin crawl, but I couldn't shake the feeling that his reaction had been planned, that he'd wanted me to discover what he was doing, wanted me to know exactly what was happening in the house next door. I spent the rest of the night sat in my front room with all the lights on, waiting for sounds from next door that never came. No digging, no footsteps, no indication that anyone was awake in the neighboring house. Just silence that felt more threatening than any noise could have been. The next morning, I found an envelope on my kitchen table, not pushed through the letterbox or left on the doorstep. On my kitchen table, inside my locked house, positioned exactly where I'd left my coffee mug the previous evening. The envelope contained a single photograph and a handwritten note. The photograph showed me standing at my bedroom window, taken from somewhere in the neighboring garden. I was clearly visible despite the darkness, captured in sharp detail that suggested professional surveillance equipment. The timestamp in the corner indicated it had been taken several weeks earlier, long before I'd started paying attention to my neighbor's activities. The note was brief and written in neat, precise handwriting. It simply read, "Garden Services is always looking for new contributors. Your documentation skills would be valuable to our community. We'll be in touch soon." I'm writing this 3 months later, and I still haven't contacted the police. Not because I don't want to help Emma Collins and the others who disappeared, but because I'm too frightened of what might happen if I do. The envelope proved that my neighbor could access my house whenever he chose, that he'd been watching me long before I'd started watching him, that my investigation into his activities had been noted and potentially encouraged from the very beginning. But there's something else that stops me from seeking help, something I discovered when I finally worked up the courage to check the Garden Services website again. There's a new section now, marked Upcoming Content, with a familiar address listed beneath it, my address. The preview shows a photograph of my own back garden, taken from multiple angles, with precise measurements for rectangular excavations that haven't been started yet. I haven't seen my neighbor for weeks now, but I know he's still there, still watching, still planning, still maintaining his underground facility while he waits for the right moment to expand operations. The house next door looks completely empty during the day, but I can see the blue glow of computer screens late at night. And sometimes, when the wind is in the right direction, I can hear sounds from beneath the ground that I try very hard not to think about. I keep telling myself I should pack up and leave, find somewhere far away where Garden Services can't reach me. But I know it wouldn't make any difference. They've already documented my movements, my routines, my vulnerabilities. They know exactly where to find me whenever they decide the time is right. So I stay here, keeping the curtains drawn and the doors locked, writing down everything I've discovered in case someone finds it useful later. In case anyone wonders what happened to me when I inevitably disappear on a Tuesday evening, just like Emma Collins and all the others. The excavations in my garden haven't started yet, but I know they will. The measurements are already planned, the drainage systems designed, the surveillance equipment tested and ready. I just have to wait for my turn to contribute to the community that's been watching me all along. You know how sometimes you lose touch with people and wonder what happened to them? Well, I found out what happened to my old flatmate, and I really wish I hadn't. I was trying to find someone who could make me a fake ID. Nothing serious, just something that would get me into pubs without having to carry my passport around Manchester. My real driving license had been stolen along with my wallet, and getting a replacement was taking weeks because of some bureaucratic nonsense with DVLA. Someone at uni had mentioned there were places online where you could get decent fake documents made. So I spent a few evenings browsing hidden sites that specialized in that sort of thing. Most were obvious scams, asking for hundreds of pounds up front. But eventually, I found what looked like a legitimate service run by someone who actually knew what they were doing. The site was simple but professional. Examples of their work, pricing for different types of documents, even customer reviews that seemed genuine. What caught my attention was that they offered to meet clients in person for document handovers, which seemed safer than trusting the post with something like a fake ID. The person running the operation called themselves Dockmaster and claimed to be based in the Northwest. When I sent an inquiry about getting a driving license made, they responded quickly with details about their process and pricing. About £80 for a basic fake that would pass casual inspection, more if you wanted something that could fool professional scrutiny. But it was the photograph on their profile page that made me do a double take. The image showed someone's hands holding a newly printed driving license, demonstrating the quality of their work. But I recognized the hands immediately. The scar across the knuckles from when Jake had punched the window during Freshers Week. The distinctive silver ring he always wore on his middle finger. Jake had been my flatmate for 8 months before he vanished. He was studying business at Manchester Met, was always short of money, and was constantly looking for ways to make quick cash without having to get a proper job. He'd tried everything from selling energy drinks at raves to offering essay writing services to international students. Then one day in February, he'd simply disappeared. Left his room exactly as it was, didn't take any clothes or personal belongings, just stopped coming home. His phone went straight to voicemail. His university login hadn't been used, and his bank account showed no activity after the day he vanished. I'd reported him missing after a week, but the police weren't particularly interested. Young men disappeared from shared accommodation all the time, they said. Usually it was drugs, or debt, or family problems they didn't want to discuss. Most of them turned up eventually, living rough, or staying with friends they hadn't told anyone about. But Jake hadn't seemed like someone who would run away from problems. He was actually quite sensible about money and relationships, never got involved with anything too risky or illegal. The sudden disappearance was completely out of character for someone who usually overthought every decision. Now I was looking at what appeared to be his hands in a photograph advertising illegal document services. Either he was alive and working as a forger, or someone else was using his identity to run a criminal operation. I decided to place an order with Dogmaster to see if I could learn more about who was really behind the service. I submitted my photograph and personal details, explaining that I needed the document quickly and was willing to meet in person to collect it. The response came back within hours, professional and businesslike. They could have the license ready within 3 days, and we could arrange to meet at a location in Manchester city centre. The handover would take place in a public area. They suggested the food court at the Arndale Centre during busy periods when there would be plenty of people around. What struck me was the writing style. The messages were formatted in exactly the same way Jake used to write emails, short paragraphs, specific punctuation habits, even the same tendency to over-explain simple instructions. If this wasn't Jake himself, it was someone who had studied his communication patterns very carefully. I agreed to the meeting and waited for further instructions about the exact time and location. Part of me hoped it would actually be Jake, that he'd somehow gotten involved with document forgery and would have a reasonable explanation for why he'd disappeared so suddenly. But another part of me worried that someone else was using his identity for reasons I didn't want to think about. The final message about the meeting contained details that convinced me this really was Jake. The suggested meeting point was a specific bench near the Waterstones in the Arndale Centre, the exact same spot where we'd arranged to meet during Freshers Week when he was helping me find accommodation. Nobody else would have known that location was significant to us. But if Jake was alive and operating as a document forger, why hadn't he contacted any of his friends or family? Why had he left all his possessions behind and allowed people to think he might be dead? And how had he acquired the skills and equipment needed to produce professional quality fake documents? I started researching what was involved in document forgery, trying to understand what kind of operation Jake might have gotten himself involved with. It wasn't just a matter of having a good printer and some cardstock. Producing convincing fake IDs required specialized equipment, access to security features, and knowledge of exactly how legitimate documents were constructed. Such a setup would cost thousands of pounds and take months to establish properly. This was not something a cash-strapped student could assemble independently, even if he possessed the technical knowledge. That suggested Jake was working for someone else, possibly someone who had recruited him for his clean background and lack of obvious criminal connections. Young men without records were valuable for operations that needed to maintain a legitimate front while conducting illegal business. But it also raised darker possibilities. Maybe Jake hadn't chosen to disappear at all. Maybe he'd been recruited against his will, or coerced into participating through threats against his family or friends. The document forgery operation might be just one part of a larger criminal enterprise that used missing persons as expendable workers. I tried to investigate potential connections between missing person cases, specifically seeking young men who had vanished from university accommodation under comparable circumstances. What I found was disturbing. Dozens of cases across different cities, all involving students who had vanished without explanation, leaving behind personal belongings and active social lives. Most of these cases had received minimal police attention, classified as voluntary disappearances unless there was evidence of violence or coercion. The missing persons were usually described as having financial problems or academic struggles that might motivate them to start fresh elsewhere. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Someone was systematically targeting vulnerable students, making them disappear in ways that wouldn't trigger serious investigations, and at least some of them were probably being forced to work in illegal operations like the document forgery service I discovered. The day of the meeting arrived, and I positioned myself in the Arndale Centre early to observe the area around the designated meeting point. I wanted to see who showed up and whether they appeared to be working alone or as part of a larger group. At exactly the agreed time, someone approached the bench where we were supposed to meet. From a distance, it looked like Jake. Same height and build, similar clothing style, even the same way of walking that I'd observed during the months we'd shared accommodation. But when he got closer, I could see that something was wrong. His appearance was different in subtle ways. Hair cut shorter than he used to wear it, weight loss that made his face look gaunt, an overall demeanor that seemed more cautious and nervous than the confident person I remembered. Most disturbing was the way he kept checking his surroundings, constantly scanning the crowd as if he was expecting trouble or watching for specific people. This wasn't someone meeting a client for a routine business transaction. It was someone who felt threatened and was taking precautions against unknown dangers. I watched from across the food court as Jake waited for nearly 20 minutes, checking his phone repeatedly and growing increasingly agitated when nobody approached him. Eventually, he got up and walked away, moving quickly through the crowd toward one of the center's exits. I followed at a distance, trying to see where he was going without getting close enough to be noticed. He moved through the building like someone who knew exactly where the security cameras were positioned, taking routes that kept him out of direct surveillance as much as possible. Outside the Arndale Centre, Jake headed toward the northern quarter, walking quickly and continuing to check behind him every few minutes. I stayed as far back as I could while keeping him in sight, but the streets were busy enough that following someone without being noticed was relatively easy. He led me to a small internet cafe on a side street, the kind of place that catered to people who needed anonymous online access. Through the window, I could see him settling at a computer terminal in the back corner, positioned so he could watch both the entrance and the street outside. I waited across the street for about an hour, watching the internet cafe and noting who else came and went. Most of the customers seemed to be using the place for legitimate purposes. Tourists checking email, students working on assignments, people who didn't have reliable internet access at home. But there were also a few individuals who behaved differently, using the computers for short periods and paying in cash before leaving quickly. People who seemed more concerned with anonymity than convenience, possibly conducting business they didn't want traced back to their normal internet connections. When Jake finally emerged from the internet cafe, he looked even more nervous than before. He spent several minutes standing in the doorway, scanning the street carefully before stepping outside. Then he walked quickly toward the tram station, moving like someone who needed to get away from the area as soon as possible. I decided not to follow him any further. If Jake was involved with people who made him this paranoid about surveillance, getting too close might put both of us in danger. Instead, I went into the internet cafe to see if I could learn anything about what he'd been doing during his visit. The manager was helpful when I explained that I was trying to locate a friend who might have been using their services. He couldn't provide specific details about what customers did online, but he confirmed that the person I described was a regular visitor who always paid cash and never stayed for more than an hour at a time. More interestingly, he mentioned that this customer always used the same computer terminal, the one in the back corner that Jake had chosen. That terminal was popular with people who valued privacy because it was positioned away from the main seating area and had additional software installed that provided better anonymity protection. This setup would be particularly useful for someone conducting illegal business online, such as running a document forgery service through dark web marketplaces. I tried contacting Dockmaster again through the original website, explaining that I'd been unable to attend the meeting due to unexpected circumstances. I asked if we could reschedule, hoping to get another chance to make contact with Jake in a safer environment. But this time, there was no response. The website remained active, still advertising document services and accepting new orders, but my messages to Dockmaster went unanswered. Either Jake had recognized me at the meeting and realized his cover was blown, or something had happened to prevent him from continuing to operate the service. Over the next few weeks, I kept monitoring the website to see if there were any changes or updates. The service remained available, but the response times for customer inquiries became longer and more inconsistent. Eventually, new orders stopped being accepted entirely, and the site displayed a message saying the service was temporarily unavailable due to technical difficulties. I tried visiting the internet cafe again, hoping to catch Jake during one of his regular sessions, but the manager said he hadn't seen him since the day I'd followed him there. Either he'd found a different location for his online activities, or he'd stopped using the service entirely. The most disturbing possibility was that Jake's employers had discovered his identity had been compromised and had decided to eliminate the security risk. People involved in serious criminal operations didn't usually tolerate workers who attracted unwanted attention, especially when those workers were supposed to be untraceable missing persons. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining how I'd found Jake would require admitting to browsing illegal websites and attempting to purchase forged documents. And without concrete evidence that he was being held against his will, they might not take the information seriously. People often assumed that young men who disappeared and later turned up working in illegal operations had chosen that path voluntarily. Proving coercion or trafficking would require more evidence than just recognizing someone's hands in a photograph on a criminal website. I started monitoring missing person databases more systematically, looking for other cases that might be connected to the document forgery operation or similar criminal services. What I found suggested that Jake's situation wasn't unique. There were dozens of young men who had disappeared from universities and later been spotted in circumstances that suggested involvement with illegal activities. However, the majority of these sightings were brief and inconclusive. People thought they'd seen missing persons in different cities, working in shops or restaurants, but the individuals had disappeared again before any contact could be made, as if someone was systematically moving them around to prevent them from being tracked down by friends or family. The document forgery website eventually went offline entirely, replaced by an error message claiming the domain had expired. But similar services continued to operate on other sites, offering the same types of illegal documents with the same professional quality and customer service standards. I sometimes wonder if Jake is still out there somewhere, working for people who use missing persons as expendable labor in criminal operations, whether he chose to disappear or was forced into it, and whether he has any way of escaping from whatever situation he's gotten trapped in. The worst part is knowing that there are probably dozens of other families wondering what happened to their missing sons and brothers, never realizing that their loved ones might be alive, but unable to make contact because they're being held by people who profit from making inconvenient individuals disappear. People who understand that a missing person presumed dead is much more valuable than a living person who might eventually find a way to ask for help. The thing about accidentally becoming an accomplice to murder is that nobody ever tells you how normal it feels while it's happening. You feed the cats, water the plants, take photos of everything like you're supposed to, and it's only later, when you're staring at a missing person poster with a face you recognize, that you realize you've been cleaning up crime scenes and calling it pet sitting. I'd been looking for extra income after my hours got cut at the garden centre in Shrewsbury. The pay there had never been brilliant, but when they reduced everyone to part-time during the quiet winter months, I was struggling to cover my rent on the bedsit I shared with my girlfriend. We'd been talking about getting a place together properly, but that required deposits and guarantees that were impossible on reduced wages. The pet-sitting opportunity came through one of those local Facebook groups where people advertise everything from spare furniture to odd jobs. Someone had posted asking for reliable pet sitters to help with various animals around Shropshire and the surrounding areas. The pay was decent, about twice what I was earning per hour at the garden centre, and the work seemed straightforward enough. The post mentioned that they worked with pet owners who travelled frequently for business and needed someone trustworthy to care for their animals during extended absences. Most assignments involved staying overnight in the owners' homes to ensure the pets maintained their normal routines and felt secure in familiar environments. I responded to the advertisement and received a prompt reply asking about my experience with different types of animals and my availability for irregular scheduling. The person who contacted me explained that many of their clients had demanding careers that required sudden travel, so pet sitters needed to be flexible about accepting assignments at short notice. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Shrewsbury to discuss the specifics of the work. The woman who met me introduced herself as Sarah and seemed professional and knowledgeable about animal care. She explained that her agency specialized in providing high-quality pet care services for clients who were willing to pay premium rates for reliable and discreet service. Sarah emphasized that discretion was particularly important because many clients were concerned about security and privacy. Wealthy pet owners often worried about burglary or other crimes targeting their homes while they were away, so pet sitters needed to be extremely careful about maintaining confidentiality regarding the properties they worked in. The first assignment Sarah gave me was straightforward enough. A couple in a village outside Telford needed someone to look after their 2 dogs while they attended a business conference in London. The house was a comfortable detached property with a large garden, and the dogs were friendly and well trained. The homeowners provided detailed instructions for caring for the animals, including feeding schedules, exercise routines, and emergency contact information. They seemed like typical middle-class professionals who simply wanted to ensure their pets were properly cared for during their absence. However, I noticed some unusual aspects of the house that seemed excessive for ordinary residential security. There were cameras and monitoring equipment throughout the property, including areas where pet care activities wouldn't normally require surveillance. The technology seemed more sophisticated than what most homeowners would install for basic security purposes. When I asked about the extensive surveillance system, the homeowners explained that they had invested in comprehensive security due to previous break-in attempts in the area. The cameras allowed them to monitor their property remotely while traveling and provided peace of mind about both security and pet welfare. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for people with valuable property and beloved pets. Many homeowners were becoming increasingly security conscious, particularly in rural areas where police response times could be lengthy. The pet sitting work continued for several weeks with similar assignments at different properties around the region. All involved caring for animals in well-appointed homes while the owners traveled for business. The pets were generally well behaved, and the homeowners provided comprehensive instructions for their care. But I began noticing patterns across different properties that seemed unusual for coincidental similarities. Many homes contained identical security equipment, similar monitoring systems, and comparable arrangements for managing pet care during owner absences. More concerning were the specific instructions I received about documenting pet care activities. Sarah began requesting detailed photographic records of the animals, their behavior, and their interactions with the home environment. She explained that many clients wanted comprehensive documentation to ensure their pets were receiving proper care. The photography requirements became increasingly specific and extensive. I was asked to document not just the animals themselves, but details about the homes, their contents, and any activities visible from the properties. The level of documentation seemed to go far beyond what would be necessary for monitoring pet welfare. Some of the properties I worked in showed signs that they weren't actually occupied by the people who had supposedly hired me for pet sitting services. Personal belongings, mail, and other indicators suggested that the homes belonged to different people than those who had arranged the pet care assignments. When I raised questions about these discrepancies, Sarah explained that many clients used property management services or had complex ownership arrangements that meant the people arranging pet care weren't necessarily the registered homeowners. Wealthy individuals often had intricate arrangements for managing their various properties and responsibilities. Around the 6th week of pet sitting work, I discovered that one of the properties where I had been caring for animals was listed as being occupied by an elderly woman who had been reported missing several weeks earlier. The missing person reports described someone who lived alone with several cats in the exact house where I had been providing pet care services. The realization that I might be working in the home of someone who had disappeared was deeply disturbing. The pet sitting arrangements appeared to be providing cover for people to access and monitor properties belonging to vulnerable individuals who were no longer able to protect their homes. When I tried to discuss this discovery with Sarah, she reminded me of the confidentiality agreements I had signed when beginning pet sitting work. She emphasized that client privacy was essential and that making assumptions about ownership arrangements could create serious legal problems for everyone involved. She also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that she could not have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my financial situation, living arrangements, and daily activities suggested that I had been under surveillance while conducting pet sitting assignments. The monitoring became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my movements and communications were being tracked. The same surveillance techniques that were being used to monitor the properties where I worked were apparently being applied to monitor the pet sitters as well. I realized that the pet sitting work had been used to recruit me into systematic burglary and property theft operations disguised as animal care services. The homes where I had been working belonged to vulnerable people who had been removed from their properties through various means, allowing criminals to access and loot their belongings under the cover of providing pet care. The extensive documentation I had been providing was probably being used to catalog valuable items and assess properties for systematic theft. The pets I had been caring for were likely abandoned animals left behind when their owners disappeared or were forced from their homes. The missing person case I had discovered was probably typical of how the operation worked. Vulnerable individuals were targeted and removed from their homes, allowing criminals to access their properties for extended periods while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate pet care services. When I attempted to report my suspicions to the police, I discovered that proving criminal activity based on pet sitting arrangements was extremely difficult. The work had been presented as legitimate animal care. The surveillance could be justified as security measures, and the property access could be explained as authorized pet sitting services. Sarah's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped working for them, offering additional pet sitting opportunities and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined the full scope of their operations or what happened to the people whose homes I had been systematically documenting under the pretense of pet care. The combination of property access, comprehensive surveillance, and systematic documentation suggested an organization capable of extensive burglary and theft targeting vulnerable homeowners. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting accomplices to property crimes by presenting theft and surveillance as legitimate animal care work. They understood how to exploit people's love of animals and need for income to recruit participants in systematic victimization of vulnerable property owners. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine care for animals had been transformed into participation in crimes targeting people who were probably as vulnerable as the pets I thought I was helping. The pet sitting work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be trusted with property access and manipulated into maintaining silence about criminal activities. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar pet care agencies, offering well-paid animal sitting opportunities that involve working in the homes of traveling professionals. The positions they advertise always emphasize discretion and security awareness, always involve extensive documentation requirements, and always include responsibilities that go beyond typical pet care duties. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other animal lovers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate pet care while actually participating in systematic property crimes targeting the most vulnerable members of their communities. I've never told anyone this story properly. Not the police, not my friends, not even my partner. They got versions of it, sure, but never the whole thing. I suppose I'm telling you now because enough time has passed that I can finally talk about it without my hands shaking. Though even now typing this out, I keep glancing at my webcam to make sure it's still covered with tape. It started about 3 years ago when I was working as a graphic designer for a small marketing firm in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, mostly designing flyers for local businesses, updating websites, that sort of thing. I'd just gone through a rough breakup and was spending most evenings alone in my flat, drinking too much wine and falling down internet rabbit holes. One night, after a particularly bad day at work, I stumbled across an article about the dark web. Not the sensationalized stuff you see in the papers, but a proper investigative piece about how journalists use it to communicate with sources in oppressive regimes. I'd heard about it before, obviously, but always assumed it was just for drugs and illegal stuff. The article made it sound almost noble, this hidden part of the internet where privacy still existed. Curiosity got the better of me. After a few YouTube tutorials and about an hour of faffing about with software, I was in. The first thing that struck me was how ordinary it looked. I'd expected something out of a film. Green text on black screens, maybe some sinister music. Instead, it was just websites with terrible designs, like the internet from the 90s. I spent a few weeks just browsing, treating it like a weird hobby. Most of it was boring. Dead links, abandoned pages, the occasional marketplace selling things I definitely didn't want to buy. But then I found something that seemed harmless enough. A site called ViewShare. The concept was simple. People would stream their webcams for 24 hours straight, and viewers could watch random feeds from around the world. The site claimed it was about human connection, seeing how people really lived when they thought no one was watching. There was supposedly some vetting process to make sure everyone was a willing participant. Looking back, I should have questioned that more. The first few streams I watched were mundane. A student in what looked like Eastern Europe studying at his desk. An elderly woman in Japan watching television. A man somewhere in America playing video games. It was oddly hypnotic, these glimpses into ordinary lives. I started leaving streams on in the background while I worked from home, like having flatmates I never had to talk to. After about a month, I noticed something odd. One of the feeds I'd bookmarked, a woman in her 30s who seemed to live alone in a nice flat, had changed. Not the woman herself, but the angle. The camera had moved slightly, showing more of her bedroom door. I figured she'd knocked it while cleaning or something. But over the next few days, the camera kept moving. Tiny adjustments, barely noticeable unless you were paying attention. Which, sadly, I was. The woman never seemed to touch it. The movements happened when she was asleep or out of the room. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe she had a cat I hadn't seen, or the camera mount was loose. But then I started noticing the same thing in other feeds. Cameras shifting when they shouldn't, focusing on specific things. Doorways, windows, personal items left lying around. The really unsettling part came when I was watching a feed of a young guy in London. I recognized the area from the view out his window. Somewhere near Clapham, not far from where my sister lived. He was getting ready for bed, going through his usual routine, when he paused at his laptop. He was looking at something on his screen, and his face went pale. He stood up quickly, went to his window, and peered out into the darkness. Then he practically ran to his front door. I could just see it from the camera angle, and checked the locks. He did this maybe 3 or 4 times before grabbing his phone and making a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but he was obviously upset. 20 minutes later, the police showed up. I watched as 2 officers came into view, the guy gesturing frantically at his laptop. One of the officers looked at the screen, then immediately got on his radio. Within minutes, there were more police. The guy started packing a bag, throwing clothes in randomly, his hands visibly shaking. Then the feed cut out. I tried refreshing, checking the site, but that particular stream was gone. Not just offline, completely removed, like it had never existed. I knew something was seriously wrong, but I couldn't work out what. The guy had seen something on his laptop that made him call the police, but what? I went back through my bookmarked feeds, and my stomach dropped. Of the 12 streams I'd been following regularly, 5 were now gone, just vanished. The others were still active, but when I checked them, something felt different. The people seemed nervous, jumpy. One woman had moved her sofa to block her front door. That's when I decided to look more carefully at my own favorite feed. The woman in her 30s with the nice flat. I'd been watching her for weeks, knew her routine. She worked from home like me, had yogurt for breakfast, always watched the news at 10. I developed this weird parasocial relationship with her, even though she had no idea I existed. I studied her feed for hours, looking for whatever was making everyone so frightened. And then I saw it, reflected in her bedroom mirror, barely visible, a figure in her wardrobe. The door was open just a crack, and there was definitely someone in there watching her sleep. My first instinct was to somehow warn her, but how? The site didn't have any communication features, no chat or comments. I watched in horror as she woke up, stretched, and walked right past the wardrobe to her bathroom. The figure didn't move. I couldn't look away. For the entire day, whenever she left the bedroom, I'd see movement in that wardrobe. Someone adjusting their position, getting comfortable. When she came back, they'd go still. She had no idea. That evening, she was cooking dinner when her doorbell rang. She looked confused. She wasn't expecting anyone. Through the webcam, I watched her go to the door. She came back with a small package, examining it curiously. No label, no postage marks. She opened it at her kitchen table. Inside was a single key and a note. She read it, and her face went white. She read it again, then looked around her flat, eyes wide with fear. Then she looked directly at the webcam. She knew, somehow she'd just found out about the stream. She grabbed her laptop, presumably trying to find the source of the stream, how to shut it off. Her fingers were flying over the keyboard, her face getting more and more panicked. Then she stopped, staring at the screen. Slowly she turned to look at her bedroom door. She knew about the wardrobe. What happened next was chaos. She ran to her kitchen, grabbed a knife and her phone. I could see her dialing 999, backing away from the bedroom, the knife shaking in her hand. The wardrobe door started to open. The man who emerged was utterly ordinary looking, middle-aged, wearing jeans and a dark jacket. He looked irritated more than anything else, like she'd ruined his plan. She screamed at him to stay back, the phone pressed to her ear. He just stood there, looking at her with this horrible, disappointed expression. Then he looked directly at the webcam and smiled. He pulled out his own phone, typed something, and my screen went black. Not just the feed, my entire laptop shut down. When I frantically restarted it, ViewShare was gone. The site didn't exist. No trace of it anywhere on the dark web. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept thinking about all those feeds, all those people being watched. How many of them had someone in their house? How many were in danger? I wanted to go to the police, but what would I say? I'd been accessing illegal parts of the internet, watching people without their knowledge, and I'd seen. What exactly? 3 days later, I saw a news article. A woman in Birmingham had been found dead in her flat. The details were sparse, but they mentioned she'd been the victim of stalking, that someone had been living in her flat without her knowledge for weeks. The photo they used was old, but I recognized her immediately, the woman with the nice flat. I threw up, then spent the rest of the day trying to find information about the other people from the feeds. I found 2 more news stories. A man in London who disappeared after reporting someone had been watching him. A family in Leeds who'd fled their home after finding hidden cameras everywhere. The worst part was the comment the police made in one article. They said the victims had all received packages with keys to their own homes and notes explaining they'd been watched for weeks. The notes contained details only someone with intimate access to their lives would know. What they ate for breakfast, their daily routines, when they cried, when they were most vulnerable. I became paranoid after that. Covered all my cameras, changed all my locks, installed a security system. I moved flats twice in 6 months. Even now, I check my wardrobe every night, look for signs someone's been in my space. I know it's not rational, but I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, someone is still watching. About a year ago, I got brave enough to go back on the dark web, just to check, to see if ViewShare or something like it had returned. I didn't find the site, but I found something else, a forum discussing it, hidden deep in the network. People who claim to have been viewers, like me, sharing their stories. The consensus was that ViewShare had been a proof of concept, someone demonstrating that they could access thousands of cameras, plant people in homes, coordinate surveillance on a massive scale. The police interventions had forced them to shut it down, but only that specific operation. The infrastructure, the network of people willing to hide in strangers' homes for weeks, that was all still out there. One user claimed to know who was behind it. Not criminals, they said, but someone much worse. Someone selling a service to the highest bidder. Want to know your spouse's every movement? They could arrange that. Need dirt on a business rival? They had people for that. Want someone to disappear? Well, they'd already proven they could get into anyone's home. I stopped reading after that. Deleted everything. Wiped my laptop. Tried to pretend I'd never seen any of it. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my flat at night, I think about all those feeds, all those people living their lives never knowing someone was watching, waiting, planning. The thing that haunts me most isn't what I saw. It's what I didn't see. How many other cameras were in that woman's flat? How long had that man been in her wardrobe? And the question that keeps me awake at night, if they were streaming from hidden cameras, if they had people physically placed in homes, then how did they choose their targets? Were they random? Or was there something that connected all those people? Some reason they were selected? I've gone over it 1,000 times, trying to find a pattern. They were all different ages, different locations, different lifestyles. The only thing they had in common was that they lived alone. Just like I do. Last week, I found a small package outside my door. No label, no postage marks. I haven't opened it. I know I should throw it away or take it to the police, but I can't bring myself to touch it. It's still sitting on my kitchen counter, unopened. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it, wondering if there's a key inside, wondering if it's to my front door, or maybe to something else. Maybe to a door I don't even know exists in my flat. A cupboard I've never noticed. A panel in the wall that looks solid but isn't. I've started sleeping on my sofa, where I can see both the front door and the bedroom. I know I'm being paranoid. I know the chances of them targeting me are tiny. But every time I hear a noise at night, every time something seems slightly out of place, I remember that smile. The way that ordinary-looking man looked at the camera, like he was looking directly at me, letting me know that watching had consequences. The funny thing is, I still sometimes get the urge to go back on the dark web, not to find ViewShare or anything like it, but to see if there's any news, any updates, any sign that the people behind it were caught. But I know that's how it starts. One little search, one quick look, and before you know it, you're in too deep. Because here's what I've learned about the dark web. It's not the illegal stuff that's truly dangerous. It's not the markets or the forums or the things everyone warns you about. It's the things that seem harmless, the curiosities that draw you in, the sights that make you complicit without you realizing it, that turn you into a participant in something horrific while you think you're just observing. I was watching those people for weeks, thinking I was just seeing normal life unfold. But I was part of it, wasn't I? Part of the violation. Every view probably funded what they were doing, encouraged them to go further. I wonder sometimes if my watching somehow marked those people, if my attention helped select them as targets. That's the real horror of the dark web. Not that terrible things happen there, but that it makes you part of them without you even knowing it. You think you're just looking, just curious, but every click is participation. Every view is collaboration. I still have nightmares about that woman. In them, she's looking at the camera, looking at me, asking why I didn't help her, why I just watched. And the worst part is, I don't have an answer. I saw someone in her wardrobe, saw her in danger, and all I did was keep watching, waiting to see what would happen next. The package is still on my counter. Every day I tell myself I'll throw it away tomorrow. Every night I lie awake, wondering what's inside. Sometimes I think I hear footsteps in my flat, soft movements in rooms I'm not in. It's probably just the neighbors, or the building settling, or my imagination running wild. There's a moment when you realize that boredom can be more dangerous than any addiction. It creeps up slowly, day after day, of the same routine, until suddenly you're willing to do almost anything just to feel something different. That's how I ended up in a situation that still keeps me awake at night, checking the locks on my door and wondering if those footsteps in the hallway outside are just my imagination. I was in my second year at Leeds, studying media communications. One of those degrees that sounds impressive but basically prepares you for nothing except disappointment. Living in a grotty flat in Headingley that I could barely afford on my student loan. Spending most evenings alone because my flatmates had either dropped out or transferred to proper universities where they actually learned useful skills. The flat was everything you'd expect from student accommodation that charged £300 a month. Damp patches on the ceiling, heating that worked when it felt like it, and walls so thin you could hear the neighbors arguing about whose turn it was to buy toilet roll. My room was just large enough for a single bed, a desk that wobbled if you looked at it wrong, and a wardrobe that smelled permanently of mildew. Most nights followed the same pattern. Lectures during the day where lecturers who'd never worked in media told us about industries they'd only read about in textbooks. Then back to the flat for microwave meals and whatever passed for entertainment on my ancient laptop. I'd scroll through social media, watch YouTube videos, occasionally attempt to do coursework that felt increasingly pointless with each passing week. That's how I discovered the forums. Not deliberately. I was researching something for an essay about digital communities when I stumbled across discussions that went deeper than anything I'd seen on mainstream platforms. People talking about privacy, digital freedom, the parts of the internet that existed beyond corporate oversight. It seemed more real than anything I was learning in lectures, more honest than the sanitized world of Facebook and Instagram. The transition to exploring these hidden communities happened gradually. Someone would mention a forum that required special access, or reference a discussion happening on platforms I'd never heard of. Gradually, I learned about tools that could hide your digital footprint, networks that existed parallel to the regular internet but invisible to casual users. it wasn't difficult to access once you knew where to look. There were guides, communities dedicated to helping newcomers navigate safely. Within a few weeks, I had access to a whole parallel internet that felt more authentic than anything I'd encountered in my media studies courses. Most of it was surprisingly mundane. Political discussions that would be censored elsewhere, marketplaces for things that existed in legal grey areas, communities of people who simply preferred to communicate without corporate surveillance. It felt like discovering a hidden city that existed alongside the one everyone else knew about. The first few months, I just observed, reading forums about digital rights, privacy advocacy, discussions of philosophy and politics that went deeper than anything happening in university seminars. There was something addictive about being part of these communities, people who seemed more intelligent, more informed, more aware of how the world actually worked than anyone I knew in real life. I started contributing to discussions, sharing thoughts about media manipulation and corporate control of information. My posts were well received, and gradually I began to build a reputation within certain communities. People started recognizing my username, inviting me to private forums with more exclusive content. That's where I first heard about live streaming communities. Not the obvious stuff, gaming streams and social media influencers, but underground networks that broadcast content you couldn't find anywhere else. Documentary footage from conflict zones, investigative reports that mainstream media wouldn't touch, real journalism that existed outside corporate control. The concept appealed to me immediately. As someone studying media, the idea of accessing unfiltered content, seeing events as they actually happened rather than how they were packaged for mass consumption, felt like the logical extension of everything I was learning about information control and narrative manipulation. The invitation came through a private message from someone I'd been discussing media theory with for several weeks. They'd noticed my interest in authentic journalism and wondered if I'd like to observe some live investigative work. A research collective, they called it, documenting social experiments and human behavior studies that universities wouldn't approve, but which provided genuine insights into psychology and social dynamics. They included access details for a private streaming platform and a scheduled time, that Thursday at 10:30. No explanation of what specific research I'd be observing, just an invitation to witness something most people would never see. The academic framing made it feel legitimate, important, like I was being offered access to cutting-edge research that would enhance my understanding of media and human behavior. The streaming platform was simple but professional-looking. Clean interface, high-quality video feeds, chat functionality that allowed viewers to discuss what they were observing. When I connected at the appointed time, there were already about 15 people online, and they welcomed me warmly. The conversation was exactly what I'd expected from an academic community. People discussed research methodologies, shared insights about psychological principles, debated the ethics of observational studies. Someone mentioned they were pursuing a PhD in social psychology at Durham. Another person talked about their work in documentary filmmaking. They seemed like exactly the kind of intelligent, engaged people I'd been hoping to find in university, but never had. The research subject that night was social isolation and peer pressure. We were observing how an individual responded to being placed in an unfamiliar environment with limited social contact, measuring their psychological adaptation and decision-making under stress. The academic discussion was fascinating. People analyzed body language, predicted behavioral responses, shared relevant research from established psychology journals. The observation space was a small, clinical-looking room with white walls and professional lighting. A single chair faced multiple cameras, and monitoring equipment lined one wall. It looked exactly like the kind of setup you'd expect from a legitimate research facility, clean and organized, and obviously expensive. The subject was a young man, probably around my age, who'd volunteered for what he believed was a standard psychology experiment. The researchers explained through the chat that he'd been told he was participating in a study about decision-making under stress, which was technically accurate, but didn't reveal the full scope of what was being measured. What followed was subtle psychological manipulation presented as scientific methodology. The subject was asked to make increasingly difficult choices, each decision designed to measure his responses to social pressure and isolation. The academic observers discussed his reactions with clinical detachment, noting signs of stress and predicting how his behavior would change as the experiment progressed. I found myself genuinely engaged with the research. This was the kind of real-world psychology that my university courses only touched on theoretically. Here was an actual experiment, measuring genuine human responses in controlled conditions. The academic discussion was more sophisticated than anything happening in my lectures, and I felt privileged to be observing cutting-edge research as it happened. Over the following weeks, I became a regular participant in these observation sessions. Different subjects, different experimental scenarios, but always the same rigorous academic approach. The research collective was studying various aspects of human psychology: social conformity, authority compliance, stress responses, decision-making under pressure. Each session provided new insights that enhanced my understanding of media manipulation and audience psychology. The other observers were consistently impressive. Postgraduate students, academic researchers, documentary filmmakers interested in authentic human behavior. They shared reading recommendations, discussed theoretical frameworks, debated ethical considerations with the kind of intellectual sophistication I'd been hoping to find in university. These felt like the real education I'd been looking for. My contributions to the discussions were increasingly valued by the group. They seemed impressed by my insights into media theory and audience psychology, often asking for my perspective on how different experimental scenarios might be perceived by mainstream audiences. Gradually, I began to feel like a genuine member of the research community rather than just an observer. That's when they started suggesting I might be interested in contributing more directly to the research. The suggestion came casually, almost as an afterthought, during a particularly engaging discussion about experimental methodology. Someone mentioned that having perspectives from different academic backgrounds would enhance the research, and several people agreed that my media studies knowledge would provide valuable insights into audience psychology and narrative construction. The research coordinator, the person who'd originally invited me, explained that they were always looking for participants who understood the academic value of the work. Someone with my background could contribute both as an observer and as a subject, providing comparative data about how media-literate individuals responded to the same experimental conditions they'd been testing on less educated volunteers. I felt flattered. These people, whose intelligence and academic credentials I respected, were telling me I had something valuable to offer. They weren't just inviting me to observe research, they were asking me to become part of it, to contribute to studies that could advance understanding of human psychology and media manipulation. The logistics were straightforward. They operated several research facilities around the country, including one in Manchester that would be convenient for me to reach from Leeds. Sessions typically lasted a few hours, and participants were compensated for their time. More importantly, I would be contributing to research that had genuine academic value, work that might eventually be published in respected journals. I agreed without hesitation. The opportunity to be part of legitimate psychological research, especially research that aligned with my academic interests, was exactly the kind of experience that would distinguish my degree from the theoretical nonsense most of my classmates were learning. The arrangements were handled through encrypted messaging, which seemed appropriate for sensitive research that hadn't yet been published. They provided an address in Manchester's city centre and a time, the following Saturday at 2 in the afternoon. I was told to bring identification and any questions I might have about the research methodology. The building was exactly what I'd expected from a legitimate research facility. Modern office block in Manchester's business district, professional signage, security desk in the lobby. I gave my name to the receptionist, who confirmed my appointment and directed me to the 7th floor. The research coordinator met me at the lift, an academic-looking woman in her 40s who introduced herself as Dr. Sarah Mitchell. She seemed exactly right for the role, speaking with the kind of measured authority I associated with university lecturers, but with more genuine warmth than most of my actual professors managed. The facility itself was impressive. Clean corridors lined with office doors bearing academic titles, research laboratories with expensive-looking equipment, meeting rooms where serious-looking people discussed what appeared to be legitimate academic work. Everything reinforced the impression that this was real research being conducted by qualified professionals. Dr. Mitchell explained the day's experimental protocol as we walked towards the observation room. They were testing responses to social isolation, combined with peer pressure, measuring how quickly intelligent individuals adapted their behavior when placed in unfamiliar social situations. My media studies background made me an ideal subject, she explained, because I would be more aware than most people of the techniques being used, allowing them to measure the effectiveness of these methods on educated, media-literate participants. The observation room was larger than it had appeared through the streaming platform. The same clinical white walls and professional lighting, but seeing it in person made the setup seem even more legitimate. This was clearly expensive equipment, operated by people who knew what they were doing. Other members of the research team were present, people I recognized from the streaming sessions, though seeing them in person made them seem more human, more relatable. They greeted me warmly, expressing genuine excitement about my participation in the research. Someone mentioned that my insights during previous observation sessions had been particularly valuable, and they were looking forward to seeing how I responded as a subject rather than an observer. The initial part of the experiment was exactly what I'd expected. Basic questionnaires about my background and psychological profile, measurements of baseline stress indicators, explanations of the monitoring equipment that would track my responses throughout the session. Everything was conducted with the kind of professional methodology I associated with legitimate academic research. Then they explained the specific experimental scenario. I would be placed in the observation chair and asked to make a series of decisions while being monitored by the research team. The decisions would start simple but gradually become more complex, measuring how my responses changed as social pressure increased. The other team members would observe through a live stream, documenting my reactions and discussing my behavior in real time. The academic framing made everything seem reasonable, even beneficial. This was research that could advance understanding of media manipulation and audience psychology. My participation would contribute to studies that might eventually help people recognize and resist propaganda techniques. The work had genuine social value, and I was privileged to be part of it. I took my place in the observation chair, facing the cameras that would broadcast my responses to the research team. The lighting was professional but not uncomfortable. and the monitoring equipment was less intrusive than I'd expected. Dr. Mitchell explained that the session would last approximately 2 hours, during which I would be asked to respond to various scenarios while my psychological and physiological responses were measured. The first scenarios were straightforward, simple decision-making exercises designed to establish baseline measurements. I was asked to choose between different options, while the research team observed my thought processes. The discussions I could hear through speakers in the room were exactly what I'd participated in during previous sessions. Academic analysis of body language, stress indicators, decision-making patterns. But gradually, the scenarios became more personal. Instead of abstract choices, I was asked to discuss my own life, my fears, my ambitions. The research team's observations became more focused on my individual psychology rather than general human behavior. Their academic discussions started including specific details about my background that I hadn't provided during the initial questionnaires. That's when I began to realize something was wrong. The information they were discussing, details about my university course, my financial situation, my family background, hadn't come from anything I told them during the session. They knew about my student debt, my poor relationship with my parents, my lack of close friendships at university, information that could only have come from extensive research into my personal life. Dr. Mitchell noticed my growing discomfort and explained that background research was standard procedure for this type of psychological study. They needed to understand participants' motivational frameworks to properly analyze their responses. The information had been gathered through standard academic channels, student records, social media analysis, public databases. Nothing invasive, just the kind of background research that any legitimate study would require. But the academic observers' discussions were becoming less clinical and more personal. They talked about my loneliness, my desperation for intellectual connection, my willingness to do almost anything to feel part of a community that valued my contributions. Their analysis was accurate but felt invasive, like they were dissecting my personality for entertainment rather than scientific understanding. The scenarios they presented became increasingly uncomfortable. Instead of simple decision-making exercises, I was asked to discuss my deepest insecurities, my most embarrassing experiences, my greatest fears. The research team's observations became correspondingly more intimate, analyzing not just my responses, but my motivations, my psychological vulnerabilities, my desperate need for validation. When I expressed discomfort with the direction the session was taking, Dr. Mitchell assured me that this was normal. Psychological research often required participants to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves. The temporary discomfort I was experiencing was necessary for the research to have genuine value. Backing out now would invalidate hours of preparation and waste the opportunity to contribute to important academic work. The pressure was subtle but persistent. They reminded me of how enthusiastic I'd been about participating, how much I'd valued being part of the research community, how disappointed they would be if I couldn't follow through on my commitment. The academic framing made my reluctance seem immature, unintellectual, as if I was prioritizing my personal comfort over scientific advancement. But the observers' discussions were becoming less about research and more about entertainment. They talked about my responses as if I was performing for their amusement, rather than contributing to academic study. Their analysis of my psychology became increasingly invasive, dissecting my personality with the kind of casual cruelty that had nothing to do with scientific methodology. That's when I realized that the academic observers weren't researchers or graduate students. They were paying customers, anonymous viewers who enjoyed watching real psychological manipulation presented as legitimate research. The sophisticated discussions, the academic credentials, the professional facility. All of it was elaborate theatre designed to make victims complicit in their own exploitation. I tried to leave, but Dr. Mitchell explained that the session wasn't complete. They'd invested significant resources in this research, and my participation was crucial for the data to have statistical validity. Leaving now would waste months of preparation and invalidate everything they'd learned. More importantly, I'd signed consent forms agreeing to participate in the full experimental protocol. The consent forms I'd signed so casually were more comprehensive than I'd realized. I'd agreed not just to participate in psychological research, but to continue until the academic objectives were met. I'd waived rights to withdraw consent during the session, acknowledging that temporary discomfort was necessary for legitimate research. I'd even agreed to confidentiality clauses that would prevent me from discussing the specific methodologies being used. The observers' discussions became openly predatory. They talked about how long I would resist, what it would take to break down my remaining psychological defenses, how much payment they were willing to make for specific responses. The academic pretense was dropped entirely, replaced by the casual cruelty of people who enjoyed watching others suffer. But I was still in the chair, facing cameras that broadcast my growing panic to anonymous viewers who were betting on my psychological breakdown. The professional lighting that had seemed so legitimate now felt harsh, clinical, designed to capture every detail of my distress for the entertainment of people I would never see. Dr. Mitchell continued to frame everything in academic terms, but her explanations became increasingly hollow. This was research into psychological resilience, she insisted. My responses were providing valuable data about stress management and social compliance. The temporary discomfort I was experiencing was necessary for the advancement of human understanding. The session continued for hours. Psychological pressure disguised as research methodology, invasive questioning presented as scientific inquiry, deliberate humiliation framed as academic observation. The anonymous viewers discussed my responses with the detached interest of people watching a particularly engaging television program, placing bets on how long I would maintain my composure. I don't remember exactly how I got away. The details are blurred by stress and the psychological manipulation I'd endured. I think there was some kind of technical problem with the streaming equipment, a brief moment when the observers were distracted, and I managed to leave the chair and find the exit. Or maybe Dr. Mitchell simply decided the session had provided enough entertainment for the paying viewers. I found myself on a Manchester street with no clear memory of how I'd gotten there. The business district looked normal, professional, exactly like somewhere legitimate research might be conducted. But I knew now that the building I'd just left was something else entirely. A facility designed to exploit people's desire for intellectual connection and academic validation. The journey back to Leeds was a blur. I sat on the train staring out the window, trying to process what had happened. The academic discussions I'd found so engaging, the research community I'd felt so privileged to join, the intellectual validation I'd craved so desperately, all of it had been designed to make me complicit in my own exploitation. That was 8 months ago. I've never reported what happened. Who would believe that a legitimate-seeming research facility was actually a sophisticated operation designed to exploit curious students? The academic credentials seemed real. The facility was professional, and I'd participated voluntarily after signing consent forms that probably covered every legal requirement. But I've learned to recognize the signs now. The casual invitations to observe research, the flattery about academic insight, the gradual escalation from observer to participant. The same patterns that led me into that room are being used to recruit other people, other students, who are bored and lonely and desperate for intellectual connection. I still get invitations occasionally from different usernames on different platforms. Always the same academic framing, the same promise of authentic research opportunities. I delete them immediately, but I can't delete the knowledge that somewhere out there people are still being recruited for research projects that have nothing to do with advancing human understanding. The flat in Headingley feels different now. The thin walls and broken heating that once seemed like minor inconveniences now feel like vulnerabilities. I've changed my daily routines, varied my schedule, become more careful about what personal information I share online. But sometimes, late at night, when the building is quiet and I'm lying awake listening to footsteps in the corridor, I wonder if they know where I live. Because the thing about that kind of operation is that they don't just exploit you once and move on. They build profiles, gather information, create detailed psychological assessments that could be valuable for future projects. I was part of their research for months before I became a subject, and they learned everything they needed to know about what motivates me, what frightens me, what I'm willing to do for validation and intellectual connection. The academic community I thought I'd found doesn't exist. Real research happens in universities with proper oversight and ethical guidelines. But the desire for intellectual connection, for being part of something important and meaningful, is real enough. And there are people who understand how to exploit that desire, how to make isolation and boredom feel like academic opportunity. I'm finishing my degree this year, though media communications feels even more pointless now than it did before. The theoretical frameworks we study in lectures seem naive compared to what I've learned about psychological manipulation and social engineering. But I've also learned that the real world is full of people who understand human psychology better than any university course could teach. The chair is still out there somewhere, in a professional-looking facility with academic credentials and research equipment. And they're still recruiting participants, still finding people who are bored enough and lonely enough and desperate enough for intellectual validation to sign consent forms they don't fully understand. Sometimes I think about the young man I observed during my first session, the volunteer who thought he was participating in standard psychological research. I wonder if he ever realized what was really happening, if he managed to leave before they asked him to become a regular participant, if he's somewhere now checking logs and listening for footsteps and wondering if those casual invitations he receives are what they claim to be. Because once you've been in that chair, once you felt those cameras capturing every detail of your psychological breakdown for the entertainment of anonymous viewers, you never really feel safe again. The academic pretense might be dropped, the session might end, but the knowledge that there are people out there who enjoy watching human suffering remains. My anxiety got so bad during my final year at university that I ended up buying medication from someone online who turned out to be much more interested in my personal life than my prescription needs. I'd always been a bit of a worrier, but something about the pressure of final exams and job applications sent my mental health completely off the rails. Panic attacks in lectures, sleepless nights staring at the ceiling, that constant feeling like something terrible was about to happen even when everything was fine. Classic anxiety symptoms that probably half the students at York were dealing with in their own ways. The obvious solution was to see a doctor and get proper medication. But the waiting list for mental health services was about 3 months long. The university counselling service was overwhelmed. Private therapy was expensive. And meanwhile, I was supposed to be writing my dissertation and applying for graduate jobs, while feeling like I was having a heart attack every time someone mentioned deadlines. A friend mentioned that there were ways to get anxiety medication without going through the official channels. Nothing dodgy, she insisted. Just people who could provide prescriptions for students who needed help urgently and couldn't wait for the NHS bureaucracy to catch up with demand. I was desperate enough to consider it. The panic attacks were getting worse, and I was starting to fall behind on coursework because I couldn't concentrate on anything except the constant worry that everything was going wrong. If I could just get something to take the edge off for a few weeks, maybe I could get through the final push to graduation. Finding these unofficial prescription services turned out to be easier than I'd expected. There were entire communities online dedicated to helping students and young people access medications that were difficult to obtain through conventional channels. Most operated through hidden websites that required specific addresses to access. The service I eventually contacted called itself Student Health Solutions and presented itself as a legitimate medical consultancy that specialized in providing rapid access to treatments for common student health problems. Their website looked professional, with information about qualified doctors and proper pharmaceutical suppliers. The consultation process seemed thorough and responsible. I filled out detailed forms about my medical history, symptoms, and previous treatments. I even had a video call with someone who claimed to be a qualified doctor, who asked intelligent questions about my anxiety and seemed genuinely concerned about finding appropriate treatment. The doctor explained that they could provide a short-term prescription for a mild anxiety medication that would help manage my symptoms while I waited for NHS treatment. The cost was reasonable, about £40 for a month's supply, and they guaranteed that the medication would be genuine pharmaceutical products rather than dodgy internet pills. When the medication arrived, it was exactly as described. Proper packaging, correct labeling, even an information leaflet, with all the standard warnings and dosage instructions. I started taking it according to the prescribed schedule and found that it genuinely helped with the anxiety symptoms. For the first time in weeks, I could focus on my dissertation without constant panic about deadlines and failure. The medication didn't solve everything, but it gave me enough breathing room to function normally while I worked on getting proper support through official channels. But after about a week, I started receiving follow-up communications from Student Health Solutions that seemed oddly personal for a medical consultancy. The doctor who had conducted my initial consultation sent regular check-in emails asking not just about how the medication was working, but about my daily routine, social activities, and personal relationships. He wanted to know where I was living, who I was spending time with, even details about my family background and financial situation. When I asked why this information was relevant to my medical treatment, he explained that anxiety often had complex social and environmental causes. Understanding my complete circumstances would help him provide more effective support and identify any factors that might be contributing to my symptoms. That explanation seemed reasonable for a holistic approach to mental health care, but the questions were becoming increasingly detailed and personal, going well beyond what seemed necessary for medical purposes. He wanted to know about my daily schedule in specific detail, what time I woke up, when I had lectures, where I ate meals, what route I took walking around campus. He asked about my relationships with flatmates, whether I felt safe in my accommodation, if I'd had any problems with other students or university staff. Most concerning were questions about my family's financial situation, my employment prospects after graduation, and whether I had any valuable possessions or access to money that might help with ongoing treatment costs. I started to suspect that the medical consultation was being used as cover for gathering information that had nothing to do with providing healthcare. When I tried to research Student Health Solutions more thoroughly, I found very little information about the organization beyond their professional-looking website. No registration with medical regulatory bodies, no physical address beyond a PO box, no verifiable credentials for the staff who claimed to be qualified doctors. The medication itself was genuine, but that didn't necessarily mean the people providing it were legitimate medical professionals. I decided to stop responding to the follow-up questions and just focus on using the medication I'd already received. But the communications from Student Health Solutions became more persistent and concerning. The supposed doctor started expressing worry about my mental health based on my reduced communication. He suggested that isolation and withdrawal were signs that my anxiety was getting worse and that I needed more intensive support than just medication. He offered to arrange in-person consultations at locations around York, claiming that face-to-face assessment would allow him to provide more effective treatment. When I declined, he seemed genuinely concerned that I was putting my health at risk by avoiding professional medical support. But he also started demonstrating knowledge about my activities that he couldn't have gained through our online communications. He mentioned seeing me around campus in specific locations, knew which coffee shops I'd been visiting, even referenced conversations I'd had with friends that he couldn't possibly have overheard, unless he'd been deliberately monitoring my activities. It was becoming clear that Student Health Solutions wasn't just providing informal medical consultations. They were using healthcare as a pretext for systematic surveillance of vulnerable students. I tried to research other people who might have used their services, looking for reviews or discussions about their treatment experiences. What I found was more disturbing than I'd expected. There were scattered reports from students who had received medication from similar services, but had subsequently experienced problems that seemed unrelated to their original health concerns. Identity theft, burglary, even stalking incidents that had started shortly after they provided personal information during medical consultations. Most concerning were cases where students had become dependent on their unofficial medication suppliers, unable to transition to legitimate NHS treatment because their informal providers had created complex psychological relationships that were difficult to break. Some students reported that their supposed doctors had gradually increased their involvement in personal decision-making, offering advice about relationships, career choices, and financial management that went far beyond medical treatment, creating dependent relationships where vulnerable young people relied on their medication providers for guidance about all aspects of their lives. I realized I was potentially being targeted by people who used fake medical services to identify and exploit vulnerable students. The anxiety medication was probably genuine, but it was being used as bait to establish relationships with young people who were dealing with mental health problems and might be susceptible to manipulation and control. I stopped taking the medication immediately and tried to cut all contact with Student Health Solutions. But they continued sending communications expressing concern about my welfare and offering various types of support that seemed designed to maintain some form of relationship. When I ignored their emails, they started using text messages and phone calls. The supposed doctor claimed he was worried about my mental health and felt professionally responsible for ensuring I received appropriate care. But the calls often came at times when I was alone in specific locations, suggesting that my activities were still being monitored, despite my attempts to end our professional relationship. Most disturbing was evidence that they had detailed information about my financial situation, academic performance, and family circumstances that I'd never provided during the original consultation. They knew about my student loan balance, my parents' occupations, even my employment prospects after graduation. Someone had been conducting comprehensive background research into my personal life, using information that could only have been gathered through systematic surveillance or unauthorized access to official records. I started taking precautions around my daily routine, varying my schedule and being more careful about sharing personal information. But I also began to suspect that the surveillance had been going on much longer than I'd realized. Looking back at the original consultation process, I could see signs that Student Health Solutions had already known significant details about my circumstances before I'd contacted them. The questions they'd asked had been designed to confirm information they already possessed, rather than genuinely learning about my medical history. They had somehow identified me as a potential target before I'd even been aware that services like theirs existed. The friend who had recommended them might have been unknowingly part of a recruitment process designed to connect vulnerable students with people who specialized in exploiting their mental health problems. I tried contacting the friend who had originally mentioned the service, hoping to understand how she'd learned about them and whether she'd experienced similar problems. But she claimed not to remember giving me their details and seemed uncomfortable discussing anything related to unofficial healthcare services. When I pressed her for more information, she suggested that I might be confused about where I'd heard about Student Health Solutions, and that maybe my anxiety was causing me to misremember recent events. Her response made me wonder whether she was genuinely confused or whether she'd been instructed to distance herself from the organization if anyone started asking awkward questions about how they recruited new clients. Either way, it was clear that I wasn't going to get help understanding the situation from people who had been involved in directing me towards Student Health Solutions in the first place. I considered reporting everything to the police, but explaining the situation would require admitting that I'd obtained prescription medication through illegal channels. Even if the people providing it were running some kind of fraud or surveillance operation, I could potentially be charged with obtaining controlled substances without proper medical supervision. The legal risks of reporting the problem might be worse than the risks of simply trying to avoid further contact with the organization. But I also knew that other students were probably being targeted through similar schemes, and that the surveillance and manipulation tactics I'd experienced were likely being used against more vulnerable people who might be less able to recognize what was happening to them. Students dealing with serious mental health problems would be particularly susceptible to people who offered medical help while gradually gaining control over their personal lives and decision-making processes. I started monitoring online communities where students discussed mental health and informal healthcare options, looking for other people who might have encountered Student Health Solutions or similar organizations. What I found was a pattern of reports from students who had received medication or treatment from unofficial providers, but had subsequently experienced various forms of harassment, exploitation, or identity theft. Most of these students had been in vulnerable situations when they'd first sought help, dealing with mental health crises, financial problems, or academic difficulties that made them desperate enough to consider alternatives to official support services. The fake medical providers had used their initial healthcare consultations to identify students who were isolated, financially insecure, or struggling with personal problems that made them susceptible to manipulation. Once they'd established relationships with vulnerable targets, they'd gradually expanded their involvement in those students' lives, offering various forms of support and guidance that created psychological dependence while gathering information that could be used for financial fraud or other criminal purposes. Some students had lost significant amounts of money to people who had gained their trust by providing medical help during mental health crises. Others had experienced identity theft, stalking, or harassment that had started after they'd shared personal information during fake medical consultations. The most disturbing cases involve students who had become completely dependent on their unofficial healthcare providers, unable to function independently because they'd been systematically isolated from legitimate support systems and convinced that only their fake doctors could provide effective treatment. I realized that Student Health Solutions was probably part of a larger operation that specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable young people through fake medical and support services. They used legitimate-seeming healthcare provision as a way to establish relationships with targets who were dealing with mental health problems, financial difficulties, or other vulnerabilities that made them susceptible to manipulation and control. The genuine medication they provided was just the initial hook used to establish trust and credibility. Once they'd gained access to their targets' personal lives, they could exploit that access for various criminal purposes while maintaining the appearance of being helpful healthcare providers. But understanding the scheme didn't necessarily protect me from its consequences. I'd already provided them with extensive personal information and had demonstrated that I was dealing with mental health problems that might make me a valuable long-term target. Even if I avoided further direct contact with Student Health Solutions, the information they'd gathered about me could be used for identity theft, fraud, or sold to other criminals who specialized in targeting vulnerable individuals. The surveillance of my daily activities was probably continuing, and the people behind the organization might decide that I posed a security risk if they suspected I was planning to expose their operations. I was trapped in a situation where seeking help for mental health problems had made me a target for criminals who specialized in exploiting people with exactly the vulnerabilities I'd been trying to address. The medication that was supposed to help me manage anxiety had instead created a much more serious and long-term threat to my safety and independence. And somewhere out there, other students were probably going through the same process, reaching out for help with mental health problems and unknowingly providing criminals with everything they needed to systematically destroy their lives. Have you ever wondered what happens to the parts of yourself you lose in war? Not the obvious bits, the limbs, the hearing, the scars you can see in the mirror. I'm talking about the invisible pieces, the ability to sleep through the night without checking the locks 3 times, the capacity to sit in a restaurant without your back to the wall, the simple faith that most people are fundamentally decent. Those are the parts that don't grow back, no matter how many therapy sessions the doctors threw at you. I came back from Afghanistan in late 2018, medically discharged after an IED took out half my patrol and left me with a collection of metal fragments in my left leg and a head full of memories I couldn't switch off. The physical therapy was straightforward enough. Learn to walk properly again, build up the strength, adapt to the new limitations. The mental side was trickier. The flat they set me up with in Aldershot was decent enough. Ground floor, which suited the leg, and quiet neighbors who minded their own business. The occupational therapist had been very pleased with herself when she'd arranged it. Close to the base for support, she'd said, but far enough away to feel civilian. What she hadn't mentioned was how the silence would press against your ears at night, or how every settling beam and creaking pipe would send your heart racing. Sleep became something that happened to other people. I'd lie there listening to the world outside my window. The occasional car, a fox in the bins, the milk float doing its rounds at 4:30. Sometimes I'd doze off around dawn, only to wake up an hour later feeling worse than when I'd gone to bed. That's how I discovered the internet had a whole world that came alive when the rest of Britain was asleep. Forums for insomniacs, chat rooms for shift workers, communities of people who existed in the margins of normal daylight hours. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just human contact that didn't require explaining why I was awake at 3 in the morning or why crowds made me nervous. The transition from regular internet to the darker corners happened gradually. Someone in an insomnia forum mentioned privacy tools. ways to browse without leaving digital footprints. Given my background, the concept of operational security appealed to me. Old habits, I suppose. In the army, you learn to cover your tracks, to move without being seen, to gather intelligence without revealing your position. Installing Tor felt like putting on body armor, that same sense of protection, of creating barriers between yourself and potential threats. The dark web wasn't what I'd expected. Less criminal marketplace, more like a parallel internet where people could speak freely about things that wouldn't be tolerated on Facebook or Twitter. Political dissidents, whistleblowers, people living under authoritarian regimes. It felt purposeful, almost noble. The first few weeks I just observed. Reading forums about government surveillance, privacy rights, digital freedom. There was something therapeutic about it. Being part of a community that understood the value of staying hidden, of operating below the radar. These people got it in a way that civilian therapists never could. It was in one of these privacy forums that I first heard about red rooms, not from someone promoting them, but from a discussion about online myths and digital urban legends. Someone had posted a long thread debunking various dark web horror stories, explaining how most of the sensational stuff you read in newspapers was either exaggerated or completely fabricated. Red rooms, according to this poster, were particularly ridiculous. The technical challenges alone made them impractical. Streaming live video over Tor was unreliable, the latency was terrible, and the bandwidth requirements were enormous. More importantly, they argued, the risk to reward ratio made no sense. Why would criminals expose themselves to that level of surveillance and law enforcement attention when there were easier ways to make money? The post was thorough, well-researched, and completely convincing. It also had the unintended effect of making me curious about whether they actually existed. I told myself it was just intellectual curiosity. After years of intelligence work, you develop a natural skepticism about official narratives. When someone tells you something is impossible, your first instinct is to test that assertion. Not because you want to find something horrific, but because you want to understand how the world actually works, rather than how people say it works. The search took weeks. Most of the links I found led to obvious scams. Sites demanding payment upfront or requiring personal information that any sensible person would never provide. Others were clearly honey traps, probably run by law enforcement agencies trying to catch people with questionable intentions. But occasionally, buried deep in technical discussions or hidden in the metadata of seemingly unrelated files, I'd find references that seemed more genuine. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I'd been helping out at a veteran support group, not talking, just making tea and setting up chairs, when I overheard a conversation between two ex-Signals operators about online payment systems. They were discussing the profit margins on different digital services, and one of them mentioned that the real money wasn't in legitimate businesses, but in providing services that people couldn't get through normal channels. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. But something about the way he'd said it stuck with me. The next time I was browsing the dark web, I started looking at it differently. Instead of searching for red rooms directly, I started following the money, payment processors, digital transfer systems, the financial infrastructure that would be needed to support something like live streaming to paying customers. That's how I found the marketplace. It was hidden several layers deep, accessible only through a series of referral links that changed daily. The front page looked like any other dark web market. Drugs, fake documents, stolen credit card details. But there was a section marked Premium Services that required additional verification to access. The verification process was more thorough than anything I'd encountered. not just prepayment through untraceable methods, but proof of identity that had to be cross-referenced against previous purchases, references from existing members, even a brief interview conducted through encrypted chat to confirm you weren't law enforcement. It took nearly a month to get approved, and by the time I did, I wasn't sure I actually wanted access anymore. But the same compulsion that had carried me through 3 tours in Afghanistan, the need to see a mission through to completion, kept me going. The premium services section was smaller than I'd expected, maybe 30 or 40 listings, mostly for things that were disturbing, but not particularly surprising. Custom pornography, identity theft services, professional harassment campaigns, the sort of services that existed in the grey areas between legal and illegal, catering to people with money and flexible morals. The listings that interested me were at the bottom of the page, in a subcategory marked Live Entertainment. 3 different providers, each offering real-time streaming services with interactive elements. The descriptions were deliberately vague. Authentic experiences, unscripted content, viewer participation opportunities. But the prices gave them away. These weren't webcam shows or adult entertainment. They were charging thousands of pounds for single sessions. I spent another week researching the providers before making contact with one. Their listing claimed to offer documentary-style content featuring real participants in authentic scenarios. The language was careful, designed to provide plausible deniability while making the actual service clear to interested buyers. The booking process was surprisingly professional. Encrypted email exchanges, detailed technical requirements for viewing, even a customer service representative who walked me through the setup process. They operated like a legitimate business, complete with scheduling systems and technical support. The session was arranged for a Tuesday night at 11:30. I was provided with a unique link and access credentials that would only work during a specific 2-hour window. The technical requirements were extensive: updated browsers, specific security plugins, a reliable internet connection with minimum bandwidth requirements. When the time came, I almost didn't connect. I sat at my laptop for nearly 20 minutes, cursor hovering over the link, trying to decide if I really wanted to see what I was about to see. In the end, it was the same morbid curiosity that had carried me this far. I needed to know if it was real. The stream loaded slowly, buffering every few seconds as the encrypted video fought its way through Tor's layered network. When it finally stabilized, I was looking at what appeared to be a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, and a chair positioned in the center of the frame. For the first 10 minutes, nothing happened. Just an empty room with occasionally flickering lighting. As the video quality adjusted, I was beginning to think I'd been scammed when a figure appeared at the edge of the frame. It was a man in his 40s or 50s, wearing coveralls and latex gloves. He moved methodically around the room, checking equipment I couldn't quite see, adjusting the camera angle, preparing for something. His movements were practiced, professional. This wasn't his first time doing whatever he was about to do. A chat window had appeared beside the video player, showing messages from other viewers. There weren't many, maybe 8 or 10 people total, but they were clearly regulars. They talked about previous sessions, compared notes on different providers, discussed technical aspects of the streaming quality like they were reviewing a television program. Then someone else entered the room. She was young, probably early 20s, and clearly confused about where she was or how she'd gotten there. The man in coveralls guided her to the chair with gentle but firm insistence, speaking to her in what appeared to be a calming manner. She kept looking around the room, taking in the concrete walls and bare bulb and camera equipment with growing alarm. The chat exploded with activity. Viewers were making requests, placing bets, discussing what they wanted to see happen next. Payment details were being shared. Transactions were being arranged in real time. I watched in horrified fascination as what I was witnessing transformed from documentary into auction. I should have closed the browser, should have reported what I was seeing to the police, though I had no idea how to explain how I'd found it, or whether they'd even believe me. Instead, I found myself paralyzed by the same terrible fascination that had carried me through firefights in Helmand, that state of hyper-awareness where time slows down and you observe everything with crystalline clarity while being unable to act. The man in coveralls began responding to specific requests from the chat. He would pause, read something on a screen I couldn't see, then nod or shake his head. Sometimes he would hold up different tools for the camera, letting the viewers choose which one he should use. It was interactive in the most disturbing way possible. A live-streamed crime where the audience was complicit in every decision. Then something changed. The chat messages stopped, replaced by a single repeated warning from multiple users. Terminate session, terminate session, terminate session. The man in coveralls looked directly at the camera, his expression shifting from professional calm to genuine alarm. He moved quickly to something off screen, and seconds later the video cut out entirely. I stared at a blank screen, showing only a connection error message. When I tried to reload the page, the link was dead. The entire marketplace had vanished, as if it had never existed at all. Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself that what I'd witnessed had been staged. Elaborate theatre designed to part fools from their money. The production quality had been too professional, the interactive elements too seamless. Real criminals wouldn't operate with such sophisticated customer service and technical infrastructure. But I kept thinking about those final moments before the feed cut out. The way the man's expression had changed when he'd seen those warning messages. The speed with which everything had shut down. It felt less like a performance ending and more like an emergency evacuation. 3 weeks later, I received a package. It arrived by regular post, addressed to my flat with no return address. Inside was a single photograph, printed on ordinary paper with a home printer. It showed the interior of my living room, taken from the position of my laptop screen. I was visible in the background, sitting at my kitchen table, clearly recognizable despite the low light. On the back of the photograph, someone had written a single line in neat handwriting. "We know what you watched." I called the police immediately, reported the break-in, showed them the photograph, explained about the package. But what could they do? No signs of forced entry, nothing stolen, no way to trace where the photograph had come from. The officer who took my statement was polite, but clearly thought I was either paranoid or making it up. I've changed the logs 3 times since then, installed security cameras, motion sensors, even hired a private investigator to check if anyone had been asking questions about me. Nothing. Whoever had been in my flat had left no trace beyond that single photograph. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying awake, listening to the sounds of the building settling around me, I wonder if they ever really left. Because the thing about surveillance is that once you know you're being watched, you never stop feeling those eyes on you. I still get packages occasionally, never more than once a month, always delivered by regular post. Sometimes it's another photograph, my kitchen, my bedroom, the view from my living room window. Once it was a printout of my medical records from the army. Last month it was a copy of my therapy notes from the NHS. Each one carries the same message on the back. We know what you watched. I don't know if it's a threat or just a reminder. I don't know if they want something from me, or if they're simply ensuring I remember what I witnessed. But I've learned that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The worst part isn't the invasion of privacy, or even the constant feeling of being monitored. It's knowing that somewhere out there, that basement with the concrete walls and single bare bulb might still be operating. That other people might be sitting at their computers right now, watching live streams of things that should never happen, placing bets on human suffering like it's a sporting event. And I'm the only one who knows it's real. At least, I hope I'm the only one. I suppose I should have known something was wrong when they paid me £50 just to watch adverts and give my opinion. That's not the sort of money market research companies usually throw around, especially not for someone like me, who'd never done anything more exciting than work behind the till at a corner shop in Wolverhampton. But when you're barely scraping by and someone offers you easy money for sitting in a room and talking about what you think of washing powder commercials, you don't ask too many questions. The invitation came through the post, which was unusual enough on its own. Most market research these days happens online or through phone calls, but this was a proper printed letter with my name and address typed on expensive-looking paper. The letter explained that I'd been selected to participate in an exclusive consumer research study examining how people respond to different types of advertising. They wanted participants between 25 and 45 who worked in retail or service industries and lived in the West Midlands area. The study would involve watching various advertisements and discussing my reactions with other participants, along with some individual interviews about my shopping habits and media consumption. The location was given as a business centre in Birmingham city centre, which seemed legitimate enough. The letter provided a phone number to confirm attendance and mentioned that participants would receive compensation for their time and travel expenses. I called the number and spoke to a woman who sounded professional and knowledgeable about market research procedures. She confirmed the details from the letter and asked some basic questions about my background to ensure I fit their target demographic. The conversation was routine and businesslike, exactly what I'd expect from a legitimate research company. The business centre was easy enough to find, located in a modern office building near the Bull Ring. The reception area looked professional, with branded materials for various companies and a steady flow of people coming and going for different meetings and appointments. I was directed to a conference room on the 3rd floor, where about a dozen other people were already waiting. The group seemed to match the demographic they'd described, mostly people in their 30s and 40s who looked like they worked in shops, restaurants, or other service jobs around the West Midlands. The session began with a researcher introducing herself and explaining that we'd be viewing a series of advertisements for various consumer products. Our task was to watch each advert carefully and then discuss our reactions, focusing on what we found appealing, confusing, or memorable about the marketing messages. The first few advertisements were exactly what I'd expected. Typical commercial spots for household products, food brands, and retail chains. The discussion afterward was straightforward, with participants sharing their opinions about the effectiveness of different marketing approaches and whether the adverts would influence their purchasing decisions. However, as the session progressed, the advertisements became increasingly unusual. Instead of polished commercial spots from recognizable brands, we began viewing what appeared to be amateur or experimental marketing materials for products and services I'd never heard of. Some of these advertisements were for websites and online services that seemed to operate outside normal commercial channels. The marketing materials emphasized privacy, discretion, and access to exclusive content or services that weren't available through conventional retailers or service providers. The researcher seemed particularly interested in our reactions to these unusual advertisements. She asked detailed questions about whether we found the marketing messages compelling, whether we would be interested in learning more about the services advertised, and what factors would influence our decision to engage with unconventional online businesses. During the individual interviews that followed the group discussion, the questions became more personal and specific. The researcher wanted to know about my financial situation, my online activities, and my attitudes toward privacy and security when using internet services. She also asked about my social relationships and support systems, probing into whether I lived alone, how often I communicated with family and friends, and whether I had people in my life who might notice if my behavior or circumstances changed significantly. These questions felt intrusive and irrelevant to market research about advertising effectiveness. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable with the personal nature of the inquiries, the researcher explained that understanding consumer psychology required comprehensive knowledge of people's life circumstances and decision-making processes. She assured me that all information would be kept strictly confidential and used only for legitimate research purposes. The personal questions were necessary to understand how different life situations influence people's responses to various types of marketing messages. The session concluded with the researcher providing contact information for follow-up research opportunities. She mentioned that participants who provided detailed and thoughtful responses would be invited to participate in additional studies that offered higher compensation for more specialized research activities. I received the promised payment in cash as I left the building, along with a business card containing contact information for future research opportunities. The entire experience had been professional and well organized, despite my discomfort with some of the more personal questions. About a week later, I received a phone call inviting me to participate in a follow-up study that would involve testing online services and providing feedback about user experience and interface design. The compensation offered was substantially higher than the first session, and the work could be completed from home on my own schedule. The caller explained that the research involved evaluating websites and online platforms that were still in development stages. I would be given access to these experimental services and asked to document my experiences using them, focusing on usability, functionality, and overall user satisfaction. This seemed like a natural progression from the advertising research, and the higher pay was attractive enough to override my lingering concerns about the personal questions from the first session. I agreed to participate and was provided with detailed instructions for accessing the experimental websites. The instructions included steps for downloading specialized software that would allow me to access websites that weren't available through normal internet browsing. The researcher explained that many experimental online services operated on private networks to protect their development work from competitors and unauthorized access. The software installation process was more complex than typical internet applications, requiring specific security settings and network configurations that seemed unusual for basic website testing. When I asked about these requirements, the researcher explained that experimental services often required enhanced security measures to protect proprietary technology and user data. Once the software was properly configured, I gained access to a collection of websites and online platforms that were unlike anything I'd encountered through normal internet use. These services offered various types of content and functionality, but many seemed to operate outside the boundaries of conventional online businesses. Some platforms provided access to information and services that were explicitly described as being unavailable through mainstream internet channels. Others offered opportunities to participate in activities or transactions that required significant discretion and anonymity from users. The research tasks involved exploring these platforms thoroughly and documenting my experiences using detailed questionnaires and feedback forms. I was asked to evaluate not just the technical functionality of the services, but also my emotional and psychological responses to the content and activities available. Many of the questions focused on whether I found the services exciting, whether I would recommend them to others, and what factors would influence my decision to become a regular user of these types of platforms. As I spent more time exploring the experimental websites, I began to understand that they were providing access to areas of the internet that most people never encounter. The content and services available through these platforms included activities that were clearly illegal or designed to exploit vulnerable people. Some websites offered detailed instructions for various criminal activities, while others provided marketplaces for goods and services that couldn't be obtained through legitimate channels. Many platforms seemed designed to facilitate interactions between people seeking to engage in harmful or exploitative activities. The realization that I was being asked to evaluate and provide feedback on criminal websites was deeply disturbing. The market research study had been used to recruit people who could be trusted to access illegal online services and provide intelligence about their usability and appeal. When I tried to contact the research company to express my concerns, I discovered that the phone numbers and contact information I'd been given were no longer working. The business address led to an office building that had no record of the research company I'd been working with. I also began noticing signs that my online activities were being monitored more extensively than would be necessary for legitimate market research. My internet usage, email communications, and even my location seemed to be tracked and documented by unknown parties. The specialized software I'd installed to access the experimental websites had apparently provided comprehensive surveillance capabilities that extended far beyond the research tasks I'd been asked to complete. My computer and internet connection had been compromised to allow ongoing monitoring of my personal activities. When I attempted to remove the research software and end my participation in the study, I discovered that the monitoring capabilities couldn't be easily disabled. The software had integrated itself into my computer systems in ways that made complete removal extremely difficult without professional technical assistance. I also received messages suggesting that my participation in the research had provided me with access to sensitive information about illegal online services. The implication was that my knowledge of these criminal platforms made me a potential security risk that required ongoing monitoring and management. The messages reminded me that I had detailed knowledge of how to access and use illegal websites, and that this information could be valuable to law enforcement or competing criminal organizations. My safety and legal protection depended on maintaining discretion about everything I had learned during the research process. I realized that the market research study had been designed to identify and recruit people who could be manipulated into accessing illegal online services while providing detailed intelligence about their operations and user base. The focus group had been a screening process to identify vulnerable individuals who could be trusted with criminal activities. The personal questions during the interviews had been used to assess my psychological profile and determine whether I could be controlled through financial pressure, social isolation, or other forms of manipulation. The research company had been evaluating my suitability as an unwitting participant in criminal online activities. The ongoing surveillance of my personal activities was probably being used to gather leverage that could ensure my continued cooperation with illegal activities, or my silence about criminal operations I had been exposed to during the research process. I never determined who was actually behind the research study or what they ultimately intended to do with the intelligence I had provided about illegal online services. The combination of sophisticated recruitment methods, comprehensive surveillance capabilities, and systematic exposure to criminal activities suggested an organization with significant resources and expertise. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for identifying and recruiting unwitting participants in criminal online activities by presenting illegal research as legitimate market research opportunities. They understood how to exploit people's financial needs and curiosity about technology to recruit accomplices for activities they would never willingly participate in. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire for additional income had been transformed into participation in the evaluation and improvement of criminal online services. The market research had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be manipulated into providing intelligence about illegal activities while believing they were conducting legitimate consumer research. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar market research companies, offering compensation for participation in studies that involve evaluating experimental online services and technologies. The studies they describe always offer unusually high compensation, always involve accessing specialized websites, and always require comprehensive confidentiality about the research process. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are participating in legitimate market research, while actually providing intelligence and feedback that helps improve criminal online operations targeting vulnerable users. Let me tell you about my friend John Paul and why he'll never feel safe on land again. He wasn't the sort of person you'd expect to end up living on a yacht. He'd been a history teacher at a comprehensive in Glasgow for the better part of 20 years. The kind of steady, reliable guy who marked papers on Sunday evenings and took the same 2 weeks off every summer. Then everything changed when he won a raffle. It wasn't a huge win, mind you, but enough to transform his life. After all of the arrangements were sorted, he found himself the proud owner of a beautiful 45-foot motor yacht. She was a proper luxury vessel with polished wood fittings, a spacious salon, comfortable sleeping quarters, and all the modern amenities including satellite internet. He discovered he could teach online from anywhere with a stable connection. And the freedom of waking up to different horizons each morning was intoxicating. He'd been living aboard for about 18 months when I first visited him. The yacht was moored in a quiet bay off the Dorset coast, far enough from shore that the lights of the nearest village were just pinpricks in the darkness. He seemed genuinely happy for the first time since I'd known him, tanned from the sun and relaxed in a way that years of classroom management had never allowed. The boat was immaculate, well maintained and loved, with comfortable furnishings and enough space to feel like a proper home. Though when I mentioned how peaceful it must be, he glanced toward the shore with an expression I couldn't quite read. We spent the evening catching up over a few drinks, and as the conversation wound down, he mentioned something that stayed with me. He'd been exploring parts of the internet he'd never bothered with before, partly out of boredom during the long evenings at Anchor, partly from curiosity about what existed beyond the usual websites everyone used. He wasn't particularly technical, but he'd taught himself just enough networking to be dangerous. The hidden networks beneath the surface web fascinated him. The anonymity appealed to him. The sense of being able to observe without being observed. But over the past few weeks, he'd stumbled across something that unsettled him. A series of linked sites offering live streaming services, but not the kind you'd find on mainstream platforms. These streams showed real people in real situations, often without their knowledge, sometimes against their will. He described it as a network of interconnected feeds, some showing seemingly innocent content like people in their homes or workplaces, others displaying scenarios orchestrated for the viewer's entertainment. The most disturbing aspect was the interactive element. Viewers could influence what happened on screen through various means, turning passive observation into active participation. What bothered him most was how professional the operation appeared. This wasn't some amateur setup run by a handful of perverts in their spare time. The streaming quality was excellent, the user interface sophisticated, and the whole system seemed designed to handle thousands of concurrent viewers. Someone was running this with serious resources and technical expertise. The conversation moved on to other topics, but I could tell the subject was weighing on his mind. He had always been the sort of person who felt responsible for fixing problems, even when they weren't his to solve. I suspected he was wrestling with whether to report what he'd found, though to whom and with what evidence, I couldn't say. I left the next morning, returning to my own routine in London, and didn't think much more about our conversation until he called me a few weeks later. His voice was different, strained in a way I'd never heard before. The streaming network had evolved since our last conversation. New sections had appeared, offering more extreme content, and more people were watching. But the change that terrified him was personal. He'd recognized one of the locations being streamed. It was his yacht. The feed showed his main cabin from an impossible angle, as if the camera was positioned inside the paneling itself. He could see his comfortable seating area, his navigation station, even the books he'd left open on the polished dining table. The image quality was crystal clear, updating in real time, showing every detail of his private space. At first, he thought it might be some kind of technical error or coincidence, but when he moved around the spacious cabin, his actions reflected on the stream with no delay. Someone had somehow placed surveillance equipment inside his beautiful yacht without his knowledge. Thousands of strangers were watching his every move. The chat beside the stream was filled with comments about him, discussions of his daily routine, speculation about his background and personal life. Some viewers seemed to know details about his past that weren't publicly available, suggesting they'd researched him extensively. Others were making suggestions about what should happen next, treating his situation like entertainment. He had immediately started searching his vessel for hidden cameras, but found nothing obvious. The equipment had to be there somewhere, capturing video and audio, transmitting it to the streaming network, but it was concealed well enough that an amateur search revealed nothing. More troubling was the realization that this level of surveillance required serious planning and resources. Someone had accessed his boat, possibly multiple times, to install the necessary equipment. They'd studied his movements, learned his patterns, and chosen their moment carefully. This wasn't random targeting. It was a deliberate operation focused on him. He tried various approaches to regain his privacy. He covered every surface that might conceal a camera, disconnected his internet connection, even moved to different anchorages. But the stream continued, suggesting the surveillance system was more sophisticated than he'd initially thought. He attempted to contact other boat owners through marine radio, hoping to warn them or find allies, but his transmissions were met with silence or interference. The worst part was the interactivity, and how quickly it escalated. The chat messages shifted from commentary to direct instructions, asking him to retrieve specific objects, move to certain areas of the boat, even step outside at designated times. At first, he dismissed them as trolls, but when he ignored the requests, Strange disruptions followed. His GPS would drop out. The weather forecast he'd checked an hour earlier would suddenly show different data. His generator failed twice without clear cause. It was possible these were all coincidences, but the timing was too precise, too convenient. Someone was manipulating his environment, making his life aboard increasingly difficult, forcing him to comply with the viewer's wishes simply to maintain basic comfort and safety. He tried to report the situation to the authorities, but explaining the problem proved almost impossible. The streaming sites were accessible only through hidden networks. The evidence was ephemeral, and his situation sounded far-fetched even to his own ears. The police were polite but skeptical. The Coast Guard suggested he might be suffering from isolation-induced paranoia, and his internet service provider insisted their systems were secure. Meanwhile, the stream audience continued to grow. The viewer count reached several thousand, and the chat was now moderated by users who seemed to have administrative privileges. They organized the other viewers, coordinating their demands, turning his imprisonment into structured entertainment. The breaking point came when he realized the surveillance wasn't limited to his boat. The streaming network had expanded to include feeds from the shoreline, showing the bay where he was anchored, the nearby village, even the road leading to the marina. Someone was tracking his movements across a much wider area than he'd initially understood. Even more disturbing was the discovery that other boats in the area were also being monitored. The network included streams from various vessels, some with people aboard who seemed unaware they were being watched. Others apparently empty, but still under surveillance. The operation was far larger than a single yacht, covering what appeared to be the entire coastal region. He spent several sleepless nights trying to understand the scope of what he'd uncovered. The streaming network wasn't showing random locations. It was systematically monitoring a specific geographical area. Every boat, every building, every person within a certain radius was potentially being watched by thousands of anonymous viewers. He tried creating anonymous accounts on various forums, attempting to alert others to what was happening. But his posts were quickly deleted and his access revoked. When he tried to document the streams by taking screenshots, his computer would crash. Every attempt to gather evidence or reach out for help was somehow thwarted. The realization that he was trapped pushed him toward panic. He couldn't leave without being tracked, couldn't stay without being watched, couldn't contact anyone without his communications being monitored. Every choice he made was being observed and judged by an audience that viewed his situation as entertainment. The technical sophistication required for this level of surveillance was staggering. Someone had installed cameras and tracking equipment across miles of coastline, established a network capable of handling thousands of simultaneous video streams, and created a user interface that allowed viewers to interact with the content in real time. The resources involved suggested either a very wealthy individual or a well-funded organization with access to military-grade surveillance technology. His attempts to escape were also systematically thwarted. When he tried to sail away from the monitored area, his engine would develop problems, or his navigation equipment would malfunction. When he attempted to call for help, his radio would experience interference, or his mobile signal would disappear. Every route to freedom was blocked by technical difficulties that seemed too convenient to be accidental. The psychological pressure became unbearable. He was constantly aware of being watched, unable to relax even in what should have been the privacy of his own boat. He'd taken to sleeping in different locations each night, covering himself with blankets to avoid the cameras, but he knew these were futile gestures. The surveillance system was too comprehensive, too well designed to be defeated by such simple measures. The chat messages grew increasingly invasive, with viewers discussing intimate details of his life, making predictions about his behavior, treating him like a character in a reality television show. Some messages were sympathetic, expressing concern for his well-being, but others were cruel, suggesting ways to increase his distress for their amusement. He began to suspect that his situation was part of a larger experiment or entertainment program. The systematic nature of the surveillance, the careful manipulation of his environment, the organized response from the viewing audience all suggested a level of planning that went beyond simple voyeurism. The most terrifying aspect was the growing realization that escape might not be possible. The surveillance network covered such a wide area that leaving meant venturing into unknown territory, where the monitoring might be even more comprehensive. The technical capabilities demonstrated so far suggested resources and expertise that made traditional law enforcement seem inadequate to address the situation. Days passed. The isolation was absolute. He was surrounded by water, trapped in a situation that sounded so bizarre that even his closest friends would struggle to believe it. The anonymous viewers became his only connection to other people, but they saw him as entertainment rather than a human being in distress. During one of his more desperate attempts to trace the source of the stream, he stumbled across what looked like an internal admin panel, likely exposed through a forgotten link or outdated login. It wasn't polished or secure, but it revealed more than he was meant to see. There was a basic map showing streaming points all along the British coastline, with hundreds of active feeds, not just from boats, but from ports, coastal roads, even remote cottages. It became clear the system was organized. Different regions were broken up into sections, each apparently managed by separate user groups who shared data between them. The layout, the consistency, the scale of it all. This wasn't just some underground voyeur ring. The coordination and resources involved made it feel like something far more serious. He started to wonder if what he'd uncovered wasn't just a criminal enterprise, but part of a larger commercial or even state-run operation. The viewer numbers were staggering, reaching into the hundreds of thousands during peak times, with users paying substantial fees for access to different levels of content. The interactive elements allowed viewers to influence events in real time, creating a form of reality entertainment that generated enormous revenues for the operators. He said he found evidence suggesting that the operation had been running for several years, expanding gradually as the technology improved and the audience grew. The early streams had been crude and limited, but the current system was capable of providing high-definition video and audio from multiple angles, with sophisticated image processing that could track individuals even in crowded environments. The realization that he was just one of thousands of unwilling participants was both terrifying and oddly comforting. He wasn't being specifically targeted. He was simply unlucky enough to have discovered his own surveillance, while most others remained ignorant of theirs. But this knowledge also made his situation more hopeless. If the operation was as large and well-funded as the evidence suggested, then individual escape was unlikely. Our phone conversations became less frequent as his situation deteriorated. His voice grew weaker each time we spoke, the strain of constant vigilance taking its toll. He'd been eating poorly, sleeping in brief snatches, jumping at every sound that might indicate someone approaching his boat. The final call came a few weeks ago. He told me that something had changed about the streaming feeds. The cameras were still active, still transmitting his every move to the anonymous audience, but the interactive elements had been disabled. The viewers could watch, but no longer influence what happened to him. He interpreted this as a warning. His discovery of the administrative sections, his knowledge of the operation's scope, had marked him as a security risk. The psychological effect was devastating. Being watched for entertainment was horrible, but being watched as a potential threat was worse. He knew that any action he took, any attempt to contact authorities or escape his situation, would be immediately detected and countered. One morning, something changed. He woke to find his internet connection severed, his satellite communication system disabled, and his radio producing only static. For the first time in months, he was truly alone. The silence was both terrifying and liberating. Without the constant awareness of being watched, he felt a freedom he'd almost forgotten existed. But he also knew that this isolation was probably temporary, a prelude to something more permanent. The radio on his yacht crackled to life several days later. His hands shook as he reached for the handset, having heard nothing but static for so long that he'd almost forgotten what human voices sounded like. The transmission was clear and official, identifying itself as Falmouth Coast Guard. They were responding to reports of a vessel in distress, requesting his current position and status. His heart raced as he realized this might be his chance, his opportunity to finally escape the surveillance network that held him prisoner for so long. But as he prepared to respond, he noticed something that made his blood freeze. The radio display showed an incoming frequency that wasn't used by the Coast Guard, and the voice, while professional, had an undertone he recognized from his months of captivity. His finger hovered over the transmit button as he considered his options. He could share his exact position and hope for genuine rescue, or he could remain silent and maintain his current status as a managed prisoner. Either choice might be wrong, but only one offered the possibility of freedom. The voice repeated its request, growing more insistent, demanding his immediate response. He closed his eyes, made his decision, and pressed the button to share his coordinates. Recently, I learned that sometimes the most dangerous thing you can do is satisfy your curiosity. That clicking the wrong link at the wrong time can change everything about how you see the world, and more importantly, how the world sees you. I'm a librarian at the University of Manchester, spending my days cataloguing books and helping students find obscure references for their dissertations. My relationship with computers extends about as far as checking emails and the occasional Netflix binge. But after my divorce last year, I found myself with far too much time on my hands and a flat in Chorlton that felt uncomfortably quiet most evenings. It started innocently enough. A colleague mentioned something called the dark web during our lunch break, describing it as this hidden internet where you could find anything. She was talking about buying prescription medications without a prescription. Nothing sinister, just trying to get around the ridiculous waiting times at her GP. The way she described it made it sound like some sort of digital black market, accessible but mysterious. I suppose I was bored more than anything else. After spending another evening watching repeats of Location, and finishing a bottle of Malbec on my own, I decided to have a look. How difficult could it be? The Tor browser was surprisingly easy to download. Within about 20 minutes, I was browsing what looked like a much seedier version of the regular internet. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Drug marketplaces, fake IDs, stolen credit card details. The sort of thing that made me feel like I was doing something mildly rebellious without actually breaking any laws, just by looking. I spent a few evenings casually browsing, more fascinated by the structure of it all than interested in buying anything illegal. There were forums discussing everything from cryptocurrency to conspiracy theories. It felt like being an anthropologist studying some underground culture. safely removed from any real danger. Then I found the entertainment section. Most of it was what you'd expect: pirated films, illegal streaming sites, that sort of thing. But there were other categories too: live streams, private shows, interactive content. The prices were listed in Bitcoin, which meant nothing to me, but the descriptions were becoming increasingly disturbing. I should have stopped there. I know that now. But there's something about forbidden knowledge that makes it irresistible, isn't there? Like being told not to look down when you're standing at the edge of a cliff. The red room listings were buried several clicks deep in a section that required additional verification to access. The name itself should have been warning enough, but I'd convinced myself I was just exploring, just satisfying intellectual curiosity. The descriptions were vague, but clearly implied live-streamed violence. Real people, real harm, real-time interaction from viewers who could influence what happened. I told myself I'd never actually watch one. I was just researching, trying to understand how such things could exist. But the more I read about them, the more fascinated I became. Not by the violence itself, but by the infrastructure. How did they operate? Who were the people involved? How did payment systems work? How did they avoid law enforcement? The forum discussions were the most disturbing part. Users would discuss previous shows, like they were reviewing films on IMDb. They had favorite performers, they made requests, they shared technical tips for better streaming quality. They spoke about human suffering with the casual enthusiasm of hobbyists discussing model railways. I started checking the forums more regularly, not daily, but every few days. I told myself I was conducting research, maybe even gathering information that could be useful to authorities. Really, I think I was just drawn to the darkness of it all, the same way people slow down to stare at car accidents. After about a month of this casual browsing, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. One of the regular forum users had a location tag that said Manchester, UK time zones in their posts, references to local news events. This wasn't some anonymous figure operating from Eastern Europe or Southeast Asia. This was someone nearby, someone who might shop at the same Tesco as me, someone who might have been sitting next to me on the bus. I started paying more attention to their posts. They were a frequent contributor, offering technical advice about streaming setups, discussing upcoming shows, sharing what they called reviews of past events. Their username was Viewer1, and they seemed to have some sort of insider knowledge about how these operations worked. Then they posted something that made me shut my laptop immediately. They mentioned a location, not specifically, but descriptively, an abandoned industrial building near the canal, somewhere in the direction of Trafford Park. They were discussing technical challenges with soundproofing and internet connectivity, complaining about the difficulties of operating in such locations while maintaining security and anonymity. I recognized the area they were describing. I'd walked past it several times during my weekend runs along the canal towpath. A derelict textile factory that had been empty for years, surrounded by overgrown wasteland and partially collapsed outbuildings. The sort of place you'd expect to find used needles and broken glass, not sophisticated streaming equipment. For several days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I tried to focus on work, my mind would drift back to that forum post. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as fantasy, someone making up stories for internet points. But the technical details were too specific, too practical. This read like someone with genuine experience, not someone spinning elaborate fiction. I decided to walk past the building on my next weekend run. Just to look, just to satisfy my curiosity. If it looked completely abandoned and undisturbed, I could put the whole thing out of my mind. If there were signs of recent activity, Well, I hadn't decided what I'd do then. The factory was about 3 miles from my flat, nestled between the canal and a section of wasteland that the council had been promising to develop for years. I'd run past it dozens of times before without paying much attention. It was just part of the landscape, another piece of Manchester's industrial heritage slowly rotting away. But this time, I looked more carefully. The main building was 5 stories of red brick and broken windows, exactly the sort of structure that would normally be completely inaccessible to anyone without climbing equipment. But around the back, partially hidden by overgrown shrubs, was a section where the ground floor windows had been carefully boarded up, rather than just smashed. The boards were weathered, but looked more recent than the general decay of the building. More concerning were the subtle signs of recent human activity. A section of grass that had been flattened by foot traffic, cigarette butts that weren't yet soggy from multiple rainfalls, a section of chain link fence that had been cut and carefully repositioned to look intact from a distance. I stood there for probably 20 minutes, pretending to stretch after my run, while actually studying the building. No obvious security cameras, but that didn't mean much. No sounds from inside, but the walls were thick brick that would muffle most noise. No vehicles parked nearby, but there were several access routes that would allow discreet arrival and departure. I should have called the police. I should have reported my suspicions and let trained investigators handle whatever was happening. Instead, I went home and checked the forums again. Viewer 1 had posted an update. They were planning another show for the following weekend, Saturday night, sometime after midnight. They mentioned improved audio quality, better camera angles, and special interactive features for premium subscribers. The casual tone of the post, discussing human suffering like a product launch, made me feel physically sick. I spent the entire week in a state of anxious distraction. My colleagues at the library noticed I was distant and distracted. I caught myself staring out the window during meetings, my mind replaying forum posts and imagining what might be happening in that abandoned building. Friday night, I barely slept. I kept checking the forums, watching for updates, looking for any indication that I'd misunderstood something. But Viewer 1 continued posting technical updates and responding to questions from other users. Everything suggested that something was definitely planned for the following evening. Saturday evening, I tried to distract myself with normal activities. I cooked dinner, watched television, started reading a book, but by 11 o'clock, I couldn't concentrate on anything except what might be happening just a few miles away. I put on dark clothing and walked to the canal. I told myself I was just going to observe from a distance, maybe document anything suspicious and report it to authorities on Monday morning. I wasn't planning to intervene directly or put myself in danger. The towpath was completely deserted, which wasn't unusual for a Saturday night in October. The streetlights were spaced far apart, creating long stretches of shadow between pools of orange light. By the time I reached the factory, it was nearly midnight. The building looked exactly the same as it had during my daytime visit, but now there were subtle signs of activity. A faint glow from one of the upper floor windows, barely visible behind what looked like blackout material. The sound of a generator running somewhere inside, so quiet it was almost masked by ambient city noise. I found a position behind some overgrown shrubs where I could watch the building without being easily spotted. The generator sound continued, joined occasionally by other mechanical noises I couldn't identify. Once, I thought I heard voices, but I might have been imagining it. Around 1 o'clock, a van arrived. It parked behind the building, in an area not visible from the main road. 2 figures got out and entered through what must have been a rear entrance. They moved with the purposeful efficiency of people following a familiar routine. 30 minutes later, another vehicle arrived, then another. By 2 o'clock, there were 4 vehicles parked behind the building, all positioned to avoid casual observation. I should have left then. I should have gathered whatever evidence I could and reported it to authorities. Instead, I found myself moving closer to the building, trying to find a position where I might be able to see or hear more clearly. The rear of the building had several ground floor windows that were boarded up, but not completely sealed. Through gaps in the boards, I caught glimpses of artificial light and shadows moving inside. The generator noise was louder here, joined by the hum of electronic equipment and occasional voices. I was crouched behind an old shipping container, probably 30 yards from the building, when I heard footsteps approaching from behind me. I turned around slowly, my heart hammering, expecting to see security guards or police officers. Instead, I saw a figure in dark clothing, walking directly towards my hiding position with obvious intent. They weren't trying to be stealthy. They knew exactly where I was. The figure stopped about 10 feet away and spoke in a quiet, conversational tone that was somehow more terrifying than any aggressive challenge would have been. They told me I'd been expected. They said Viewer 1 had noticed unusual traffic patterns in the forums, someone asking the right questions and showing interest in specific locations. They'd been monitoring forum users more carefully lately, tracking digital footprints and cross-referencing with local activity. They explained that I'd been identified and followed during my previous visit to the building. My regular forum browsing had created a profile that made me interesting to them, someone with genuine curiosity, but no obvious law enforcement connections. They offered me a choice. I could walk away immediately, delete my forum accounts, and never return to this area or these websites. Or I could satisfy my curiosity completely, see exactly what I'd been researching, and become part of their community. They made it sound like a reasonable business proposition. They weren't threatening me with violence, just explaining my options with the calm professionalism of someone making a sales pitch. But the implication was clear. Walking away would require their trust that I'd remain silent about what I'd discovered. Staying would require my participation in activities I'd only observed from a distance. I stood there in the darkness, 30 yards from a building where I suspected horrible things were happening, being offered a choice between complicity and silence. Neither option felt like escape. I told them I needed to think about it. They said I had until the next Saturday to decide. They gave me a secure messaging app and an encrypted contact. They said Viewer 1 was particularly interested in meeting me, someone who'd shown such dedicated research interest in their work. I walked home in a state of shock that I'm still not sure I've recovered from. The casual professionalism of the encounter was almost more disturbing than any direct threat would have been. They spoke about human suffering like a business operation, about my potential involvement like a job interview. It's been 3 weeks since that conversation. I haven't returned to the forums. I haven't used the contact information they gave me. I've avoided running anywhere near that area of the canal. But I haven't called the police either, because part of me knows they were right about one thing. I had been researching their activities with genuine fascination, not just horror. I had been drawn to the forbidden knowledge, the glimpse into darkness that most people never see. They hadn't completely misread my motivations, and because another part of me knows that if they were sophisticated enough to identify and track me through forum activity, they're probably sophisticated enough to monitor whether I contact authorities. The choice they offered me probably wasn't as simple as they made it sound. I still check my usual websites. I still go to work at the library. I still run along different sections of canal, avoiding the area near Trafford Park. I try to maintain normal routines and convince myself that the whole experience was some sort of elaborate hoax or misunderstanding. But sometimes, late at night, I find myself thinking about Viewer One's invitation, about what exactly I might learn if I satisfied my curiosity completely, about whether the line between observer and participant is as clear as I'd always assumed. The secure messaging app is still installed on my phone. The encrypted contact information is still saved in my notes. Every Saturday evening, I find myself wondering what choice I'm actually going to make. I need to tell someone about this, even if no one believes me, even if it sounds completely mad. I've carried it around for 18 months now, and the weight of it is destroying me. Every time I see a missing person poster, every time there's a news story about someone who's vanished, I wonder if they found the same thing I did, if they're gone because of it. I was living in Norwich then, working as a dental hygienist. My life was predictable in that comfortable way that makes you feel safe but slightly dead inside. Same patients every 6 months, same conversations about flossing, same walk home along the river. I'd been single for about 2 years after a relationship that ended badly, and I'd gotten used to my own company, maybe too used to it. The dark web wasn't something I'd ever planned to explore, but after a documentary about online privacy, I got curious about what was actually on there. Spent a weekend learning how to access it safely, or as safely as you can access something inherently unsafe. I expected drugs, weapons, all the stuff you hear about. What I found was mostly just boring. Dead sites, broken links, things written in languages I didn't understand. But then I found something called the service. It was just a simple page with a search bar. No explanation, no about section, nothing to indicate what you were supposed to search for. I tried a few random words. Nothing came up. Tried some names of celebrities, thinking maybe it was one of those sites that leaked personal information. Still nothing. Then, out of boredom more than anything, I typed in my own name. One result appeared, a link with just my name and a string of numbers after it. My finger hovered over the mouse for a long time before I clicked it. The page that loaded was bizarrely mundane. It looked like a basic profile. My name, my age, my address in Norwich, a recent photo that looked like it had been taken on the street without my knowledge, my place of work, my regular coffee shop, the gym I'd just joined but barely used, even my bloody Netflix viewing history somehow. Below all this information was a single line of text. Service available. There was a button next to it. Submit request. I should have closed it immediately, should have shut the laptop and pretended I'd never seen it. But there was something so specifically threatening about that phrase. Service available. What service? Available to whom? I went back and searched other names. People I knew. My ex-boyfriend came up. Same format. Personal details, recent photo, that same line about service being available. My colleague, Rachel. My neighbor from 2 doors down. My cousin in Sheffield. Everyone I searched for had a profile, but not everyone had service available written on theirs. Some said service in progress. Others said service complete. Rachel said service complete. This bothered me because Rachel had been acting strange lately. She'd called in sick for 2 weeks, then come back seeming different, jumpy, kept checking her phone. Wouldn't eat lunch with us anymore, just sat in her car. I'd assumed she was going through something personal. I searched for more names, people I knew less well. The man who ran the corner shop near my flat, service in progress. A woman from my gym who'd suddenly stopped coming. Service complete. My previous neighbor who'd moved away very suddenly last year. Service complete. A pattern was forming that made my hands shake as I typed. I went back to my own profile and really studied it this time. The photo was recent, maybe 2 or 3 weeks old. I was wearing the new coat I'd bought in October. The information was current too, including the gym I'd only joined the previous month. Someone was keeping this updated. Below the submit request button, in tiny text I'd missed before, was a link that said view completed services. I clicked it. It was a gallery of some kind. Hundreds of profiles, but these were different. Each one had before and after sections. The before showed people like my profile, normal information, recent photos, daily routines. The after sections were what made me run to the bathroom to be sick. Some showed people who'd clearly been beaten, bruised faces, broken bones, fear in their eyes. Others showed people in what looked like captivity. Basement rooms, mattresses on floors, chains. But the worst ones, the ones that haunt me, were the ones that showed nothing. Just the word relocated under the after section. I recognized some faces. People from Norwich who'd gone missing over the past few years. A teenager who'd vanished walking home from school. A man who'd left for work and never arrived. They were all here, all marked as service complete. I went back to Rachel's profile with growing dread. Her after section showed her in what looked like a warehouse, sitting on a chair, staring at nothing. The photo was dated 2 weeks ago when she'd been off sick, but she was back at work now. She was fine, wasn't she? The next day at work, I couldn't stop watching her. She seemed normal enough, if quieter than usual. But then I noticed something, a small scar on her neck that hadn't been there before. The way she flinched when anyone walked behind her, how she kept touching her wrist, like checking something was still there. During lunch, when she went to her car as usual, I followed. Watched from a distance as she sat in the driver's seat, not eating, not looking at her phone, just sitting. Then I saw her sleeve ride up. Bruises, dark ones, the kind that come from being held down. I wanted to talk to her, ask if she was okay, but how could I? How could I explain what I knew without admitting I'd been looking at her profile on some horrific, dark website? That night, I went back to the service. I needed to understand what this was, who was running it, what the submit request button actually did. This time, I noticed something new, a small counter in the corner of the main page. Active services, 47. I refreshed the page. Active services, 48. Someone, somewhere, had just submitted a request. I searched frantically through profiles of people I knew, looking for who'd just been marked. Found him after 20 minutes of searching. My ex-boyfriend's best friend, someone who'd always hated me, blamed me for the breakup. His status had changed from service available to service in progress. 3 days later, he was in the hospital. Supposedly a mugging gone wrong, but nothing was stolen. Both his legs were broken. He couldn't remember what happened, just waking up in an alley behind his flat. I checked the service. His status, service complete. That's when I understood. This wasn't just surveillance or stalking. This was a marketplace for violence. Submit a request on someone and something would happen to them. Beating, kidnapping, worse. All presented like ordering a pizza online. I tried to find out more about how it worked. Who was doing the actual violence? How people even knew this site existed. But the deeper I dug, the more frightened I became, because I started recognizing patterns in the completed services. The man who ran the corner shop, his completed service corresponded with his competition, another shop owner 3 streets over, having their status changed to service available the same day. Like it was payment, the woman from my gym, her ex-husband's status, had changed to service available the day after hers went to complete. It was a trade. Do something to someone, and you earned the right to have something done to someone else. I stopped sleeping, stopped going to work, just sat in my flat refreshing the service, watching the counter go up. Active services, 52, 53, 54. Then my own status changed. Service in progress. I ran. Packed nothing, just got in my car and drove. Stayed in different hotels every night, paid cash for everything, threw away my phone. But I couldn't resist checking the service from internet cafes. My status stayed the same for 2 weeks. Service in progress. Then, nothing. It went back to service available, like someone had cancelled the request. Or maybe they just couldn't find me. I've never been back to Norwich. I live in Scotland now. Different name, different job, always looking over my shoulder. I check the service sometimes when I can't help myself. It's still there, still active. The counter keeps going up. My old profile is still there too, with my Norwich address, my old job, photos from 2 years ago. Service available. But there's a new profile now, with my new name, my Scottish address, a photo from last month. Service available. I've thought about going to the police so many times, but with what evidence? Screenshots from an illegal website, stories about people I can't prove are connected, and more importantly, if the service is real, if there really are people out there fulfilling these requests, what happens if I become too much of a problem? There's something else I haven't told anyone. Last month, I saw my sister's profile appear for the first time. She lives in Bristol, has 2 kids, a normal life. Her status, service available, and right below it, that button. Submit request. Sometimes, late at night, I think about it, about who marked me, who wanted something done to me badly enough to do something to someone else first. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I think about my sister's profile, about how easy it would be to click that button, about who I'd have to hurt to keep her safe. The service is still there, still growing. Every day, more profiles, more services in progress, more people who have no idea they're on a list, available for violence at the click of a button. Every missing person, every unexplained assault, every sudden disappearance, I wonder if they're part of it. I wonder how many people know about it. How many have used it? How many have traded violence for violence, hurt for hurt? And I wonder when my status will change again. When someone, somewhere, will decide I'm worth the trade. When service in progress will appear next to my name again. Only this time, I might not see it coming. It takes a lot to get under my skin. Always has. Even as a kid. Horror films, creepy stories around campfires, haunted houses at fun fairs. None of it ever really affected me. My friends used to think I was putting on a brave face. But the truth is, I just didn't find that stuff disturbing. I worked as a paramedic for 3 years in Manchester before switching to IT. So I've seen my share of real-life horror. Fictional scares just don't compare. But what happened last spring? Well, that's different. That's why I'm finally writing this down after months of sleepless nights. It started with a perfectly ordinary problem. My laptop, a hand-me-down from my older brother when he upgraded, was running slower than usual. Nothing dramatic, just the typical issues with an aging machine. Programs taking ages to load, videos stuttering, that maddening spinning wheel that never seems to stop. I'm relatively tech-savvy, enough to handle basic troubleshooting. but this was beyond the usual turning it off and on again fix. My brother had used it for graphic design work, so it was cluttered with programs and files I didn't need, but had been too lazy to clean up properly. I remember sitting at my kitchen table that evening, the overhead light casting harsh shadows and highlighting the coffee stains on the wooden surface. My flatmate was out for the night, some birthday drinks with colleagues, so the flat had that particular emptiness that makes ordinary sounds seem louder. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing outside, the clicking of my laptop's overworked fan trying desperately to cool down the processor. I decided to look for some free system optimization tools online. Nothing fancy, just something to clean up unnecessary files and maybe speed things up a bit. I should mention that I was on a fairly tight budget at the time. I'd just been made redundant from my tech support job. The company outsourced our entire department with barely 2 weeks' notice and was picking up freelance work while job hunting. Every penny counted, which is why I was trying to squeeze more life out of this laptop rather than replacing it. After some searching, I found a forum where people were discussing various optimization tools. One user had posted a link to what they described as a comprehensive toolkit that included several different programs bundled together: system cleaner, registry repair, driver updater, the works. It sounded exactly what I needed, and several other users had commented positively about it. I remember hesitating briefly. Free software bundles can be dodgy, but my frugal side won out. I clicked the link and started the download. While I waited, I made myself a cup of tea, absent-mindedly stirring in too much sugar as I scrolled through job listings on my phone. The wind had picked up outside, making the windows rattle slightly in their frames. Our flat was in an old Victorian conversion, full of character and drafts in equal measure. I pulled my hoodie sleeves over my hands, a habit from childhood that I'd never quite shaken. The download finished just as I was taking my first sip of tea, too hot, burning the tip of my tongue in that way that you know will annoy you for days. The installation process was straightforward enough. I clicked through the usual prompts, half reading the terms and conditions like most people do. In hindsight, I should have been more careful, more thorough. Maybe I would have noticed something. But then again, maybe not. Some dangers aren't clearly signposted. Once installed, the software opened to a simple dashboard showing various tools and options. I ran a system scan, which identified a surprising amount of junk files and registry issues. As it worked, I noticed my desktop now had several new shortcuts, typical for these kinds of bundles, which often install additional programs whether you want them or not. Most were labeled clearly Registry Cleaner, Driver Update, System Monitor. But there was one that caught my eye because it seemed out of place. Just a simple icon labeled DNet Access. I hovered over it, trying to remember if I'd seen it during the installation process. The cursor seemed to lag slightly, which I attributed to the system scan running in the background. Curious, I double-clicked it. A small plain window opened with a loading bar and no other information. I waited, assuming it was some network diagnostic tool. After a few moments, the window changed to what looked like a login screen, but not for any service I recognized. The interface was minimalist, almost crude. Black background with simple white text, no graphics or branding. It requested a username and password, with a note below stating, "Guest access available." There was something oddly dated about the design, reminiscent of early internet pages before sleek interfaces became standard. I didn't have login credentials, obviously, so I clicked the guest access option. The screen changed again, this time showing what appeared to be a directory listing. Just file and folder names, no icons or preview options. The names were mostly strings of numbers and letters that meant nothing to me. I scrolled through, wondering what kind of program this was and why it had been bundled with system optimization tools. I noticed my tea had gone cold. The radiator beneath the window was making that knocking sound it always did when it first heated up, and I pulled my sleeves down again against the chill. Outside, the streetlights had come on, casting an orange glow through the thin curtains. I checked the time, just past 9, but it felt later somehow. As I scrolled through the directory, one folder caught my attention. Live streams. That seemed relatively normal compared to the cryptic names surrounding it. Thinking it might be some kind of media player or streaming service, I clicked it. The folder expanded to show several subfolders labeled by date. They followed a pattern of year, month, day, and the most recent was from that very day. Curiosity got the better of me, my greatest fault, according to my mother, and I clicked on that day's folder. Inside were more folders, these labeled with timestamps. Again, I selected the most recent, which had been created just minutes earlier. The application suddenly switched to what appeared to be a video player. The screen was black momentarily, then flickered to life, showing what looked like a clinical setting. White walls, bright overhead lighting, stainless steel surfaces. My first thought was that I'd somehow accessed some kind of medical education platform, perhaps left over from my brother's university days. He'd studied biomedical science before switching to graphic design, and I wondered if this was some archived lecture or demonstration. The camera angle changed, revealing more of the room. It resembled an operating theatre, but something wasn't quite right. It lacked the organized professional appearance of a hospital setting. The equipment looked medical, but was arranged haphazardly. And there was a person, a man, I think, lying on what appeared to be a modified examination table. He wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rising and falling rapidly. There was a sinking feeling in my stomach then, a primal recognition that something was deeply wrong before my conscious mind had fully processed what I was seeing. I remember my fingers hovering over the trackpad, caught between the instinct to close the window immediately and a horrified paralysis that kept my eyes fixed on the screen. A figure moved into frame, wearing what looked like surgical scrubs and a mask. But again, not quite right. The mask wasn't medical standard, more like something you'd buy at a costume shop. They were pulling on latex gloves with deliberate, almost theatrical slowness. A chat window I hadn't noticed before was active on the right side of the screen, with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. My brain was desperately trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe this was some kind of extreme performance art. Maybe a very realistic horror film being streamed. Maybe a simulation for medical or psychology students. Then the masked figure turned toward the camera and made a gesture that seemed like a greeting or acknowledgement. They moved to a small table beside them and picked up what appeared to be a scalpel. The chat window exploded with activity. I caught fragments of messages as they scrolled by, people expressing excitement, making requests, offering payment. With growing horror, I realized that the viewers weren't just watching this for educational purposes or even for some twisted entertainment. They were directing it, participating. The figure approached the table where the person lay. I could now see that the person was restrained, wrists, ankles, forehead bound with what looked like leather straps. They were conscious, eyes darting frantically, chest heaving with rapid breaths. There was no audio, but I could see their mouth moving behind some kind of gag, I felt physically ill. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage to move the cursor. I closed the window, then frantically looked for a way to uninstall the entire software bundle. My mind was racing, trying to process what I'd seen, while simultaneously trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But deep down, I knew. This wasn't acted. This wasn't simulated. The terror in that person's eyes was genuine. I was witnessing something happening in real time, something unspeakable. I managed to uninstall the software, my hands still trembling, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill in the room. I ran a virus scan immediately afterward, then another with different software. I deleted the original installation file and emptied my recycle bin. I cleared my browser history and cache, though I hadn't used the browser to access whatever that was. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that clinical room, that masked figure, those terrified eyes. I kept telling myself to report it, but to who? And what exactly would I say? That I'd accidentally stumbled upon what appeared to be a live stream of torture, or worse, through some random software I'd downloaded. How would I explain that without sounding complicit somehow? And even if I did report it, what information could I actually provide that would help identify the location or the people involved? The next morning, I convinced myself that I needed more information before going to the authorities. I needed to understand what I'd found and gather some kind of evidence. It was a rationalization. I know that now. Part of me was morbidly curious, wanting confirmation that what I'd seen was real before, potentially making a fool of myself by reporting it. I created a virtual machine on my laptop, an isolated environment that wouldn't affect my main system, and reinstalled the software bundle. The DNet access shortcut appeared again. This time, I was more methodical, more careful. I took screenshots of everything, documented the directory structure, noted the timestamps. I didn't click on any live stream links, focusing instead on trying to gather information about what this service was and who was behind it. I discovered that DNet apparently stood for Dissection Network. There were archived files going back years, all organized by date and type of procedure. Reading the descriptions made me physically sick. I had to rush to the bathroom twice to vomit. This wasn't just some dark corner of the internet. It was an organized service catering to people with the most disturbing desires imaginable, allowing them not just to watch, but to direct acts of unimaginable cruelty. In a folder labeled Members, I found what appeared to be user profiles, usernames, countries, payment information. There were thousands of them from all over the world. I was documenting everything, planning to take it all to the police, when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My IP address was listed in a file of recent access logs. Next to it was my approximate location based on that IP, the time I'd accessed the stream the previous night, and a status marked tracked. I shut down the virtual machine immediately and physically disconnected my internet router. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. They knew I had accessed their service. They knew roughly where I was located, and they were tracking me. What followed were the most paranoid weeks of my life. I wiped my laptop completely, then sold it to a second-hand shop 2 towns over. I bought a new one with cash and never connected it to my home network. I stayed with a friend for a few days, making excuses about problems with my flat's heating. I considered going to the police multiple times but was paralyzed by fear, not just of the people behind that site, but also of not being believed or somehow being treated as a suspect myself. Eventually, I did make an anonymous report through an online portal, providing as much detail as I could remember without incriminating myself. I have no idea if anything came of it. I never heard anything on the news about a ring being busted or arrests being made. Sometimes I wonder if my report was even taken seriously, or if it just disappeared into a digital void. It's been 8 months now. I've moved twice since then. I use different coffee shops for internet access, never the same one too often. I've changed my phone number, my email addresses, even the name I use on social media. Probably excessive, but the fear lingers. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear someone trying the lock on my door. Sometimes I notice a car parked outside my flat for too long and find myself taking pictures of the license plate just in case. Most days I manage to convince myself that I'm safe, that they wouldn't bother with someone who stumbled across their site accidentally and only viewed it briefly. I tell myself they have bigger concerns than tracking down every random person who finds them. But then I remember that file with my IP address and that word, tracked. And the fear comes flooding back. I'm writing this not as some creepypasta story or urban legend, but as a warning. The dark web isn't just some mysterious bogeyman that people exaggerate about. There are corners of it where the most depraved acts imaginable aren't just fantasized about, but performed on demand for anyone willing to pay. And sometimes, the entrance to those corners isn't hidden behind sophisticated encryption or secret passwords. Sometimes it's just a shortcut on your desktop that you click without thinking. I've just heard a notification sound from my new laptop. An email has arrived. I haven't given this email address to anyone. The subject line is just a string of numbers. I'm afraid to open it, but more afraid not to. If you're reading this, it means I decided to share my experience. Or perhaps someone else found this document and decided it should be shared. Either way, be careful what you download. Be careful what you click. Some things you can't unsee, and some paths, once you've started down them, you can never fully leave behind. Wait, someone's knocking at my door. It's almost midnight. Nobody I know would visit at this hour without calling first. They're knocking again, harder now. The endless horizon of the Scottish Highlands still haunts me, not for its beauty, but for how effectively it isolated us from everything I once took for granted. Safety, connection, witnesses. I find myself tensing whenever I see a camper van now, my heart rate accelerating at the distinctive shape of an RV against the skyline. These normal vehicles, symbols of freedom and adventure for most, represent something entirely different in my fractured memory. Mobile prisons moving between remote locations, carrying occupants who had no idea they were being filmed for their final moments as dark web entertainment. Before that week in May, I was just another burnt-out university graduate with a photography degree and mounting debt, bouncing between freelance gigs while my more successful classmates secured gallery showings and stable positions. My portfolio was technically sound, but lacked what one particularly blunt interviewer called authentic emotional content, the kind that comes from genuine human connection rather than staged compositions. When I stumbled across a posting on a photography forum seeking someone to document a Highland road trip for a travel blog, the opportunity seemed almost too perfect. 2 weeks of accommodations and meals covered, plus a modest day rate, and the chance to build my portfolio with breathtaking landscapes. The 3 people who picked me up outside Inverness station didn't immediately trigger any internal alarms. Marcus, the apparent leader, was a charismatic American in his 30s, with an easy smile an impressive knowledge of high-end camera equipment. Sasha, a quiet woman with a Scandinavian accent who handled most of the driving, kept her interactions brief but professional. Then there was Eli, younger than the others, constantly fidgeting with various devices, phones, tablets, a sophisticated laptop setup, who explained his role as handling their social media presence and technical needs. The camper van itself was surprisingly luxurious, a large, well-appointed vehicle with distinct living and sleeping areas, modern appliances, and what I initially registered as impressively comprehensive camera equipment for a travel blog. Looking back, I should have questioned why a simple travel documentary required multiple hidden cameras, encrypted hard drives, and satellite uplink capability disguised as standard communication equipment. I mistook these red flags for signs of professionalism, of serious content creators investing in quality production. The truth was far darker. They had created a mobile studio designed for filming isolated locations while broadcasting to paying audiences hidden in obscure corners of the internet. Our first 3 days followed a seemingly legitimate pattern. We visited spectacular viewpoints along the North Coast 500 route, capturing footage of ancient castles and dramatic cliffs. I handled most of the still photography, while Marcus directed video sequences that seemed, at the time, like standard travel content. The only odd element was their insistence on incorporating hitchhikers or solo travelers we encountered into our footage. They were particularly interested in backpackers, young people traveling alone, often foreign visitors with limited connections in the country. Each evening, we would park in increasingly remote locations, far from official campsites or other travelers. Marcus explained this as seeking unspoiled shots, an authentic wilderness experience, which aligned with the blog's supposed focus on off-grid travel. During these nights, Eli would spend hours hunched over his equipment in what they called the editing bay, a partitioned section of the camper with multiple screens and a door that locked from the inside. I occasionally caught fragments of his communication that didn't quite fit our supposed project, references to subscribers, premium content, and special requests. The first truly unsettling incident occurred on our 4th night. We had picked up a backpacker earlier that day, a German student hiking through Scotland on his gap year. He seemed thrilled by the offer of a hot meal and lift to the next town. That evening, parked beside a remote loch with no other vehicles visible for miles, I woke to hushed movements and the distinct sound of a struggle coming from the main cabin area. Peering through a crack in my curtained sleeping compartment, I glimpsed Marcus and Sasha restraining the German traveler, while Eli adjusted camera angles and lighting with practiced efficiency. My immediate reaction was frozen disbelief. Surely this was some misunderstanding, perhaps an elaborate prank for their blog. I retreated into my bunk, heartbeat thundering in my ears, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. By morning, the backpacker was gone, with Marcus casually mentioning that he decided to continue his journey early. The easy way he maintained eye contact while delivering this obvious lie sent ice through my veins, but I nodded and forced a smile, suddenly aware of my own vulnerability in this isolated location with people who were clearly not who they claimed to be. That day, reviewing images on my camera, I noticed something I'd overlooked. A folder accidentally synced from Eli's computer to our shared cloud storage. Inside were thumbnails that made my blood run cold. Night vision footage of previous guests in various stages of terror, file names containing phrases like unboxing, first cut, and finale. Most disturbing was a document listing dark web viewer statistics and cryptocurrency payments associated with each video, some figures reaching 5 and 6 digits for what were labeled interactive eliminations. The file structure used the same distinctive formatting I'd only read about in articles exposing dark web marketplaces and red rooms. The horrifying truth crystallized all at once. I wasn't documenting a travel blog. I was unknowingly participating in a dark web broadcast channel that streamed kidnapping, torture, and murder to paying viewers who could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency donations and votes. The remote locations weren't for capturing unspoiled landscapes. They were chosen for isolation, for eliminating the possibility of intervention or witnesses. This was one of those infamous dark web red rooms I'd heard journalists reference with skepticism, operating right before my eyes. And I, with my legitimate photography credentials and social media presence, provided the perfect cover for approaching victims and establishing trust. That night, parked in our most isolated location yet beside an abandoned quarry, I overheard them discussing their plans for me. I had served my purpose in helping secure victims and providing authentic-looking content for their cover story. Now, according to Marcus, I would make compelling final content for their premium subscribers. Eli mentioned special requests already coming in, viewers excited by the prospect of the documentarian becoming the documented. Sasha, in her clinical tone, suggested a multi-day experience to maximize revenue. My only chance was the brief window when they all left the camper to scout the location for optimal filming angles. With shaking hands, I searched frantically for anything I could use: cash, keys, a weapon for defense. What I found instead, hidden in a compartment beneath Eli's workstation, was a hard drive containing what appeared to be their complete broadcast history. Dozens of videos documenting what happened to the smiling, trusting travelers who had briefly appeared in our travel blog footage before disappearing. I grabbed the drive along with my own camera containing photographic evidence of locations and their faces, then slipped out through the emergency exit window. The Highland night was bitterly cold, the darkness nearly absolute away from the camper's lights. I oriented myself toward where I thought the nearest road might be, perhaps 5 miles across difficult terrain, and began moving as quietly as possible across the rocky landscape. I hadn't gone more than 100 yards when the camper's exterior lights suddenly flooded the area with harsh illumination. A notification tone had betrayed me. My phone, which I'd forgotten to silence, receiving a message from a friend checking why I hadn't posted on social media recently. The familiar ping echoed across the quarry like a death knell, immediately followed by shouts from Marcus, directing the others to different search quadrants. What followed was a nightmarish game of cat and mouse across terrain I was ill-equipped to navigate. I could hear them methodically sweeping the area, Eli providing updates through their communication system, Marcus occasionally calling out with false promises of safety if I returned willingly. Most chilling was Sasha's complete silence, professional, efficient, tracking me with the focus of someone who had done this many times before. I eventually found shelter in a narrow crevice between boulders, pressing myself into the damp darkness as their flashlight beams swept nearby. Hours passed, the cold seeping into my bones, before the first hints of dawn provided enough light to navigate. I emerged cautiously, limbs stiff and painful, to discover the camper still parked in the distance, but no sign of my pursuers. The road, when I finally reached it, was deserted at that early hour. I walked for nearly 3 hours before a delivery van stopped, the driver's initial wariness turning to concern at my disheveled state and obviously distressed condition. He drove me to the nearest police station in Ullapool, maintaining a respectful silence that I now recognize as the reaction of someone who senses they've encountered something traumatic and doesn't want to cause further harm through questioning. The police response was initially skeptical. My story sounded fantastical, especially without immediately available evidence. The hard drive I'd stolen was encrypted in ways beyond their immediate technical capabilities. It took the discovery of blood evidence in a location I'd photographed, matched to a missing Portuguese tourist reported 3 days earlier, for the investigation to gain momentum. By then, the camper and its occupants had vanished, likely across the border or out of the country entirely. 6 months later, international law enforcement identified Marcus and Eli operating a similar scheme in rural New Zealand, targeting hikers on remote trails. They were arrested during an attempted abduction, their equipment confiscated, the full horror of their dark web operation exposed. The investigation uncovered a complex network of Tor hidden services, cryptocurrency wallets, and subscriber lists spanning 5 continents. Sasha remains at large, her true identity still unknown despite multiple aliases documented across several countries and dark web marketplaces. The videos continue to circulate on the dark web, I'm told, pass between private servers and encrypted channels beyond the reach of conventional detection. Sometimes I wonder if the people who watched those broadcasts, who paid to vote on what happened to those travelers, who treated human suffering as interactive entertainment, ever reflect on their role in creating the demand that these monsters supplied. I wonder how many well-appointed camper vans are traveling remote roads right now, their occupants unaware that their journey is being broadcast to unseen audiences eagerly awaiting the moment when the friendly hosts reveal their true purpose. I no longer take photographs. I no longer travel to isolated locations. I no longer trust offers that seem too perfectly aligned with my needs. Most of all, I never forget that the real horrors in this world aren't supernatural monsters or fictional killers. They're the ordinary-looking people who see others not as human beings, but as content to be consumed, their suffering translated into engagement metrics and cryptocurrency transactions somewhere in the darkest corners of the dark web. That shadowy underbelly of the internet continues to host these broadcasts, with new RVs and new victims, while most people remain blissfully unaware of what truly lurks beneath the surface of their everyday online experience. Looking back, a lot of things about that site didn't make sense, even before the video started. I was in my second year at Birmingham, sharing a cramped terrace house with 3 other students. The sort of place where the heating barely worked, and you could hear everything through the paper-thin walls. My room was at the back, overlooking a car park and the bins, which suited me fine. Meant I could stay up late without bothering anyone. That's how I'd gotten into browsing the darker corners of the internet in the first place. Insomnia had always been a problem, and after exhausting Netflix and YouTube sometime around 3 in the morning, I'd started exploring places I probably shouldn't have. The university's VPN made me feel safer about it, like there was this barrier between me and whatever I was looking at. Naive, really, but I was 20 and thought I knew better than everyone else. Most of what you find on the dark web is disappointingly mundane. Lots of broken links, abandoned forums, the occasional marketplace selling things that probably weren't what they claimed to be. But there's something addictive about it. This sense that you're seeing the internet's basement, all the stuff that's been swept under the carpet. I'd spend hours just clicking through random addresses, following breadcrumbs that led nowhere. The site I found that night didn't have a name, just a string of random characters in the address bar. The layout was basic, almost primitive. Black background, white text, a handful of links arranged in a simple list. What caught my attention was how recently active it seemed. Most hidden sites feel abandoned, like digital ghost towns, but this one had timestamps showing activity from just hours earlier. The main page advertised something called premium viewing experiences, with prices listed in pounds sterling, which struck me as odd. Most of these sites dealt in American dollars, or avoided currency altogether. There were maybe a dozen links, each with cryptic titles like Private Collection Number 47 or Exclusive Content Limited Time. Nothing explicitly stated what the content actually was, but there was an air of exclusivity about it all, like you were being invited into something special. What really didn't make sense was the technical side of things. The site loaded fast. Too fast for something supposedly hidden away on encrypted servers. The video player embedded in the page looked professional, with proper buffering and quality controls. These weren't the sort of features you'd expect from some back alley corner of the internet. It felt more like a legitimate streaming service that had been painted black and moved underground. I clicked on one of the middle links, something called Live Session Number 23. A payment screen appeared, asking for about £40, but there was also a guest access option in small text at the bottom. I wasn't about to hand over my card details to a nameless website, so I clicked the guest option instead. The screen went black for a moment. Then a new page loaded with a simple countdown timer. Next session begins in 12 minutes, it read. Below that was a chat box, already filled with messages from other users. Most were just timestamps and numbers, coordinates maybe, or some sort of code. But scattered between them were comments that made my stomach turn. People discussing what they wanted to see, placing what looked like requests or bets. I should have closed the browser then, should have gone to bed, or watched something normal, or done literally anything else. But there's something about forbidden knowledge that makes it impossible to look away. I told myself I was just curious, that I'd watch for a few minutes to see what all the fuss was about, then leave. The timer hit 0 and the screen changed again. This time it showed what looked like a normal living room. Beige carpet, a leather sofa, family photos on the mantelpiece. The quality was good, HD at least, and the camera seemed to be positioned somewhere near the ceiling, giving a wide view of the space. At first, nothing happened. Just an empty room with the soft sound of a television playing somewhere off camera. Then a woman walked in. She was maybe 40, wearing a dressing gown and slippers, carrying a mug of tea. Completely ordinary. She settled onto the sofa and picked up a remote channel surfing through what looked like normal British television. The whole scene was so mundane it was almost disappointing. The chat box beside the video was going mental though, messages flooding in faster than I could read them. Users excitedly discussing what was happening. Some seemed to know the woman's name, her address, details about her life. Others were making suggestions about what should happen next, and these suggestions were getting increasingly disturbing. That's when I noticed the woman kept glancing towards the camera. Not directly at it, but in that general direction, like she could sense something was wrong. She muted the television and sat very still for a moment, head tilted slightly as if listening for something. The chat messages were coming even faster now, and I caught fragments that made my skin crawl. People talking about timing, about opportunities, about how long they'd been planning this. The woman stood up suddenly and walked towards what I assumed was the kitchen. The camera angle changed. There was more than one feed. This new view showed a hallway with stairs leading up to the first floor. I could hear her moving around, opening cupboards, the clink of dishes being washed. Normal evening sounds that now felt ominous given the context. One of the chat messages caught my attention. "Back door's been open for 10 minutes now." Another replied, "Give it 5 more, then we go." I felt sick. This wasn't just voyeurism. It was something much worse. These people weren't just watching this woman. They were coordinating something. Their room wasn't about what I'd expected at all. It wasn't some torture chamber or theatrical horror show. It was about real people in real danger, and I was watching it happen in real time. The woman came back into the living room, but she wasn't carrying her mug anymore. Instead, she had her mobile phone, and she was dialing a number. The chat exploded with panic and excitement. Messages about abort codes and backup plans, complaints about the timing being wrong, arguments about who was responsible for the failure. But the woman wasn't calling the police. She was calling someone else, and when they answered, she said something that made my blood freeze. "I know you're watching. I can see the visitor count on my stream." The camera feeds went black simultaneously. The chat box disappeared. Within seconds, I was staring at an error page claiming the site had never existed. I tried refreshing, typing in the address again, even checking my browser history, but there was no trace of what I'd just seen. I sat there in the dark of my room, listening to my housemate snoring through the walls, trying to process what had happened. Had I just watched someone's home being monitored by strangers? Had I witnessed the planning stages of a break-in or worse? Or had the whole thing been an elaborate fake, designed to mess with people like me who went looking for forbidden content? The worst part was the woman's final words. She'd known about the visitor count. That meant she was aware of being watched, maybe even complicit in it. But that raised even more disturbing questions about what kind of person would willingly participate in something like that, and what sort of people were paying to watch. I didn't sleep that night. Every small sound in the house made me jump. Footsteps on the stairs, the boiler clicking on, the wind rattling the windows. I kept thinking about that woman, wondering if she was safe, wondering if what I'd seen was real or just an elaborate performance designed to traumatize gullible students like me. The next morning, I tried researching red rooms properly, using the normal internet. Most sources claimed they were an urban legend, that no one had ever found genuine evidence of live-streamed violence or murder. But then I'd read forum posts from people claiming to have seen exactly what I'd witnessed: normal people in normal homes being watched by crowds of strangers with sinister intentions. What bothered me most was how professional the whole thing had seemed. This wasn't some amateur operation run by basement-dwelling psychopaths. The website, the video quality, the payment systems, it all suggested something much more organized and well-funded, the kind of thing that would require serious technical expertise and significant resources to maintain. I started paying more attention to true crime stories after that, looking for patterns that might connect to what I'd seen. Home invasions, where the victims reported feeling watched beforehand. Burglaries, where nothing was stolen but personal items had been moved or examined. Missing person cases where the last known activity was routine, domestic, ordinary. Sometimes I'd catch details that seemed familiar. A layout similar to that living room. A victim who matched the description of the woman I'd seen. But there was never enough to make a definitive connection, and I was hardly going to call the police to report something I'd witnessed while illegally browsing hidden websites. The university VPN felt less like protection after that, more like a thin curtain that could be pulled aside at any moment. I stopped exploring the dark web entirely, sticking to normal websites and trying to forget what I'd seen. But late at night, when the house was quiet, and I was alone with my thoughts, I'd find myself wondering about that woman. Had she escaped whatever was being planned for her? Had she been part of it all along? Or had I witnessed something much worse? The moments before someone became a victim, broadcast live to paying customers who treated human suffering as entertainment. The worst part is that I'll never know. The site vanished without a trace, leaving me with nothing but questions and the horrible certainty that somewhere out there people are watching other people's lives unfold in real time, waiting for the perfect moment to step from observer to participant. Sometimes I catch myself checking the locks on my doors more carefully than I used to, or glancing towards the corners of rooms where a hidden camera might be positioned. I tell myself it's paranoia, that what I saw was probably fake, designed to mess with people exactly like me. But late at night, when I'm alone in my room and the house is quiet, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, someone might be watching me too, waiting for their moment, counting down their own timer until it's time to act. And the thing that scares me most, the thought that if it happened to me, there might be other curious students out there, browsing sites they shouldn't be browsing, watching it all unfold in real time, telling themselves it's probably just fake. It's strange how the most life-changing discoveries can come from the most mundane tasks. 5 months ago, while cleaning up my digital clutter, I found something that has completely destroyed my sense of security and trust. I've moved house twice since then, changed my phone number, and still can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. I'm writing this down partly as a warning, but mostly because keeping it to myself is driving me insane. I work in IT support for a university in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, just fixing printers, resetting passwords, and explaining to professors why they shouldn't click on suspicious email links. I've always been organized with my physical possessions, but absolutely terrible with digital housekeeping. My desktop was always a mess of random files, my download folder a digital wasteland of forgotten PDFs and installation packages. My bad habits caught up with me when my laptop started running painfully slow. After putting it off for months, I finally set aside a Sunday afternoon to do a proper digital cleanup. I was living alone in a small flat near the university, having recently broken up with my girlfriend of 3 years. She'd moved to Edinburgh for work, and neither of us wanted the hassle of a long-distance relationship. So there I was, single again, at 32, spending my weekend deleting old files, while rain pelted against my windows. I started with the obvious stuff, emptying the recycle bin, clearing my downloads folder, uninstalling unused programs. Then I moved on to my email accounts, where years of newsletters, promotional offers, and spam had accumulated. I had 3 accounts that needed attention: my work email, my personal Gmail, and an old Hotmail account I'd had since university that I mainly kept for nostalgia and as a backup. The Hotmail account was the worst. Over 15,000 unread messages dating back to 2008. I was about to mass delete everything when I noticed the junk folder had a notification showing 246 items. Curious about what the spam filter had caught, I clicked on it. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: penis enlargement offers, fake lottery wins, phishing attempts. But as I scrolled down, I noticed something odd. There were several emails from the same address, just a string of numbers and letters at a domain I didn't recognize. Each had an attachment named with a date, going back about 2 years. The most recent one was from just a week earlier. Now, I know better than to open random attachments, especially from my junk folder. That's literally part of what I teach in the basic IT security workshops for new staff. But something about the systematic naming and regular frequency made me pause. These didn't look like typical spam. They looked almost like scheduled reports. Against my better judgment, I opened the most recent email. There was no message, just a text file attachment. I scanned it with my antivirus before opening it, and it came back clean. When I opened the file, I found what appeared to be login credentials and instructions. There was a long string of characters labeled onion URL, followed by a username and password. Below that were brief instructions. Use Tor browser only. Log in within 24 hours of receipt or credentials will reset. Do not share access. Monthly payment confirmed. I recognized the reference to an onion URL and Tor. This was clearly related to the dark web. But why was someone sending these details to my old email address? And what was this about a monthly payment? I checked the other emails and found they all contained similar text files, each with different credentials but the same instructions. The dates corresponded to the first day of each month, like clockwork. My first thought was that these were meant for someone else. Perhaps the previous owner of my email address, though I'd had this account since I was an undergraduate. My second thought was more unsettling. What if someone was using my forgotten email account for something illegal? I should have deleted everything right then, should have changed my password, set up two-factor authentication, and forgotten all about it. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially when you're bored and alone on a rainy Sunday. I told myself I was just being responsible. If someone was using my email for something illegal, I should know about it, right? So I downloaded the Tor browser, something I'd never used before despite working in IT. I told myself it was just research, that I would take a quick look and then report anything suspicious to the proper authorities. I copied the onion URL from the text file and pasted it into the Tor browser. It directed me to what looked like a login page with a minimalist black background. No site name, no logo, no indication of what this was for. Just username and password fields. Heart racing. I entered the credentials from the text file. The site loaded to what appeared to be a video hosting platform, similar to YouTube but with a much simpler interface. There were about 24 thumbnails organized in a grid, each showing what looked like CCTV footage of different rooms in a house. Some showed living rooms, others bedrooms, kitchens, even bathrooms. Each thumbnail had a date and timestamp from the previous month. I clicked on one that showed a living room. The video played, showing a completely ordinary scene. A woman in her 30s sitting on a sofa watching television while scrolling on her phone. The footage lasted about 5 minutes, during which nothing remarkable happened. She got up at one point to leave the room, came back with a glass of water, and resumed watching TV. I tried another video, this one of a kitchen. A man was cooking dinner while listening to music. Again, completely mundane. I clicked through several more videos, all showing similar everyday moments in people's lives. It was like watching the most boring reality show ever made. Then it hit me. These weren't actors. These weren't people who knew they were being filmed. These were private moments in private homes, recorded without consent. I was looking at footage from hacked security cameras or compromised devices. My stomach churned as the implications sank in. Someone had been using my forgotten email account as a way to distribute access to what amounted to illegal surveillance. And according to the instructions, someone was paying monthly for this access. I immediately closed the browser, feeling sick with guilt and fear. I just watched people who had no idea they were being observed. I'd invaded their privacy, even if unintentionally. And now my IP address was connected to this site, even though I'd used Tor. I spent the next hour changing all my passwords, enabling two-factor authentication on every account I had, and scanning my computer for malware. I debated whether to report what I'd found to the police, but hesitated. How would I explain that I'd accessed the site? Would they believe I had stumbled upon it innocently? Instead, I decided to send an anonymous tip to the cybercrime unit, providing the email address and a general description of what I'd found, but not mentioning my connection to it. I hoped they would investigate and shut down whatever operation this was. For the next week, I jumped at every notification on my phone, half expecting police to show up at my door. Nothing happened. No response to my tip. No suspicious activity on any of my accounts. I started to relax a little, telling myself that I'd done the right thing and could now move on. Then, exactly 1 month after discovering the emails, I received a message on my personal Gmail account, the one I actually used regularly. The subject line was missed payment, and it was from the same string of numbers and letters as the Hotmail emails. The message was brief. Payment interrupted. Service will terminate unless restored within 48 hours. Recent access from unauthorized location has been noted. My blood ran cold. Whoever was behind this knew that someone different had accessed the account. They had connected my old Hotmail to my current Gmail. They knew who I was. That same night, I noticed something strange. While watching Netflix on my laptop, the webcam light briefly flickered on, then off. It could have been a glitch, but combined with the email, it sent me into a panic. I covered the camera with tape, but the damage to my peace of mind was done. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. I was convinced my devices had been compromised, that someone was watching me through my own technology. I started unplugging my router at night, covering all camera lenses, even disconnecting my smart TV. 2 weeks after the missed payment email, I came home from work to find my flat had been broken into. Nothing valuable was taken. Not my laptop, not my TV, not even the cash I kept in my desk drawer. The only thing disturbed was my bedside table, where my diary had been moved. I reported the break-in to the police, but without anything stolen, they didn't seem particularly concerned. I didn't tell them about the emails or the website. It seemed too disconnected, too paranoid. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the building, every passing car outside, sent my heart racing. Around 3 a.m., I got up to make tea and noticed my laptop was open on the kitchen table. Not where I'd left it, and certainly not how I'd left it. On the screen was a text document containing addresses and personal information about the people I'd seen in those videos. Below their information was my own. My full name, address, workplace, parents' address, and the routes I typically took to work. At the bottom was a simple message. Witnesses are participants. Participants are responsible. I packed a bag and left that night, staying with a friend while I looked for a new place to live. I told everyone I'd had a plumbing disaster in my flat that made it uninhabitable. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, even considered changing jobs. It's been 5 months since then. I've moved twice, switching cities entirely the second time. I live completely offline now. No social media, no cloud storage, no smart devices. I'm writing this on a new laptop that has never been connected to my name in any way. But sometimes, I still see the webcam light flicker when I'm working late. Sometimes, I receive blank emails from addresses I don't recognize. And last week, I found a note on my car windscreen with just an Onion URL written on it. Different from the original one, but unmistakably similar in format. I don't know who these people are or why they chose my forgotten email account for their operation. I don't know if they're still watching those unsuspecting people or if they're now watching me instead. All I know is that somewhere in the vastness of the dark web, there are people who consider me a loose end that needs tying up. So if you ever find something unexpected while clearing out your digital junk, something that doesn't quite make sense, something that perhaps wasn't meant for you, delete it, close it, forget you ever saw it, because once you've seen something you shouldn't, there's no going back. And in the dark corners of the internet, there are people who will go to extraordinary lengths to protect their secrets.